It is bright and early here this fine Sunday morning. Usually, we only live stream for about 5 hours answering questions, but it felt like if we want to hit 300,000 subscribers, we got to bump up the time. We got to start live streaming a little bit longer than that. So we'll be here. We'll answer questions. We're going to first check out this team from Trey 11, but before we get into his team here, I do want to at least cover some of the news that's come out since last night, because Adam Shefty, he's already up. Ian Rappaport's already up, so might as well have Flock Fantasy up as well. Now, anyway, Shefty says, despite the insistent tush-push debate, there's no guarantee for a new vote this offseason, which will be interesting because I am tired of hearing people talk about the tush-push. I am more tired of hearing people talk about the tush-push than seeing the tush-push. But here are more reasons the Bengals plan to stick with Jack Browning. Is it Jake Browning? But anyway, Adam Shefty says Jack Browning and not trade for another veteran QB during the 7 games that he replaced Joe Burrow in 2023. Browning's 70.4% completion percentage led the NFL. Browning also averaged 267 passing yards per game, 6th best in the NFL. Browning also holds the California high school. We're really going back to high school stats. You got it. You gotta be. You gotta be joking. We're going back to high school stats. I don't care what he did in high school. Let's see what else we got here. Vikings. Okay, we don't care. We already know Carson Wentz is going to start. Come on, give us some real stuff. Okay, this is something real. Even though Bucs wide receiver Chris Godwin and offensive tackle Tristan Wirfs both were ruled out for Sunday's game against the Jets, both players have a quote-unquote strong chance to make their season debuts next Sunday at home versus the Eagles, per sources. Both Godwin and Wirfs expected to start practice reps this week with the starters, and if all goes well and there are no setbacks, they are expected to play next Sunday. Ooh. Will be very, very interesting to monitor that. But, I mean, Godwin's been practicing for a while now. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. No, let's go ahead and let's check out Ian Rappaport, because I did see Rappaport put out something about Quinshon Judkins. Okay, so Rapp says, along with Jake Browning. Yeah, why the hell did Shefty say Jack Browning? Carson Wentz, Tyrod Taylor, Marcus Mariota, and Mac Jones will all start today with plenty on the line. Don't care. Jake Browning, don't care. This is maybe something interesting. The Browns plan to start Quinshon Judkins today versus the Packers following an impressive debut against the Ravens. So I went heavy buying the dip on Quinshon Judkins in Underdog Best Ball Draft. So I have a lot of money riding on Quinshon. I am really hoping that he does well this season, but I'm be honest with you, I got to play this week in the Flock League. So Quinshon, if you could just be bad this week and then phenomenal for the rest of the year, I'd really appreciate it. I wouldn't start Judkins just because it's a horrible matchup against the Packers. Then here, Egbuka is listed as questionable, but he'll play today with no limitations. So super important, and I am a little bit more excited to start Egbuka if you're getting told that there are no limitations coming into this game. Okay. This is funny. Rappaport says, DeAndre Swift dealing with the quad injury will play Sunday against the Cowboys, source said. Underdog called it a hamstring injury, so don't exactly know what it is here. Giants standout left tackle Andrew Thomas, who is yet to play this season while recovering from a Liz Frank injury, is planning to make his debut on Sunday. The team will be cautious, and Thomas will work out pregame to be sure, but the plan is to go. So, Vikings left tackle Darisaw and safety, both of whom have yet to play this season, are expected to make their debuts on Sunday. Ooh. So maybe this helps the Vikings offensive line that looks like they need every little piece of help they can get. But I understand it is super early here. I understand we are going to probably regret this 4 hours in. But we are going to do the longest Sunday morning stream that we've ever done. So all I ask is, if you haven't already, make sure you go out there, hit the like button. I am doing everything we can to make sure we hit 300,000 subscribers. And Sunday mornings are one of the very few days that we can actually get recommended to new people on YouTube. So if you could go down there and drop a like, I would really appreciate it. And of course, we are going to be giving away a ridiculous amount of free questions in this live stream as we do every Sunday morning stream. But let's go ahead and let's check out this team for Trey 11. My guy, I appreciate you. And let me send you over some free start sit questions and trade questions before we even dive into this. And let's go ahead and let's dive in. So you're saying I'm 0-2. What kind of moves should we be looking to make? So first thing that I want to discuss here will be your league settings. This is a league in which you actually start 2 flex spots. So because you can start up to 4 wide receivers here weekly, the skill positional depth is going to matter. I actually like building around wide receiver in a format like this. But Chief, you may be cooked. Because if you're naming your team Burrow's Tea Time, I'm going to assume, yep, we have Joe Burrow here. We had the Joe Burrow and the T. Higgins stack. So I'm going to be honest. And this is rude for me to say. This is brutal for me to say. And of course, I'm not saying that you're 100% out of it. But when you bet on the Burrow Higgins stack, you're making a concentrated bet that the Cincinnati Bengals offense surprises to the upside. And if that were to happen, then obviously you're going to smash because you have both guys. But that concentrated bet works in the other way as well. Where if you take both Burrow and Higgins, and then all of a sudden we get Joe Burrow going down for the season, Chief, it may be time to pack it up. Because now we go through and we take a look at this. We're starting Bo Nix, QB1, whatever. Bryce Young, QB2, no bueno. And it looks like, I was going to say, it looks like there's a multitude of boosted scoring here. It looks like this is going to be weird scoring based off the fact that DeAndre Swift projects to score as many points as CeeDee Lamb. So, second thing that I want to follow up with is seeing Bucky Irving project to score 27 points in your league format. Seeing DeAndre Swift project to score 23 points and CeeDee Lamb only projected to score 23 points. This tells me we really want to be building around running backs. So we are underweight quarterback. We had a great QB room until the Burrow injury. Running back Bucky RB1 is fine. DeAndre Swift RB2 is fine. Going down to the bench, our running back 3 would be like Trey Benson, Tyrone Tracy. No bueno. Going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb, wide receiver 1. That's great. Myers, Higgins, Olave, fine wide receiver depth. But the issue is whatever your scoring format is, it looks like it highly incentivizes teams to build around running back. So with that being the case, I think I would go through and I think I would be trying to load up as many running backs as possible on the bench. We go over and look at tight end. We have Tucker Kraft. The thing is, tight ends are just going to score so many fewer points than running back, right? Like Tucker Kraft's the tight end 1 so far this season. Yet he projects to score like a third of the points of Bucky Irving in this format. So it doesn't matter that you have Tucker Kraft and he's the tight end 1. We're still 0-2. So I would go through and I would try to sell Tucker Kraft to a team that maybe doesn't really understand the scoring. And I would do anything I could to package together Tucker Kraft and like Tyrone Tracy for a running back for the flex. Or I'd try to package together Tucker Kraft and Bryce Young for an upgrade at quarterback, and then you just play David Njoku. The other thing worth mentioning, I'd probably cut the backup defense. I'd probably go ahead and pick up another running back off waivers. Then go to roster as many running backs as you possibly can with this format. But I think that's all I got for you. I wish I had more, but Again, I think you're just in a brutal spot considering the Burrow injury and considering the fact that we had that stack. But I sent you over those free questions. So if there's anything that you want me to follow up with, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. But Reeds Does Fantasy Football will be our next team. But looks like I need to go ahead and send out some free questions in the live chats. So if you haven't already, make sure you go down there, drop a like on this live stream, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat so we can find a couple people to send some free start sit questions to this fine Sunday morning. And yeah, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and hit that like button, I would kindly ask that you do it today, because we are on that mission trying to hit 300,000 subscribers. And Sunday mornings are one of the very few days where we can get recommended to new people. But we'll send this over to Slits Shock. I cannot find you on the site, my friend. I don't know if you use code FLOCK. If you didn't use a code when you set up your account on this site, it's not too late. You can add it on your account page. Mickey Sticks just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you, and would be happy to answer that question in this live stream or another one if you want to save it whenever you want. But let's move this over to Reeds Does FF. Says, want to make a trade to solidify my wide receivers. We got two offers. One for Gibbs for Chase Brown and Zay Flowers. Another one, Gibbs and Marv for Jefferson and Montgomery. I would not do that trade. I'd rather have Gibbs over Jefferson. I'd rather have Marv over Montgomery. So if we were going to do one here, if you really needed help at wide receiver, maybe you consider the Gibbs for Chase Brown and Zay Flowers. What should we do? Should we keep the team as is, or should we trade? Let's go ahead and let's pull this team back up for you, my friend. So this is a team in which you only have one flex spot. So if you only have one flex, frankly, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter much. Now, with that being said, we're currently starting Keon Coleman. So clearly, we do need some help at wide receiver. Don't get me wrong. We are not in a great spot at the wide receiver position, but we are phenomenal elsewhere. Now, quarterback, not so much. We have Drake May. Drake May's fine. Don't get me wrong, but he's not like an elite fantasy producer. Having Bo Nix, I really like, because we can just play the matchups between Bo and May. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, it's incredible. One of the best running back rooms that we've seen all year. We have Achane, Bucky, and Jahmyr Gibbs. So 3 running back ones that we can lock in every single week. And the amount of points that you're going to be getting, your running back 1 with Jahmyr Gibbs is better than most people's RB1. Your RB2 with Achane is better than everybody's RB2 in your league. Your RB3 with Bucky Irving / your flex play with Bucky Irving is better than any flex play in the entire league. So you can be a little bit weak at wide receiver if we're crushing elsewhere. Going down to the bench, we have the long-term upside of Trevion. On top of this, we also have Zach Charbonnet as well. And we have Byshell Tootin as the premium handcuff running backs. So we have a really, really strong running back room. Now, going over and looking at what we have at receiver, Marv wide receiver 1, no bueno. Keon Coleman wide receiver 2, no bueno. Travis Hunter wide receiver 3 with Rashee Rice coming back in soon. And you have Ricky Pearsall. So reality is your wide receiver room is not great in the short term, but in the long term it will be. You eventually get Rashee Rice in here. You eventually get a Travis Hunter breakout. And wide receiver's okay. And then going over and looking at tight end, we are currently sitting with Kyle Pitts. So if anything, I would argue that quarterback and tight end are going to be our weakest positions. And it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the skill positional depth, not going to matter that much. So if we're looking at what we have, frankly, with this roster, If you were 0-2, yeah, you got to go out there and you got to trade for a wide receiver sooner rather than later. But if you're 2-0, I would be chilling. I'd go, okay, well, the running backs are going to win us some games over the next few weeks. I can wait till we get a Travis Hunter breakout. I can wait until we get Rashee Rice coming back. And then at that point, I would almost want to go through and sell the wide receiver like Marvin Harrison with Drake May to try to get to an elite quarterback, or with Kyle Pitts to try to get to an elite tight end. But for now, I'm not interested in making one of those deals where you send the best player just to pick up an additional wide receiver depth piece. Again, unless you were like 0-2, and when we can't wait for Hunter in that instance, we can't wait for Rashee Rice in that instance. And then maybe there you just look to flip like Rashee Rice and Travis Hunter in a 2-for-1 deal to try to get the best wide receiver possible. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But honestly, your team is incredible, my guy. I'm going to send you over a free trade and a free start sit question just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with this. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. But Drew, the support email for the site is support@flockfantasy.com. And no, we did not sleep much at all last night because I wanted to get this live stream going early in the morning. We are trying to hit 300,000 subscribers. I'm going to do anything that we can to get us there. But it looks like we just hit 200 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. So again, if you want a free question for this live stream for another one, we're going to be sending out a ton of them this Sunday morning. By the time we got halfway through the Sunday morning live stream last week, we were sending away 4 free questions for every 100 likes. Right now, we're going to stick it with 1 so I can catch up with these questions. But all you got to do to get that free question is drop a like on this live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. But let's move this over to our next team. And this next one is going to be McCullum. Typically, we don't do the dynasty teams in the redraft live streams. But you know what? It is like 4:30 California time, which is where most the people that watch this channel are. So I think that we can do a dynasty team at 4:30 in the morning PST. But let's go ahead and let's send out that free question. And we'll send it over to Harry Wang, if I can find you on the site, my guy. Harry Wang, just found you. It looks like you have a free account, but super excited to send you over that free question. Thank you again for hanging out with us in this live stream. Okay. Now let's move this over to McCullum. Says, this is a newly drafted Dynasty Startup League, 10-team league. I have a win now strategy. How can I best position myself for the championship this year? And what moves should we consider making to better the roster? So we're 2-0. We're first in the league analyzer with dynasty value. We've scored 296 points. So honestly, we're kind of a lucky 2-0 because we are sitting here in the middle of the league with points scored. Now, we have fully committed ourselves not only to win this year, but we have fully committed ourselves to try to win over the next 2 seasons. The reason for this is we have traded away both our 2026 first and our 2027 first. So we have to 100% do what we can to push the chips in the middle. Starting off at quarterback, we have the most valuable QB room in this league. We have Josh Allen. We have Justin Herbert. We have Tua. We have Flacco. We even have Mac Jones. So quarterback, we're in a great spot. Going over and looking at running back, we have Achane, Chase Brown as 2 locked and loaded starters every single week. Jaylen Warren here is a running back depth piece in the short term. And honestly, the Jaylen Warren breakout maybe is what ends up saving us. And then going over and looking at what we have at receiver, I would say maybe this seems like wide receiver overkill, but it's going to be a start 11 format. So if it's a start 11 format, you have London, Nico, Hunter, Rice, Olave, Pearsall, Godwin, Evans. You have 8 startable wide receivers in the long term. In the short term, you have no Godwin, you have no Rice. So you have like 6 startable receivers. So we have 6 wide receivers in the lineup. And hell, you can throw in Mooney in a deep league like this. But just say for now, we have 6 startable receivers in the lineup. We have 3 startable running backs. We have 2 quarterbacks. So for now, we don't have enough depth at wide receiver where I can say, hey, man, you're really in the clear. Go sell Travis Hunter for a better tight end. It's like you have Travis Kelce we can put in the starting lineup right now. Long term, and by long term, I mean even later this season, is you're eventually going to get Rice and Worthy back to this Chiefs offense, which I think will take targets away from Kelce. And Kelce isn't the same player that he used to be. You're not going to be able to just get him there on efficiency. He is going to have volume if he's going to produce. So long term, you need to be selling a wide receiver to go out there and try to get an upgrade at tight end. But short term, you're going to have to wait until we get Godwin returning, which is probably next week. A little bit closer to the Rashee Rice return. So you have an incredible team for what you're trying to do. I would strongly encourage you, do not trade your 2028 first. I think you're going all in to win the next 2 years, and then you probably burn this down in 2028. But you clearly should be the favorite to win this. And I would say that we eventually probably want to be going through and looking to sell a player like Travis Hunter, who's incredibly exciting in Dynasty in the long term, but we need to be selling him to a rebuilding team for like some short-term tight end production if we can. The issue is there aren't going to be many tight ends that are worth what Hunter is. Like if you wanted to try to pivot to this team that's 0-2 and send them like Travis Hunter for Sam Laporta and Kenneth Walker, I'd be down to do that. I think it would really help your odds of contending this year, even if Travis Hunter maybe has more long-term value. But again, you are really incentivized to try to win the next 2 years. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But in reality, you don't need any help, my guy. Again, you are 2-0. You are the number 1 team in the league analyzer as well. And I think we just got to make sure we do not trade away our 2028 first. We push to win in this season. And you don't really need anything here. But we have the expendable wide receiver depth. But depth is incredibly important as well with this being a start 11 format. But really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And let me make sure I sent you over those free questions. I did not. So I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case you want to follow up with anything here. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. But it looks like we just hit 300 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's give away another free question. Again, all you got to do to qualify for these free questions will be drop a like on this live stream and then leave your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And again, it's completely free to set up an account on flockfantasy.com. And most of the people that we send free questions over to, they have free accounts. So you can set up a free account whenever you want. But let's go ahead and let's move this over to our next question. And this one's going to be from Mechro. This is another Dynasty team. But again, it is not even 5 in the morning PST yet. So we can go ahead and we can answer some Dynasty team questions. But let's go ahead and let's send out a free start sit. We got Saints Fanatic here. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you and would be super happy to take a look at anything that you want me to. And then please let me know in the chat when we hit 400 likes, and then we'll go ahead and send out another free question. Mechro says, started off 0-2 this year and feel like I'm struggling at running back. Not sure what moves to make. Traded Braylon Allen and picks for Wilson and Scattaboo. Shout out to the devs. Y'all do great work. Thank you so much, my guy. And before I forget, let me make sure that I send you over these free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. But you're saying you can't handle the push. We are 0-2. We've scored 251 points, so we are second to last in points scored. We are 0-2. So we are second to last in the league standings. Thank God we have our 2026 first. So if we wanted to, not saying we have to, but if we wanted to, we could pull the ripcord and we could go ahead and look at building for next season and earn the 101 in 2026. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Daniels, Hurts. God dang, my alarm went off. Scare me. This is typically when we get up for these live streams. but obviously we're up a little bit earlier today. Watch saying I got a solid 4 hours of sleep last night. Quarterback, like the Daniels injury is fine because we have Hurts and Dak to play. And you're going to get Daniels back eventually. So quarterback, the league analyzer is saying that you have the best quarterback room in this league. Absolutely love to see it. Looking over at running back, like Bucky Irving, quality RB1. Chase Brown, quality RB2. Scat, Dobbins, Sharp, Ollie Gordon. This is like great running back depth. Going over looking at receiver, Nico Collins, quality wide receiver 1. Marv, wide receiver 2, looks great in Dynasty. Wilson, wide receiver 3, looks great in Dynasty. Devonta Smith, wide receiver 4, looks great in Dynasty. We just got word that Godwin's possibly going to be back next week. We have Stephon Diggs as a quality depth piece for this season. We have guys like Kyle Williams, Jack Bash for the long term potentially. And then going over and looking at what we have at tight ends, we have David Njoku and Juwan Johnson that we can start currently. So looking across this roster, you don't have a weak spot. Maybe you'd say tight end in the long term, but in the short term, Juwan Johnson's producing. Let me see if there are any waiver wire names we can look at. Superflex League, I would say Anthony Richardson, probably worth the roster spot. I would cut Gunnar Helm for Anthony Richardson if we could. I would also cut Darren Waller for Xavier Legette. Even with Legette looking absolutely horrendous. I would make those two waiver wire moves, but I think you have a phenomenal team here. I wish I had something to tell you to do, but I think you've just kind of been unlucky to be 0-2 so far, and we just need Nico Collins to bounce back in a big-time way for us, which is possible. And then, yeah, definitely be starting Juwan over David Njoku until we see otherwise. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, and I wish I had more to say, but just frankly, you have a good team. Now, let's move this over to Shimos. This one is, what are your thoughts on the team? Do you think we should make any trades? All right. We are currently third in the league analyzer. We've scored 216 points, so we are second to last in points scored in this league. This is a league in which you have multiple, or let's say you can just start up to 4 wide receivers. It's a start 8 format. So the depth here at the skill positions going to matter a decent amount. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Kyler and we have Caleb. Like, I definitely can sign off on us rostering 2 quarterbacks here and playing the matchups between them. I mean, because like even looking at this week, right? This week I'd start Caleb Williams over Kyler Murray based off matchups. So I think you're completely fine to go through and do that. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Chase Brown, Kenneth Walker, Jordan Mason. So a lot of the times we've seen these teams that have Jordan Mason on them. It's like, man, you know what? Your ass just got saved. And that looks like it may be the case with this team here as well. Because now Jordan Mason turning into what should just be considered an must-start running back every single week, regardless of matchup. Quinshon Judkins being named the starter, so we have plenty of running back depth, like really strong team here at RB. Looking over at receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, great wide receiver 1. We'll have a better wide receiver 1 than most teams in our league. Brian Thomas, I think in the future will be a great wide receiver 2. I think we'll have a better wide receiver 2 than most teams in our league. DJ Moore, wide receiver 3, maybe a little bit shaky, but we have the running backs we can put in the flex spots anyway. We get Xavier Worthy here in the long term. Going over to tight end, we have the elite tight end with Tyler Warren. It's another really strong team. I would say, like, if I had Tyler Warren, I'm just going to be optimizing for the upside down there on the bench. Like, you're never starting Dallas Goedert over him anyway. Now, I'm sitting here as someone with Dallas Goedert as a second tight end on my roster, but I have freaking bum TJ Hawkinson. I don't have Tyler Warren like you do. So if I had Tyler Warren, I would cut Dallas Goedert, especially if Joe Mixon or Byshell Tootin were out there on the waiver wire. So for you, I think I'd keep it stupid simple. I think I would just go ahead and I think I would just cut Dallas Goedert and pick up Joe Mixon, or cut Dallas Goedert and pick up Byshell Tootin, whatever running back that you prefer. And then honestly, I don't think that there's anything else that I would look to do here. I think you'd be just fine after that. But again, great team. I think it's going to be a lot better when Brian Thomas starts producing. But because it's a league in which you can start 8 players, I don't think you can afford to go out there and upgrade quarterback. I do want to hold on to the skill positional depth because, again, it's going to matter. So really like this. But again, thank you so much. Really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And I got to answer this in the chat real quick. Justin says, should I start Byshell over Tony Pollard? That'd be horrendous. Do not do that. For the love of God, start Tony Pollard over Byshell Tootin. Now, let's move this over to Backmask. Says, just looking for some trades and wondering if it's worth trading Ayuk for B-Rob for a little CMC peace of mind. Love the content. Keep it up. Appreciate you, my guy. And I'll say that Brian Robinson's available on most waiver wires that I see, but Brandon Ayuk's available on a lot of waiver wires as well. So if Brandon Ayuk is in your IR slot, I would not trade him for Brian Robinson. However, if Brandon Ayuk is on your bench, then at that point, I'd be completely okay if you were worried about the McCaffrey injury and you wanted to go through and if you wanted to send Ayuk for B-Rob. But again, I would not do so if you were in the scenario in which you had Ayuk in the IR and you'd have to drop somebody. But we are number 1 in this league in terms of future value according to the league analyzer. And we are number 1 in this league with a 2-0 record, and we've scored the most points as well. This is a 10-team league where you can start multiple flexes. But again, 10-team league, running back, wide receiver depth should still be easy to come by. So it's not like we need to make dramatic adjustments all of a sudden, valuing these running back, wide receiver depth pieces super highly, right? Looking at what we have here at the quarterback position, we have Josh Allen. Absolutely love to see it. Allen's a quarterback that you can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. We don't need a backup quarterback. And honestly, I like having that open roster spot just because we are in a really good setup when it comes to what we can do with the waiver wire. So here's the thing. Like, I understand you wanted to go out and you already went and got Brian Robinson to back up CMC. But like in a 10-team league, they're just going to be better waiver wire options straight up than B-Rob. So I go through and I look at this. I'm like, man, you know what? I'd probably rather have Cam Scat. Now, I'm not going to tell you that you need to go through and you need to drop Brian Robinson for Cam Scataboo, but like that's a player that I look at and I'm like, you know what? You just absolutely have to pick him up. Like I would go ahead and at the minimum, I'd drop Troy Franklin for Cam Scataboo. Running back, I know we are starting absolute hammers here in the short term with CMC and Kenneth Walker. In the long term, we get the rookie upside as well with Quinshon Judkins and Trevion Henderson. But so running back's great. But still, I mean, if you're able to get a starting running back from the waiver wire for free with Cam Scataboo, I would. So I would drop Franklin or Brian Robinson, up to you. Wide receiver, you have plenty of starters, especially getting word that Godwin's going to be coming back next week. Like, realistically, you can drop Troy Franklin. I don't necessarily think you ever will need to start Franklin here. So if you wanted to drop Troy Franklin, pick up Cam Scataboo, let's go for it. Going over and looking at what we have at tight end, we have Zach Ertz and Kyle Pitts. So, frankly, this is a team that, again, you're number 1 in the league analyzer. You're number 1 in points. You have rookies that are going to get better on the bench. Chris Godwin's going to come back, make your wide receiver room better. So, this is a phenomenal team. I would say long-term, you're going to be able to afford to upgrade tight end. Because long-term, the rookie running backs will be viable, especially if you pick up Cam Scat. I think long-term, I'm going to be looking to try to send like Kenneth Walker and Zach Ertz or Kenneth Walker and Kyle Pitts to get to an elite tight end. I don't want to be doing that right now because as of right now, obviously there's no world in which I want to put Trevion Henderson in my starting lineup. I think long-term you'll want to, but not right now. So I would sit with this team as is. And then about 3-4 weeks from now, if we start seeing signs of life from Trevion Henderson, Chris Godwin's back and producing for one of our flex spots as well, I would probably at that point look to go through and see if we can send like Kenneth Walker, Zach Ertz, get us an elite level tight end, especially if you go and you drop Troy Franklin for Cam Scatterby right now. And yeah, I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the vlog. Let me go ahead and send you over some of those free questions just in case I haven't already. That way, if there's anything that you want me to follow up with, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be Archie Treasure. This will be the last team review we get to for a little bit of time. Then we can pivot over and we can answer some of the quicker questions. It says, hey, Mason, I'm 1-1, probably 1-2 this week, to be honest. Thought I drafted really well. I like my team at the start, but kind of have no depth. And here, this is a league which depth's going to matter as well. This is a 12-team start 8 format. Any advice welcome. What players should we be trading for? And what players do you think I could go for? Please save the team. So it looks like this may be the most popular team name that I see at this point, as a quick side note. We are 8th in the league analyzer in terms of future value. However, we are second to last when it comes to total points scored this year. So we are lucky to currently be sitting at 1-1, to be honest. But yeah, we're going to go through. We're going to have a decent amount to talk about with this roster. But first, I did see that we hit 400 likes on the stream. So let me go ahead and let me send out some free questions in the chat. And we're going to start sending out 2 free questions for every 100 likes. Again, if you have not done so already, I would please beg you to drop a like on this stream. We're going to live stream for almost 6 hours leading to kickoff today. This will be the longest Sunday morning stream we've ever done. We're doing everything we can to hit 300,000 subscribers. Now, of course, y'all know I live stream every single day answering fantasy football questions, but Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. It's one of the few times we can actually get to new people and potentially get new subscribers on the channel. So if you haven't already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions. Okay. But let's send this first one out to Rudy. And this is Rudy 1296. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. Looks like you've also won a free start sit question before in one of the live streams. But yeah, so again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And let's send this other one over to Worst Better. Okay. And I cannot find you on the site, my friend. I can only find you on the site if you use code FLOCK. So if you haven't used the code on your account yet, you can add that to your account page. But let me send this over to Macehem Dodd in parentheses DK. I just sent you over that free start sit. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in the chat. But let's get this back over to Archie Treasure. So naturally, the team expectation should be we start a little bit slow, right? Because we drafted the rookie running back with Amari Hampton, and at the same time, we drafted Chris Godwin injured going into the season. So not the most surprising thing in the world if we are looking at what we have with the 1-1 start. If anything, like when you draft a team like this and you drafted Caleb Johnson, which I know Caleb Johnson looks like he's completely different than Amari Hampton. I still have faith in Amari Hampton. I think Hampton's going to get better, and I'm still really excited about him in the long term. However, if we're looking at Caleb Johnson, it's time to cut bait. Looking at quarterback, we have Bo Nix. I would be fine to roster 2 QBs and play the matchups going into the future if you had Bo. Like, you could use this as a spot to pick up Brock Purdy before he comes back. I mean, there were rumors that Purdy could have potentially came back this week, so I'm assuming there's a real shot you get Purdy back next week. So if you wanted to go through, if you wanted to drop like Kayshon Boutte for Brock Purdy, not going to fault you for it at all. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, however, great waiver wire pickups, where I think we've seen enough to say that if Bucky Irving were to go down, Rachaad White would turn into a must-start player. If we were to get an injury to Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier would turn into a must-start name. So for me, I would probably want to go ahead and I would want to drop 2 players for these names. I would drop Tyjae Spears if he was not on the IR and if he was on the bench, but I'm going to assume that Spears is on the IR, so we're not able to drop him to open up a roster spot. But I would still drop Ollie Gordon, who's in a much worse offense than Tampa. So if HN were to go down, I can't exactly say that Ollie Gordon would be a league winner. So I would drop Ollie Gordon. I would pick up Rachaad White. And I would drop Caleb Johnson as well. If Caleb Johnson's a healthy scratch today, it may be over. So I would drop Caleb Johnson and I would pick up Tyler Algier. Because again, you get a Bijan Robinson injury today, Tyler Algier turns into a league winner overnight. Going over and looking at receiver, it's a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So I understand wanting to build around the depth. But Kayshon Boutte only had 1 target this past week. I'd be fine cutting Boutte to pick up Brock Purdy and have those 2 quarterbacks that we can play with the matchups going forward. Going over to tight end, we have a weakness with David Njoku. But the thing is, we don't have the skill positional depth to go out there and try to trade for a better tight end. You don't have the skill positional depth to go out there and try to trade for a better quarterback. So really the only thing that I could see us doing is trying to construct the roster on the bottom end of the bench where we potentially could hit on a league winner. And if you hit on a league winner, then obviously that solves a lot of problems, right? If we pick up Tyler Algier and then Bijan Robinson ends up going down and Algier crushes, then at that point, you're in a spot in which you do have the expendable depth where we can go out there, we can trade for a better flex. We can trade for a better tight end. But you got to give yourself a little bit of hope there. So I would just drop Ollie Gordon. I would drop Caleb Johnson. I would drop Kayshon Boutte. I would pick up Rachaad White, Tyler Algier, Brock Purdy. And then I'm not making any trades with this team. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. But Adrian says Igbukah is expected to be limited today per Shefty. Let me go ahead and let me see if I can find that. If so, you may need to get Igbukah out of your starting lineup. Yep, this is true. And I'm actually going to change the thumbnail to Igbukah in that case. It looks like JSN's good to go. But it looks like Igbukah, they're going to monitor his snaps. So let me go ahead and update our wide receiver ranks on the site. And let's also, so I can just show you if you have Igbukah, if you should be starting him or not. But let me first change that thumbnail to Igbukah because it looks like that's going to be the main storyline this Sunday morning. Because JSN looks like he's good to go. And I would play JSN with an illness almost over anybody. Doesn't matter. JSN's just a lead at this point. So that thumbnail's changed. And let me go ahead and let me pull up our current rankings. And I'll show you all the actual report as well. Right? I'm sorry if I'm a little bit tired, but it is what it is. All right, so this is it. We have Bucks wide receiver Igbukah, who's expected to play today versus the Jets despite hip and groin issues. Is expected to have his snaps monitored and potentially limited based on how he feels during the game. Yep, so I would go ahead and I would be a little bit hesitant if I had Igbukah to get him in. Drew says, what does the Igbuka news mean for Mike Evans? Mike Evans was a must-start wide receiver in our rankings beforehand. Mike Evans is a must-start wide receiver in our rankings afterhand. Evans is averaging 10 targets a game at this point. Like, you absolutely have to play Evans. But let me go ahead and let me pull up our wide receiver ranks, see where we have Igbuka, and see where we got to move him to. I would move Sutton ahead of Igbuka at this point. I would play Pickens over him. I would probably play Debo over him. Then I think that's going to be it. I think I'll have Igbuka at about wide receiver 25 this week. Actually, no. Like, why even take the risk? Why would you play Igbuka over Higgins? Why would you play him over Marv? Why would you play him over JMO? I'm going to move Igbuka down to wide receiver 32. Like, why even deal with the headache? So, if you have like T. Higgins, Ricky Pearsall, Olave, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Deebo Samuel, I just play them over Igbuka at this point. But it looks like we just hit 500 likes on the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, if you haven't already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important streams for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and hit that like button, I would strongly encourage you to do it now. And also drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. That way I know who to send those free questions over to. But let's move this over to our next question. This is Big A the Don. Long-time member of the flock. Always happy to see you, my guy. Says, just traded for T before last week. Feel like we need to make some changes. Not sure what, though. Well, let's go ahead and let's look at this. We are bad neighbors. We are third in the league analyzer with future value. We are second in this league with total points scored so far this season. So we are in a pretty good spot there. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to matter that much. So yeah, this will be an interesting team to look at. But first, let me send out some free questions. We got Annihilator here winning our first free question. Let me go ahead and send this over to you. Annihilator just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my friend. And let's send this other one to Karch17, which I feel like we've sent you a bunch of free questions. I don't know why this name always stands out to me, but thank you always for hanging out with us in the chat. And we just sent you over that free start sit. But let's move this over to our next one. And this is Big A the Don, like we said. So we have Daniels and Drake May, obviously completely fine. If we are looking at what we have with quarterback, like realistically, if you could sell Drake May once we get Jaden Daniels back, you probably would, but that's not inherently a guarantee, right? Now, going over and looking at what we have with running back, we have Bucky Irving, Javonte Williams, RB1, RB2. So quality running back 2 options. We have RJ Harvey for the long term, Trey Benson for the long term, Rachaad White as a premium handcuff back. Going over to the waiver wire, there are also other premium handcuff options such as like Ray Davis, Braylon Allen. So if I were looking at the league settings here, in which you can only start 2 wide receivers in a flex, I would say that wide receivers like Jaden Higgins, Alec Eomanor, they're going to have a really hard time hitting your starting lineup. So I wouldn't mind whatsoever if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to potentially drop like Jaden Higgins for Braylon Allen and see if you get an injury to Breece Hall today, which if that happens, you have the you have the Braylon Allen spike in value overnight. So I think that would be interesting, just dropping Jaden Higgins for Braylon, assuming that Jalen Coker and Tajee Spears are both on our IR. Because if you have, say, I don't know. If you have Jalen Coker on your bench instead, like you only had one total IR slot, then at that point I would actually go through and I would instead look at dropping Jalen Coker, of course, for Braylon Allen. Going over to wide receiver, Luther Burden is available. I think I maybe end up moving Luther Burden ahead of somebody like Jaden Higgins in our rankings. Just because if you do look at Luther Burden, you have the DJ Moore trade rumors. Not only do you have the DJ Moore trade rumors, but on top of this, you have Ben Johnson coming out and saying directly that they want to get Luther Burden more involved. And then going over to tight end, we have Harold Fannin, we have TJ Hawkinson. So obviously we're fine with Harold Fannin at tight end. So overall, I mean, it's a fine team. Don't get me wrong. We're 2-0. We've scored the most points in the league, or second most points in the league. While at the same time, we have the long-term value of like RJ Harvey's going to get better. So if we were to look at what we could possibly do with this roster, I mean, I don't exactly see much. Like it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So if we could sell wide receiver depth and get like an upgrade at tight end, get an upgrade at running back, then sure, we do it. But we don't really have wide receiver depth of note. So really the only thing that I would mention is probably us wanting to go through and maybe cutting one of the bench wide receivers in favor of just an additional bench running back, because you'd only get 3 wide receivers into the starting lineup anyway. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And let me send you over some of those free questions just in case there's anything that you wanted to follow up. But overall, I mean, you have a great team, especially knowing that Harvey's going to get better. And once Daniels is back, like I said, I mean, if you could sell Drake May and a tight end, or Drake May and a wide receiver to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, we'll go ahead and we'll take it. But I just don't realistically expect anybody being able to make that kind of move. Okay. Noah, yes, please stop spamming the chat. We already talked about the JSN update. JSN's good to go. Okay. Now, let's move this over. And like I said, let's pivot over and start answering some of the quicker questions, and then we'll get back to the team reviews. But it looks like we maybe just hit 600 likes on the stream, or actually we're 1 like away from hitting 600 likes. So about to give away some more free questions. Go down there, drop that like, and drop your flogfantasy.com username in the chat as well, so we can get ready to send over some more free questions. But let's move this around and let's get this over. Gregory says, have to start 2. JSN possibly ill as well. It looks like Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to be good to go, so do not worry about that. Your 2 wide receiver starts are going to be Chris Olave and Quentin Johnston. I can't consider Tyrone Tracy in a tough matchup against the Chiefs, where it looks like Cam Scadaboo just may be the starter at this point. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions. And again, all y'all got to do to get free questions, the majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are free, is drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel. I live stream every single day answering fantasy football questions, and I'm not going to miss a day until Christmas. But let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions here. First one's going to be for JR Lum. Let me send that over to you, my guy. And honestly, let's go ahead and let's just go nuts. We're going to send 3 people free questions every time we hit 100 likes on this stream. So we're doing everything we can to make sure we hit 300,000 subscribers here. Let's send this over to Pilot Drew. I cannot find you, my guy. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up to flogfantasy.com. If you did not use a code, you can go ahead and add that to your account page. That way you show up on my users. Let's send this over to Raybots. Okay, same thing. Cannot find you on the site. Copy and paste what I said to Drew. Send this over to Old Shark. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. And let's send over another free question for Dog Cage. Just found you, just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And then, yeah, we're going to be sending out a ton of free questions. We got to the point where last Sunday we were sending out like 4 free questions every time we hit 100 likes. But we're streaming for extra long today, so there's a chance we can get that up to 5 free questions for every 100 likes, depending on how fast we can keep up with everything. Drew, and you can't change codes on the site. If you already used a code, you can't change a code. Like any website, once you use a promo code, that's locked in. Okay. Now, Junk says, feel like I need serious help at running back. Puka to Bucky, clear downgrade. Hampton to London, clear upgrade. It's an 8-team league. You're giving up the best player. Yeah, but your running back room's absolute garbage. So with how bad your running back room is, I'm okay with you doing this, especially because it is a start 10 format. So the depth matters a little bit, even though this is an 8-team league. So yeah, you can go ahead and you can make this play. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be coming out from Adam Matic from 3. Automatic from 3. God, I'm an idiot. Here we're going to go Jalen Warren and Amari and Hampton. We're going to play Hampton over Trevion. Like if you just look at what they've done through the first 2 weeks, Hampton's averaging about 70+% of the snaps played in Los Angeles, where Trevion's averaging about 34% of the snaps in New England. So I'd rather have Hampton in. And then for the flex between Olave and T. Higgins, they're in the same tier for me. Honestly, it is going to be up to you. I definitely would not look at the other running back. If we were like splitting hairs, T. Higgins is going to be in a better offense. Olave is going to have a higher target share number. Looking at the rankings on the site, the expert average has T. Higgins wide receiver 26, has Chris Olave wide receiver 32. Looking at my rankings specifically on the sites, we have T. Higgins wide receiver 29, Chris Olave 27. So if you're using the expert average ranks, they would have T. Higgins. If you're using my rankings, I have Olave. But in reality, I'm not going to fault anybody for one way or another. Now, let's move this over. CJ Kinglow, trading Amarian and Nico for Gibbs and Andrews. Andrews isn't even worth the roster spot at this point. Looking at what we'd have left over, wide receiver 1 would be T. Higgins. Wide receiver 2 would be DJ Moore. You're going to get Godwin back soon. We have Taylor. That's it at running back. Like, if this was a 2 wide receiver 1 flex format, I'd be all in on going for Jahmyr Gibbs here. With this being a league in which depth matters, it's a 12-team start 8 format. I'm a little bit hesitant, to be honest, to tell you to go out there and to trade the 2 starters for Gibbs. Like, it's good value, but I just don't necessarily know if I love doing it with your team. But it does look like we just hit 700 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. And all you got to do to get those free questions is drop a like. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is Big Boy Crispy. Says, is Swift a safe play? Thinking Swift and Pickens. Tight end, I'm going to go Dallas Goedert over David Njoku. And then here for the flex, I'm going to go with Pickens. And then I would go Swift if it was my team. Again, Swift has been pretty much just the 3-down back for Chicago anytime that it's not the garbage time scenario against the Detroit Lions. And this does look to be the highest scoring game on the week. So there are a lot of things going for you to play DeAndre Swift here. But let me send out some more free questions. We got Cam on Grinds, Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate hanging out with us. Let's send one over to Skelly Elk. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate hanging out with us in an early Sunday morning stream. And let's send one out for Kai 14 as well. Perfect. Just sent that your way and appreciate you hanging out with us too, my guy. Okay. And let's move this over to our next question. This one is J. Roach. Here for the flex, your best option to get in would either be Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt or Amari Hampton. I'm not playing either guy over Connor, Terry, or Pickens. So I think you leave this lineup as is. Let's move over to our next question coming out from XX Kizzles. Here, running back, we have Bijan as the auto start. Wide receiver, Nico, Rome, Metcalf, Pickens, both have great matchups. I'd probably go Metcalf, but it's close. Tight end, I'm going to go with the banged up Kraft over Laporta. And then down in the flex, we will take Travis Etienne. But I think Tony Pollard's a very interesting flex this week as well, just given the overall usage that we've had. Now, the Narwhal says, Yo, Mason, May, Caleb, Wilson, Penix, or Browning at quarterback. I would go ahead. I would take Caleb. You do have the Dallas Cowboys Chicago Bears game projected with the second highest over-under on the week. Running back, you absolutely have to play Kenneth Walker. I even rank Kenneth Walker ahead of Derrick Henry this week with those sharps. Wide receiver, Neighbors and JSN will be auto starts. Tight end, we have Jawan Johnson. And then for the flex, Tony Pollard versus Ted McMillan, not that far off for me, to be honest. I know obviously Pollard's been very bad, but you do just have him getting close to 90% of the snaps every single week here in Tennessee. So I think he's going to surprise to the upside. Full BBR format, I still go with Tet, but it's not that far off. Now, Paylord says Devontae or Jordan Mason. Oh, Jordan Mason must start player. Underdog has his higher or lower at like 100.5 total yards this week. So you go ahead and you jam in Jordan Mason. Now, Texas money team. It says Hollywood, Franklin, A.O. Manor, and Jaden Higgins on the waiver wire. If I was going to start any of those guys this week, it'd probably be Hollywood. But I don't know if I'm playing Hollywood over Travis Hunter. I think I'm going to be boring. I think I'll take Hunter. I don't even know if that's the boring play. Maybe that's the exciting play because we don't know what the role is going to be. And you are essentially just looking for a big play because we haven't seen the consistent volume from him. Like, who would you drop here for Hollywood? I don't want to drop any of these players. So even if Hollywood was like a marginally better start, since I don't want to drop any of your long-term options, I'll just play Travis Hunter this week. Because I think it's kind of close regardless. So trigonometry with our next one. Here for the flex. I think you go Travis Hunter and Josh Downs. I don't know if I can tell you to play Trevion Henderson or RJ Harvey when they're seeing like 30% of the snaps in their backfield. Seems like that'd be very, very thin. Now, Ryan coming through, running back. We're looking at Jordan Mason or Chase Brown. Jordan Mason's projections are crazy, crazy high this week. Jordan Mason's going to have a similar opportunity share to what Chase Brown would. The Vikings are favored in this game. Jordan Mason has the better matchup. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jordan Mason. Like, I know it's crazy. I still would way rather have Chase Brown in the long term. Because I do think you eventually get Aaron Jones back and it eventually turns back into a committee. But Jordan Mason's probably going to be the lead back the rest of the way here for sure. Now, Krako says, undecided on the flex and tight end could be used. I mean, Kraft could be used as a decoy. Completely understand that, but they also have no Jaden Reed. So I would go Kraft myself. If you're worried about the injury, I definitely think that Ferg has a higher floor. But again, I think Kraft has a higher ceiling. And then going over to the flex, it's between Ramadre, Calvin Ridley, and Nick Chubb. This being a full PPR format, if it was my team, I would go with Ridley. Like, Calvin Ridley does give you just this straight target volume. And there are reasons to believe that Cam Ward should be getting better over the time, and this Tennessee Titans offense should as well. Now, let's move this over. Zrin Walds trading Barkley, Evans for James Cook and Lamb. Give me Lamb over Barkley. Give me Cook over Evans. So this is super, super easy, the Lamb and James Cook side. Not even remotely close. 44 MSU. We need a flex. Right now we're option. You play A.J. Brown. Like here. It's easy. You play A.J. Brown. No way in hell I can play Egbuka potentially limited here over Brown in the bounce back spot. Then you Eagles maybe have to go out there and throw the ball a decent amount to keep up with the Rams. But let me go ahead, refresh this. I don't think we need to worry too much about running out of time here. We should be able to answer a ton of free questions. So to be honest with y'all, if I were you, I would. Like, if you have a start sit question, obviously if you want to support the stream, I appreciate it, but I would not buy a start sit question right now. I would just hang out in the live stream, and if you're here long enough, there's a really good shot you end up just getting your question answered for free. But let's go over, and we have a couple more team reviews to get through. Dean says, if we purchase a start sit question on the website, does it get added to today's stream? Yeah, of course. The only thing that wouldn't get a guaranteed answer in today's live stream would be the a roster review. If you got a roster review this morning, that may be done in tomorrow's live stream. But yeah, of course it'd be answered this one. Xmas says 4 more likes. So we are real close to doing another big giveaway with the free questions. All you got to do is go down there, drop that like, be subscribed to the channel. And again, if you haven't hit that like button yet, highly recommend you doing so. I mean, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us, even though we answer questions on this live stream every single day. We're trying to get to 300,000 subscribers, and Sunday mornings are one of the very few mornings that YouTube will actually recommend the channel to new people. Okay. But Ontario Lions says, hey Mason, love the show. Superflex League start 8s. Currently have a waiver wire claim for Najee to drop Jackson Dart in play. So are there any other in-cup running backs I should consider? Any other waiver wire moves right now to improve the team? So I would say ignore the league analyzer when it comes to overall ranking, because it's not going to accurately account for the Superflex values. But here we can still use the league analyzer positionally, where it does say that we have the number 1 QB room in this league, number 5 running back, number 11 wide receiver, number 2 tight end. And this is a league in which the depth at the skill positions isn't going to matter much, and having the elite quarterbacks is going to give you a significant advantage, considering how we are situated with only, 2 wide receivers and 1 flex in the lineup weekly. So phenomenal having Josh Allen here. I'm sure we got the 101, and I'm sure we kind of got lucky to get him, but regardless. But also, it does look like we hit 800 likes in the stream, so if you want those free questions, all you got to do is drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat so we know who to send those free questions out to. Okay. But anyway, here with this being a super flex league, we have Josh Allen, we have Jared Goff, we have Aaron Rodgers. So we have the elite QB at the very top. We have a comfortable QB2 that we can start every week, and then we have Rodgers for the buys. Going over to running back, we have Derrick Henry, hammer at RB1. DeAndre Swift, capable RB2 here in the short term. Hampton, RB2 upside in the long term, as well as Cam Scadaboo. We have the handcuff appeal with Najee, Kyle Monangai. Wide receiver is not going to matter much in this format. I would have punted wide receiver just like you. You have Tet, Igbuka, Terry, and Darnell Mooney. I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. This is the perfect team for your league settings. Absolutely perfect. The only thing that matters is potentially upgrading to QB2 over Jared Goff. We can't afford to do so right now, but say like both running backs with Amari Hampton and Cam Scadaboo end up hitting in a big time way a couple weeks from now. And then maybe at that point, if you could sell DeAndre Swift and Jared Goff in a 2-for-1 deal to a QB needy team, then sure, we'll do it. But obviously we can't do it now because we need to start Swift ourselves now. But yeah, overall, not a single trade I want to make with this team. Not a single waiver wire pivot. For your league settings, it is perfect, in my opinion. Absolutely love it. But Christian says, if I ask a question and I'm not in the live stream, how do I review that answer? So if you never asked a question on flockfantasy.com, the devs have built out an incredible system where as soon as I answer your question in the live stream, you will get sent that answer on the site, and you will get emailed as well notifying you that your question's been answered. And then you go click the link that was sent to you on the website, and then it will automatically timestamp this live stream whenever I answered your question. And that link will take you to the exact second that I answered your question. So you can always ask a question on the site and get an answer regardless of if you're in a live stream or not. A lot of times we have the questions closed because we fall too far behind, but you're going to see your answer no matter what. Okay. Now let's send out some of those free questions. So first one, let's send out to Hans Gruden. I think we've sent you out a free question before, unless I'm mistaken. Let's send you out another one, my guy. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the chats. Hans Gruden just sent you over that free start sit. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. Send one over to Create Legacy. Just found you on the site. Just sent that over your way. Really appreciate you hanging out with us as well. And let's send this over to Milan Oop. Just sent you over this question. Again, really appreciate you and super happy to answer this in either this live stream or another one if you want to save it, whatever you want. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next team. This one's going to be from Jay. Says maybe some trades upgrade the flex. Appreciate any feedback. So this is a league in which depth's going to matter. 12 teams start 8, full PPR league. We are currently first in the league analyzer with future value, while at the same time we are 2-0 as well. So we are in a really, really good spot here. Now I will say I don't think you can upgrade the flex right now, to be honest with you, just looking at this. The reason being is we have no Addison, we have no Rice, we have no Sharp. Like in the short term, this team just doesn't have the depth. Like our starting lineup this week is Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Travis Etienne, CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans. And then you're either playing Jawan Jennings if healthy, or you possibly got to throw Josh Downs into that last flex spot, which obviously we are not excited about. So if we were to look at what we have currently with this setup, it's a league in which depth is going to matter. We don't have a ton of depth at the moment due to what we have with the suspensions. But once we end up getting these suspended players back, once you end up getting Rashee Rice into this lineup, once you end up getting Jordan Addison into this lineup, then you will be in a situation in which, yeah, you have the flexibility at that point, where then at that point, we can go out there and we make a 2-for-1 deal to get an improvement. But Like for now, we have the best quarterback room in this league. We have the best running back room in this league with Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Travis Etienne. We have the best wide receiver room in this league, according to the league analyzer, with Lamb, Evans, Rice, Addison, Jennings, Downs. Wide receiver depth matters. We have the suspended players, so we're not able to play around with it much. The weakest spot on our team is tight end, where we have Harold Fannin and TJ Hawkinson. So I mean, if I were looking to do anything with this team, it would be upgrading tight end, but we can't do it until we get Rice and Addison back. So if we're in like week 7, Rashee Rice is back, and then at that point, you have plenty of flexibility. If you wanted to send Mike Evans and Harold Fannin to try to get to an elite tight end, by all means, let's go for it. But you're really just going to be sitting on your hands for now with the best team in the league, while at the same time being 2-0 and waiting for the suspended players to make their way back. But I really wish I had a trade for you, but in reality, my guy, if you were trading, I think you'd just be trading to trade, and honestly, I wouldn't want to risk it with how good your roster is. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Again, thank you so much, my guy. Now, let's move this over to Grady Ware says, trying to win my 3rd championship in a row. Dear God, just flexing on us. Went pretty rookie heavy in the draft with a lot of busts so far. Started the season 0-2. Any suggestions or feedback would be appreciated. Looks like my team is currently ranked in 4th on the league analyzer. I would say it's ranked 4th. Maybe if you're using the expert average ranks, if you're using my rankings, it's ranked 3rd in future value. But again, if you drafted rookies, you may be in a spot in which, yeah, we're dead last in total points scored, which should be the expectations, right? If we have our draft, we're coming out of it with Ashton Jeanty, Amari Hampton, Trevion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Tet McMillan, Tyler Warren. If you're telling me we drafted 6 rookies that we're going to need to rely upon, at that point, we should understand that we're going to start slow. We're drafting our team for the second half upside. And your goal is to be in week 6, 3-3 in the mix. And then all of a sudden have the elite level rookie breakout in the second half of the season, and we run away with it then. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels, we have Daniel Jones. So, obviously, the suspension hurts. I'm sorry, not the suspension. The injury hurts with Jaden Daniels, but having Daniel Jones that we can start in the short term means that it's whatever. It doesn't really matter. Going over looking at running back, this is very similar to what we've seen with a couple of these other teams. Seems like a lot of teams that drafted a lot of rookies also drafted Jordan Mason. And Jordan Mason is going to save your ass with this team. Because now we actually have a running back that we can put into the lineup with confidence. We don't have to start Isaiah Pacheco anymore. We can roll out Jordan Mason and Ashton Jeanty this week. Going over to receiver, we can put Nico, A.J. Brown, and then Tet McMillan in the flex. We have Tyler Warren at tight end. So if it wasn't for Jordan Mason, I would be full-blown panicking. I would go, man, you can't fall to 0-3. You can't fall to 0-4. We don't have the running backs that we can play right now. You need to go out there and you need to try to sell, let's say, Amari and Hampton in a package with Ricky Pearsall to go get a better running back, one that we can trust right now. You need to sell Trevion Henderson in a package with Tet McMillan and go get a running back that we can trust right now. However, you have the flexibility because the Jordan Mason breakout's here. I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go through it, if you wanted to try to make one of those trades where you try to send Ricky Pearsall and Ashton Jeanty to go get to an elite level running back, get to a running back of the range of like Devon Achane, Bucky Irving, somebody that we're not going to have to wait for the rookie breakout with, as it looks like we are kind of having to wait for Jeanty because we are 0-2 at the moment. But you don't need to make that play just because, again, if we were to look at this, you're in a really good spot considering we get the Jordan Mason breakout here, which I do think saves the team. And it's also probably why, to be honest with you, I have you higher in the league analyzer with my rankings in comparison to what the league analyzer has with the expert average. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. But also I need to send out some free questions in the live chat because it looks like we just hit 900 likes on this stream. So if you haven't already, drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. All you got to do to be eligible for these free questions, which we're going to be giving away a ton this live stream. We've already been live for like an hour and a half answering questions, which is crazy to say. But we're going to be giving away a ton of free questions as we always do. Especially Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. We are answering questions on this live stream every single day. And you can see that the majority of the questions that we answer are just free questions we give out in the chat. And all you got to do to qualify for those free questions is drop a like, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat so I know who to send those free questions over to. Okay. And it's completely free to create an account on the site as well. Just make sure you sign up with code FLOCK. That way I can find you on my users page. Let's send out the free start sit question to mixtape. Really appreciate you, my guy. And just sent that over to you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Let's send this next one out to Political Dusimer. Probably mispronounced that. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us as well, my guy. And let's send another one out to What the Flock. Just sent that over your way. There are 2 accounts named What the Flock. I'm going to send it to the one that got the season pass. And I'm going to hope that's you. Okay. And let's make sure, did I send over? Yeah, we sent over the free questions to Grady Ware as well. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's get to this next team, which is Ruinoi EV. So should I try to trade one of the tight ends to upgrade in another position? Excited about my running backs. Not excited about my running backs after CMC. Wide receivers overall have been okay. Suck to lose Worthy at the jump. Streaming quarterbacks, any help you could give would be great. Thanks. Thank you. So it looks like depth's going to matter a lot in your league. It's a 10-team start 9 format. So you can get in like 5 starting wide receivers weekly. So looking at what we have with our team in terms of future value, we are second to last in the league analyzer. Now, with that being said, we are currently dead average when it comes to points scored in this league at 5th. Looking at what we have at tight ends, 100% the thing is we need to be selling a tight end either for a running back or for a wide receiver. I am completely cool with us rostering 2 quarterbacks, with us having both Jared Goff and Brock Purdy. Frankly, if we're looking at this 10-team league and looking at the best quarterbacks on the waiver wire, like Michael Penix being the best option on waivers, clearly we are just going to be sitting here with our 2 QBs that we currently have and not doing anything else here. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we have the anchor with CMC, which gives us some flexibility. It looks like Judkin's already taking over as a starting back in Cleveland. Now, it is an absolute garbage offense, so obviously we're not super excited about it. But Montgomery RB3 is fine. Tracy RB4 is fine. And then Spears RB5. For me, I would prefer having Joe Mixon on the IR as opposed to Tajee Spears. So I would drop Spears for Joe Mixon personally. Going over and looking at what we have at wide receiver. We have Ladd McConkey, wide receiver 1. Not great. Garrett Wilson, wide receiver 2. That's strong. Worthy, wide receiver 3. Pittman, Matthew Golden, Troy Franklin, Christian Kirk. I would go ahead. I would drop Christian Kirk for Josh Downs. If it wasn't for the fact that your league was extremely deep, I would also consider dropping Troy Franklin for Rashad White, because I think White has a higher ceiling if you were to get an injury to Bucky Irving. But because you are in a super deep league, I'm completely fine with you wanting to roster Troy Franklin, because I think Franklin actually could get in your starting lineup. Now, looking at what we have with potential trades, everything would just hinge on us selling a tight end. And obviously, you could say that, like, maybe the number one play would be us selling, like, Tyler Warren, just because Bowers would be our preference inside the starting lineup. But I don't think you need to be picky with it. I would be fine selling Warren. I'd be fine selling Bowers. I'd be fine moving off of either one. Like, so for me, my gut reaction, well, wide receiver depth's very important. I mean, we can still throw running backs in the flex spot. I would offer Bowers for the guys like Achane, Bucky, Josh Jacobs. I would offer Tyler Warren for the running backs like Breece Hall. And if you could just swap them one for one, that'd be great. You could also offer Tyler Warren for wide receivers like A.J. Brown, Brian Thomas. Offer Brock Bowers for Nico Collins. And then again, I would drop Spears. I'd pick up Joe Mixon. I would drop either Troy Franklin or Christian Kirk, up to you, and I'd pick up Josh Downs. But then I wouldn't want to stay streaming quarterbacks because, again, I think the skill positional depth is going to matter. So I'd probably look to hold on to what we have with the skill positions instead of upgrading QB. But let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with this team. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be Cooper from AK. This is a dynasty league with really weird league settings, though, so we'll save this for a dedicated dynasty live stream. And let's move over and let's get some quick questions going instead. Let's answer some start sit. Let's answer some dedicated trade questions, but I'm assuming that the majority of the questions we get sent in this morning, of course, will be start sit questions. And it looks like we are catching up on these questions pretty well, so we should be able to send a ton of free questions in the chat as we always do. Again, just make sure if you want those free questions, drop a like, be subscribed to the channel, and then have an account on flockfantasy.com. It can be a completely free account. You don't even need to sign up for a trial or anything. Just set up a free account. Use code FLOCK when you set up. That way I know, that way you have an account I can send free questions to. Now, Sean, though, says, or he also offered Igbuka for ETN. I would way rather have Igbuka over Worthy. I'd rather have ETN over Igbuka and Worthy. So I'd rank these guys ETN, Igbuka, Worthy. Now, P said Scott did not actually send anything here with the trade options. So I'll send you over a free trade voucher and please resubmit that with whatever you are looking at. Okay. Now, scenarios with our next one. Running back, Jordan Mason, absolute auto start this week. If anybody's watching this and has Jordan Mason on their bench, get him in your lineup. We're going to put Ladd McConkey, wide receiver 2. For the tight end, we're going to go Tyler Warren here pretty easily. And then for the flex, I wish we had a time machine to go play Jalen Waddle, but instead we're going to play Devonta Smith, and we're going to send up a prayer that the Eagles have to throw the ball. But it looks like we had 1,000 likes on the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. All you got to do to get those free questions again will be drop a like on the stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Now, J-Rod here for the flex. I think we are going to go ahead. We'll take DeAndre Swift. Like, JSN's going to play, so I'm not interested in Cup. Not that pumped to start Jerry Jeudy either. It's against the toughest defense in the league. So let's go ahead and let's play DeAndre Swift. Too much JV, trading Montgomery and Jeff for CMC and JMO. I'd rather have JMO over Montgomery. I'd rather have CMC over Jefferson. So yeah, very easily give me the CMC side. Okay, but let's go ahead and let's send out some of these free questions for people in the chat. Let's send this out for DH137. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. Let's send this next one over to Johnny Cash. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. And let's send this last one out to Stringer. Now, again, I want to reiterate, of course, you can feel free to Stringer. There are multiple accounts with this username. I'm going to send it to one that was created on September 12th, 2025. Hopefully that was yours. If not, I apologize. But what's it called? To be honest with y'all, I'm going to be sending away so many free questions this live stream that, of course, I would appreciate if you bought one to support the stream. But if I were you personally, I would probably not buy a question. I would probably just hang out in the chat, drop the like, and send in your username, because we're going to get to a point where we are sending out like 5 free start set questions at a time. We're probably going to get to a point where almost all the questions we are answering are free questions, because we started streaming super, super early. So we are relatively caught up on everything. Now, Dayall Sun says, $5 week 2 bonus win. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you, my guy. Let's go ahead and Goff, Bo, Nix. Tough spot. Bo's going to run the ball a bit more. Goff's in what should be a higher scoring game. The offenses project to be similar with points scored, though. I have Bo slightly higher given the rushing ceiling that you're going to get. Wide receiver, you for sure go Marv here. And then tight end, I'm going to go Harold Fandon over David Njoku. Like, Harold Fandon's getting slot wide receiver usage. So I think you just got to play him. Now, high wattage trading J-Mo for Jalen Warren. How desperate are you at running back? Wide receiver, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We're starting Neighbors, Tet, and then like Igbuka in the flex. And then right now we have Hampton in at running back. I think this is a fine trade if you want to make it in the short term. I will say long term, probably not great. But hell, I mean, if Caleb Johnson's a healthy scratch today, like what should we be scared about when it comes to Jalen Warren? There's probably not much to be scared about. Now, GT007 with our next one. Running back, we're going to go Kenneth Walker, Tony Pollard. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We go Jacobs over Pollard. We're probably going to put Pollard in the flex, though. Just love the wide receiver with the guaranteed volume. Jefferson, I'm assuming you played Tyreek at wide receiver. We're going to go McBride at tight end. I'm going to go Pollard in the flex. If you did not play Tyreek Hill, this other wide receiver slot, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to play Keenan Allen. Unless you have no Jawan Jennings. I don't think we have Jennings confirmation yet on if he's going to play or not. If we do, please let me know in the chat. But obviously that will impact how we are going to be viewing Ricky Pearsall. Kenji says, a limited Igbuka or go Smitty and Hunter or Jonnu. So I updated my rankings with the report of Shefty saying that Igbuka is going to be limited. I moved Igbuka down to 32 in our wide receiver ranks. I have Devonta Smith at 33, though. So realistically, I still have Igbuka as the play over Smith, but they are back-to-back, and it's really up to you. And then tight end, I'm going to go Hunter Henry over Jonnu Smith, personally. They're just spreading out the ball too much in Pittsburgh. Now, Perp McGurp trading London and Igbuka for Mike Evans and Jalen Warren. For me, I think London to Evans is a clear downgrade. Igbuka to Warren's probably a downgrade as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the London and Igbuka side here pretty easily. I don't think there's much we got to worry about with that. Worst fantasy player trading Javonte and Igbuka for Genty and the Big Q. It's a half PBR, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Actually, I can't even guarantee the league's not linked. I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. If this was my team, if this was my responsibility, this is my roster, straight up out of principle, I would make this deal. It's like you probably got Javonte in round 13. Ashton Genty was a round 1 pick. Genty's been getting the usage. The offense has just been bad. So if 2 weeks into this season, You can go through and you can make this flip for Ashton Jeanty. I probably would go ahead and do it, to be honest. I think I would. Now, JP with our next one, trading Pollard and Romadunze for Josh Jacobs. If this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, you just go ahead and you take Jacobs here. Because long-term, you'll get Spears back in Tennessee, and I think Pollard will go from being like a gross start given the workload to somebody that you probably aren't wanting to start. Or at least you're not able to start. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's take Jacobs. Now, BZ says, was super weak at running back. Still am. Did I upgrade? Also have Harvey on the bench and Jake Ferg as well. This is an absolute no-brainer. Harvey's going to be the starter eventually in Denver. Clearly, it's not happening right now. It doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. But by the time you get to the fantasy playoffs, realistically, I don't know if you want to go through, and I don't know if you want to how can you not take Ashton Jeanty with this? I understand the O-lines looked horrendous through the first 2 weeks. And again, we've moved Jeanty down our ranks. He's RB11 now. But he's still, through the first 2 weeks of his career, averaging over 70% of the snaps. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jeanty. I'm going to assume the rookie gets better over time and J.K. Dobbins gets worse over time. But it looks like we had 1,100 likes in the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to get free questions, we are sending out a ridiculous amount of them this live stream. I would recommend not even buying them, to be honest with you. If I were you, I would just be hanging around and you'll eventually get a free one. All you got to do is drop a like on this live stream, be subscribed to the channel. We are doing everything that we can to hit 300,000 subscribers. It's going to be a grind, but hell, we're up and we are live streaming today for about 6 hours before this game, or before the main slate. So we were up very, very early this morning. Drop a like and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll pick a bunch of y'all to send free questions to. And again, with that in mind as well, it is completely free to set up an account on flockfantasy.com. Just set it up with promo code FLOCK. That way I can find you on my users page. Okay. Let's send this first one out to Suburban. Can I spell Suburban? Suburban Meyer. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us in this stream. Let's send this over to HawkFan24. HawkFan24. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you. And let's send this other one out to Inducha. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream as well. And please let me know when we hit 1,200 likes in the stream. Then we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. But Heaven says 0-2, can't start Swift or Olave because the trade for Daniels. Okay, so we can't start Swift. We can't start Olave here. So A.J. Brown, I understand that he's probably the reason we were 0-2, but you still got to put him in your lineup. Can't start Olave. So if you can't start Olave or Swift, it's like, do we want Judkins or Devonta Smith? Here's what we're going to do. You're going to put Devonta Smith in here, and you are going to send up a prayer that Jalen Hurts has to drop back more than 10 times this game. Because clearly the Philadelphia Eagles wide receivers have been horrendous. The passing volume has been non-existent. But we're running with it regardless. And I mean, hell, this Rams team's the last team to play the Eagles to a close game. Now, Lil Sub coming through with our next one. Running back, we're going to go Javonte in what should be one of the highest scoring games of the week. We're going to go Rome Odunze at wide receiver for the same reason. And then we'll take Travis Etienne at the flex. Generally, if we get a running back with guaranteed volume at the flex spot, somebody I want to put in my lineup. Now, moving over to what we have with G. McCull says, wide receiver help here, Igbuka or Samuels, where we're stuck. If I would have answered this, we're going to go DK Metcalf here. And honestly, I'm going to go Jacoby over both. Can we play Metcalf and Jacoby? If I had to look at Debo or Igbuka, in that scenario, I probably go Debo. I had Igbuka ranked ahead of him before the Shefty report saying that Igbuka is potentially going to be limited on a snap count. Because the thing is, Igbuka doesn't really practice all week. Them playing him, like there's a good shot that they're just looking at their team going, you know what? We have no Godwin. We have no Jalen McMillan. So we need to get him out there. We need to force him in. And they use him more so as a decoy. So it is tough, but I would rather bench Igbuka if we can. Now, another question that we have here is going to be A.J. Brown, Jacoby Myers at wide receiver, flex, Javonte, Pollard, Jordan Mason. You play the three running backs here easily. The one swap that you could make if you wanted to is with no Christian Gonzalez again, you could swap from Jacoby Myers to DK Metcalf. That would be a completely fine pivot. And looking at quarterback, yeah, we have no field. So we are going to go with Mahomes and May and at quarterback and Superflex. Now, Avila, here QB, give me Bo Nix over Goff. They're both relatively close. Both have tough matchups. Bo Nix get the rushing upside. Wide receiver, give me Olave over Igbuka with the question marks with his usage. And then Jordan Mason is an auto start in the flex. Again, I want to repeat this for anybody watching. The two running backs that are no-brainer starts given the injuries in their backfields is you absolutely have to. And I repeat, you have to start Jordan Mason, Kenneth Walker. If there's any world which they are on your bench, turn off this live stream right now and go find a way to get them in your lineup. Okay. Now, it looks like we just hit 1,200 likes on the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. And again, I want to reiterate, of course, you can always buy a question on the site, but I would recommend, to be honest with you, if I were you, or to be sending out so many free questions in this live stream, I would just make sure you have the free account set up on the site, drop a like on the stream, subscribe, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And there's a damn good shot that you end up just getting some free questions to send in. But let's move this over as we wait for people to send in their usernames. It's going to be Celoris says, happy BR, keep it up. Congrats on the engagement. Thank you so much, my friend. Running back, CMC, obviously an auto start. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Tet and Adams. And then here in the flex spots, we're going to be going with Breece Hall and then Chris Olave if Jawan Jennings plays, but you can pivot over to Ricky Pearsall if Jennings doesn't. But let's send out some free questions. We got this one from Go Jira. Apologize if I mispronounced that, but I am very clearly an idiot. I cannot find you on the site, my friend. I don't know if you signed up with code FLOCK. If not, it's not too late. You can add code FLOCK to your account page if you have not used a code before. Yoshi will be our next person. Yoshi Slap. Let me refresh this real quick. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. Let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be Markov. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. And let's send this other one over to Three Stooges. I cannot find you again. I don't know if you use code FLOCK. Let's send this out to KB123. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Always happy to see you out in the live stream with us, my guy. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. This one is from Derek. Here at running back, we have no Jones. I'm going to go Judkins over Montgomery. Rappaport telling us he's the starter this week. Tight end, give me Juwan Johnson. And then here in the flex, Keenan Allen, Cortland Sutton's going to be close for us. I'm going to go Sutton personally, but if you wanted to go Keenan, I'm not going to fault you for it. But I do think we're going to get a Sutton bounce back, and there should be some touchdown regression with Keenan Allen. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be coming out from Lions. Here, where we are trading Caleb, Higgins, Devonta Smith, Tucker Kraft for Lawrence, JSN, Brian Thomas, and Isaiah Likely. It's a super flex format, so the downgrade from Caleb to Lawrence matters. Massive upgrades at wide receivers. Who do we have at tight end other than Kraft? We have Laporta. So if you have Laporta, I'm fine making this move to go and get the upgrade to JSN and Brian Thomas. Obviously, if you're willing to take on the risk with the Jags offense. Godson says, who are you starting? Pick 3, PPR. I am 1-1. Josh Jacobs, Kenneth Walker, Chuba Hubbard, Bucky Irving, Jordan Mason. Really appreciate you, my guy. Here, Kenneth Walker is an absolute must-start name with no... this is tough. So I'm saying this as somebody who has Josh Jacobs on their team. But I may consider benching Josh Jacobs here. I'd well rather have Kenneth Walker over Jacobs, given the context that Sharps isn't playing this week. So you play Kenneth Walker, you play Bucky Irving. Josh Jacobs, Jordan Mason's going to be close. If you're looking at the projections, they would put Josh Jacobs as the play. I'm sorry, they would put Jordan Mason as the play. For me, I think that we can just take the certainty that we have with the Jacobs workload over the projection that we have with the Jordan Mason one. So I would probably play Kenneth Walker, Bucky Irving, and Josh Jacobs personally. Now, Yoshi Slap with our next one. Here, running back, we're going to go with Jordan Mason over Kyron and Javonte. And then there in the flex, we're going to go Javonte. Should be a really good game environment against the Bears. Now, Enlightened Taco, we need 3 flex spots. Jordan Mason is an auto start, as we've discussed. Then after that, it does get tougher. I think if we're looking at wide receiver, the best name's probably Pittman. I may play Ramondre and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt over him, though, because with these running backs, you kind of get the guaranteed volume. And I think that you should be a heavy favorite based off how strong our lineup is with Jefferson, Puka, Achane, and ETN. So you can kind of just go out there and take the certainty that we get with the touches in the flex spot. Now, our next question is always winning in Philly. Here for the flex, we're looking at Trevion versus, I guess, Travis Hunter, Juwan Jennings. I'm going to go with Travis Hunter. If they tell us, hey, Jennings is 100% good to go and the injuries are no concern whatsoever, you could pivot over to Juwan Jennings. I think you go Hunter and you just send up a prayer that we get the big touchdown. Okay, so let's move this over to our next batch of questions. This is Negatron says, good morning. Good morning, my friend. Happy football Sunday. And a non-PPR, aside from CMC, Evans, Adams, who am I starting at running back 2 in the flex? Or are we going Chubb and Ja'Cory? So non-PPR format, it's all about just who's going to score the touchdown. So full PPR league, I would say, man, there is no doubt about it. You need to play Jacoby Myers here. Jacoby Myers is the easy start in the flex. But non-PPR league, I think you are kind of right to go through and say, you know what? Ja'Cory's probably more likely to actually get that touchdown over Jacoby Myers. So I probably play Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt here. Now, only if coming through at the start set. Running back, Achane Pollard, auto starts. Wide receiver, London. I would go with Higgins over Egbuka. Oh, and then, yeah, we're going to end up having to play him anyway. Super deep league here. We're going to go Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, Ricky Pearsall, Egbuka. And then our last flex spot, I guess our best running back options, RJ Harvey. Our best wide receiver options, maybe Kayshon Boutte. I would play Harold Fannin over him, to be honest. Like, I never want to play a tight end in the flex spot, but I think this is the instance which you got to. It's a start 10 format. Harold Fannin getting used as a slot wide receiver, and Boutte had 1 target this past week. Now, Jay Ford says Hampton or Pollard for Henderson and Johnston. I'm 0-2 in a 16-team league. Super relevant that this is a 16-team format. Because if it's a 16-team format, then in that instance, Quentin Johnston is an every week starter for you here. So it's actually extremely relevant. And I would trade either Hampton or Pollard for both Henderson and Quentin Johnston. If you're 0-2, I would rather trade Hampton than Pollard because we do need points in the lineup right now. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. This coming out from Luke. Here for the flex, we have DJ Moore or Ricky Pearsall, or I guess Jamison Williams. I play all these wide receivers over Trevion. I think that they're all in a similar range, and it's really going to be up to you. How I have it right now is I do have DJ Moore as the play, given the game environment against the Dallas Cowboys. The Chicago Bears project to be one of the highest scoring offenses in the league this week. But if you wanted to go with JMO or Sticky Ricky, I'm not going to fault you one way or another. Ricky Pearsall probably could be the play if you have no Jawan Jennings. Now, carts with our next one. Running back, Jordan Mason, Kyron, easy starts at wide receiver. We're going to go with Jamar Chase. And then I'll go with Marv over Egbuka and Sticky Ricky. Tight end, give me Chig over Loveland. And then for the flexes, we're going to take the combo of Egbuka and Ricky Pearsall and send up a prayer that Egbuka is not just a decoy. Now, Blue says, happy PR. I think Rome pops off. What are your thoughts? I think you slightly upgrade at running back, slightly downgrade at wide receiver. So I think that this is one of those trades that it's up to your personal preference. Now, for me, to be honest with you, my personal preference would be A.J. Brown, but I could be completely wrong. And I'm not going to fault you one way or another for making this move. So it is going to be up to you here, to be honest. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. This one's Junior Lum. It says, Kraft over Kelsey. If not, do we flex him? It is super tough, right? Because obviously we can say if Tucker Kraft's fully healthy, you go ahead and you put Tucker Kraft in over Travis Kelsey with zero hesitation. But you have no Worthy, you have no Rice this week. It's a better matchup against the Giants than what the Chiefs have had. Let's skip by that. I probably don't flex either. Yeah, we're probably going to go with Devonta Smith. And then between Judkins, Pittman, Judy, it's going to be up to you. Do not flex a tight end. I think the floor play is Kelsey. The ceiling play is Kraft. So maybe it comes down to if you're projected to win or lose your matchup. Judkins going to get the start in Cleveland. Oh, sorry, I had to stretch. God dang, I'm tired. Oh, Judkins going to get the start in Cleveland. Horrible matchup. I think we go Pittman. I think if we can, we avoid starting any Cleveland Brown. I hope Judkins crushes in the long term, but I honestly hope he crashes and burns this week because I haven't been a bunch of best ball drafts, but I also got to play against him in the Flock League this week. But it looks like we are about to hit 1,300 likes on this stream. So if you haven't already, go down there, hit that like button. When we hit 1,300 likes, we'll send away a bunch of free questions. As you can tell, the majority of the questions that we are answering in this live stream are free questions. All you got to do to qualify for them is drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And again, completely free to have an account on flockfantasy.com. We send free questions out in every single live stream that we do, and I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. Just make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, and when you set up your account on flockfantasy.com, I'd recommend using code FLOCK. That way I can go ahead and I can find you on my account page. Okay, but as we wait for you to get your usernames in the chat, let's send this over for D-Mills. I think you play Wan'Dale Robinson over like Trey Benson, Dylan Sampson, Christian Kirk, Hunter Renfrow. If any, like with Wan'Dale, he's been amazing. Like you're looking at 40 points so far this season through 2 weeks. Like Wan'Dale's been one of the best wide receivers in the league. At least for fantasy purposes. Now, do we expect that to continue forever? Probably not. But how could I tell you to play like Christian Kirk over him? I do think it's going to be worse this week. Of course, you don't have Russell Wilson throwing for 450 passing yards against a defense that's not the Cowboys. Now, let's move this over and let's start answering or sending some free questions. This one's going to be Bannert 10. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in the stream. Let's send this over to Dark Ruler. I cannot find you, my friend. I don't know if you signed up with code FLOCK. I can only find you on the account page. I mean, if you use code FLOCK. You can add it to your account page if you haven't used a code. Tights Integer. Cannot find you either. Same thing. Again, use code FLOCK when you sign up to the site. That way I can find you on my users. Dwight Fry. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Really appreciate you. And thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. Let's send this over to Precise V2. Just sent you over that free start sit. Again, really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. And yeah, let me know when we hit our next like goal, and then we'll go ahead and we will send out some more free questions. But like I said, I would recommend not buying a question if I were y'all, because we are going to be live for so long this morning. We're going to send out so many free questions that if you just hang out with us in the stream all morning, you'll probably end up getting some free questions. Now, here from Karch, who won a free question in the stream, I will start Garrett Wilson in the flex. And then your other spot, I think we're going to go Marv. If Igbuka was fully healthy, I would start him over Marv, but I am not going to risk a limited Igbuka. Lions with our next one. Here for the flex, I think you can risk a limited Igbuka because the fact of the matter is we go ahead and we look at somebody like Trevion Henderson. Trevion's limited as well. He's not playing more than 30% of the snaps. I hope he does, but at least we haven't seen it so far this year. So you're kind of playing limited options regardless. And at least Igbuka has been the guy to produce so far this season. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Mo. Here for the flex, it's Amari Hampton or Cam Scat. So I have Scat on my team. He's on my bench. I have Not really much Hampton in basketball, to be honest with you, but Hampton's played 70% of the snaps so far this season. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Hampton in a much better offense than Scat in a much worse offense where Scat also has a really tough matchup. Now, Annihilator, we sent out a free question to him as well this live stream, looking at Chubb or Isaiah Pacheco. If you look at my rankings, we have them in a similar range. I really hope Nick Chubb outproduces him. I have him a bunch in best ball drafts, and at the same time, I have Nick Chubb in the Flock League. I have Nick Chubb ranked one spot ahead of Isaiah Pacheco this week, but honestly, I'm not going to fault you for going either way there. Devonta Smith will for sure be your flex. And then here with this being a full PPR format, if Jennings plays, I'll play Jennings. And if he doesn't, we're going to play Downs, but I really would not want to play one of those running backs in the flex spot if we can avoid it. Now, pay to the Ghost. Quarterback between Browning and Penix. I'm going to go with Michael Penix against the Panthers. And then down in the flex, the best option to get in would be Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, but no way in hell I'm playing JCM over CMC or Bucky. Or honestly, Deebo Samuel for that matter. Now, Mo 1K, here we need, I believe, a couple flexes. I'm assuming we actually maybe only need one flex and we accidentally added too many options. If I was looking at Hampton, Judkins, or Cam Scat, like, again, Hampton's been playing 70% of the snaps. I have Hampton ranked at RB28 this week. Judkins ranked at RB29. I wouldn't be surprised if Judkins has more touches, but you're in the worst offense in the league going up against the best defense in the league. So I would play Hampton out of this list here. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope it's Cam Skattebo. It would definitely make me more money if Cam Skattebo ends up being the better option, but like, there was nobody on this planet that was rooting harder against Amari and Hampton than I was last week. I mean, if y'all watched the Flock League video, y'all saw me screaming and celebrating when Amari and Hampton fumbled. But I do think that if you're looking at Hampton, round one NFL draft capital, he's played 70% of the snaps here, back-to-back weeks. Like, what are we doing? Like, you got to play Amari and Hampton if you have him. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at this for Old Shark. This is quarterback Kyler Daniel Jones. And here's actually what I want to do with y'all real quick. I'm going to pivot this over. I don't know if y'all have been following like the Underdog Dog Bowl thing, but they've been doing like I've really only seen it on Twitter. I don't know how many people are taking advantage of it, so I've been doing it. I'm trying to get an invite to the Dog Bowl where you can win like 50,000. But essentially, if you got to apply, like, you got to like fill out a Google form that they post on Twitter. It's like a little bit tough. Then you get like a promo token on Underdog. Then you can go ahead and you can apply that and you submit a touchdown only pick'em slip. And if your touchdown only pick'em slip wins and it's the highest multiplier, you get invited to the Dog Bowl this year, which is in Kansas City. It's like a big live event for Underdog where you can win a bunch of money. So I've actually been doing that. I did it last week. I didn't do it week one just because I forgot and they kind of make it tough. So let's see if we can come up with a pick'em with the highest multiplier possible for TDs. We're going to go Jalen Hurts, Josh Jacobs to both score touchdowns. Then let's go ahead and let's find somebody else that we like to score a TD. I think we can take, where's Mike Evans? I like Mike Evans to score a touchdown. We're at 4.8. I think we maybe need to be a little bit higher than this if we're going to be the highest one this week. And then honestly, let's take McCaffrey. So this is going to be the pick'em slip that we submit. I would not recommend doing this in terms of just like getting the standard payout. I would stay away from that. But if you have the Dog Bowl qualifier, and also if you have the Dog Bowl qualifier, don't copy me on this because then naturally neither of us can win. So I probably shouldn't be sharing this with y'all. But I just need to make sure that I'm doing this before I forget. So we're going to go Jacobs to score a touchdown. And actually, I'm going to remove one of these players and swap them with another guy because I don't want y'all copying me with this. But this would be like a 7x effectively. So I think if this were to hit, there's a good shot that we could. Win. So I'm just going to put $5 on this. That way, I'm just mainly doing it for the dog bowl qualifier. And I'm sure not many of y'all know what I'm talking about. But if you're on Underdog, definitely like go to their Twitter and like fill out. I may be too late this week. I don't know. Maybe you can do it next week. But like fill out the little thing, get the dog bowl qualifier token. Because like if you just look at the equity of it, it is plus EV. If you just go and fill out a $5 little pick'em slip with touchdown only. And because then if you can qualify for the dog bowl, which I don't know how many people are doing it because again, it's kind of confusing. It's kind of hard to figure it out. Then you have like one of like a fully paid trip, which is really cool. And two, you get the upside of winning the dog bowl for like $50,000. But if you're not already on Underdog and you wanted to check out these pick'ems, I know we talk about this all the time, so you're probably already on. But honestly, it doesn't even matter if you're on or not. You can get access to this. As long as you use code FLOCK, they are doing a 75% profit boost token available to people this weekend. Plus, in tonight's game, you get a Russell Wilson free gimme pick, higher or lower half a total yard, and you get a Lamar Jackson gimme pick, higher or lower half a total yard as well. And if you use code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you will actually be getting $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. Underdog's available in almost every state. So I'm going to send that link in the live chat in the description. You can find it pretty much everywhere. Again, use code FLOCK. That way you get all these promos and at the same time you get the $50 added to your account. And it's the #1 way that you can support this live stream. If enough of y'all use code FLOCK on Underdog, we can just make it only free questions in the live streams. But let's go ahead and old shark here. Quarterback, go Kyler over Daniel Jones. Here for the flex, we're going to go ahead and play George Pickens in what should be a very high-scoring game environment. And then I'll probably play Marvin Harrison as well. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is Simon S. This is Hampton versus Pacheco versus Trey Benson. Amari Hampton's been playing more snaps than either of these running backs. By far as well. You play Amari and Hampton here. And yeah, you leave Igbuka in the flex spot over Quentin Johnson, but I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to get Igbuka out with the reports. Now, Kai 14 with our next one. Here, quarterback between Dak and May, I'm going to go ahead and I'm probably going to take Dak Prescott this week in what should be one of the highest scoring games of the week. Tony Pollard's an easy play at running back over James Conner, given just the guaranteed volume you have. And then for the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Rome Odunze because, again, if you are looking at Rome, you are just in a really good matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. And I think that game should be one of the highest scoring games of the week, which is, again, why we want to play Dak. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. And it actually does look like we had 1,400 likes on the stream, so we need to go ahead. We need to send out some more free questions here. Again, we're going to be sending out a ridiculous amount of free questions this live stream, so I would recommend you not even buy a question on the site. Just hang out in the stream. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Drop a like on the live stream, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and pick a bunch of y'all to send free questions to. And again, it's completely free to set up an account on the site. Just make sure you set it up with code FLOCK. That way I'm able to find you on my account page. But let's go ahead and let's send out some of these free questions. We got Purgatory Pufferfish. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. Let's send this next one out for R. Jaco. See if I can find you. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. And then let's send this last one out to I Duckham. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set again. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. And yeah, let's move this over. And let me know when we hit 1,500 likes on the stream. And then we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. But like I said, we're going to be sending out hundreds and hundreds of free questions in this live stream. So you have a good shot to get them. We'll go Travis Etienne here in this flex spot. Now moving over to our next one, this is going to be Mystery Girl. Here for the flex, we're looking at T. Higgins as the best play to potentially get in. I don't think you need to start T. Higgins over any of these names though, so I think we leave this lineup as is. Now, Am Garza, quarterback, I'm going to go May over Love. Love, they're going to run the ball, and May has more rushing upside than Love. And then wide receiver, you play Ladd McConkey here pretty easily. I hope Quentin Johnson continues to dominate. I hope Ladd McConkey continues to disappoint. It would make me a lot of money, but I think we probably end up getting a Ladd bounce back. Caleb Williams, like a must-start quarterback this week if you're streaming QBs. Caleb Williams, best matchup you could possibly ask for. Russ just threw for 450 passing yards against this defense. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead and play JSN. With the illness, I'm going to go Tet McMillan, and then down there in the flex, dear God, you have a phenomenal team. You got to play Kenneth Walker. Like Kenneth Walker right now, I believe his underdog pick'em is higher or lower. Like, let's actually look at that real quick. What is his underdog pick'em? It has to be crazy high, no? Last I checked, it was like higher or lower 100.5 total yards. Like it was higher than what you had Jahmyr Gibbs for. We'll look at that later. I need to log into Underdog in that other computer. But it actually looks like we just hit 1,500 likes on the stream. So we need to go through and we need to send some more free questions out. So again, all you got to do for those free questions is drop a like on the live stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Now, Young Sam says, Travis or T. Higgins, and who should my second flex be? If this is a super flex league, you go Bo Nix. I'm sorry, you go Caleb over Bo Nix. Between Travis Hunter and you're saying Trey Higgins. I'm assuming you mean T. Higgins. I'd go T. Higgins. And then I don't know. I really don't know how you filled this out, man. In terms of how I'd submit the starting lineup at wide receiver, I'd go JSN wide receiver 1, Nico wide receiver 2, Higgins wide receiver 3, Ridley wide receiver 4, Travis Hunter wide receiver 5. Hopefully that answers the question. Now, our next question coming from Christian. Here, quarterback, give me Caleb over Kyler, given the matchup against Dallas. And then down in the flex, I'm going to go with T. Higgins over Igbuka now that we get the report that Igbuka may be limited. But let's go ahead and let's send out some more of these free questions. This one's going to be coming for Marcus. Appreciate hanging out with us in the stream, my guy. There are 2 Marcus accounts with this. I'm going to send it over to the one that has asked a trade question before. Now, let's send this one over to Cone Dog. I believe we sent you some free questions in the past, but again, not going to penalize you for asking. I mean, hanging out in the live stream too much. Appreciate you, my guy. And let's send this other one over to Faster. And let me know when we hit 1,600 likes on the stream, and we'll go ahead and we will send out some more free questions. And it looks like we have a good shot of hitting 300,000 subscribers this year. I never thought we could, but it looks like this stream we may be hitting 286, which if we can do that, then we're only 14 away, and it puts us in a really good spot. It puts us within striking distance, which is all we can ask for. Puts us within striking distance. So again, I'm doing anything we can to hit 300,000 subscribers. I'm live streaming every single day, answering as many fantasy football questions as we can, answering as many free fantasy football questions as we can as well. All I ask is you drop a like, subscribe, hang out with me this fine Sunday morning. I'd be happy to answer as many of your questions as I can. LP says, should we sit Igbuka this week for Franklin or Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? I think there are a lot of wide receivers you should sit Igbuka for, but not Troy Franklin. No, you still play with him over Franklin. And then, I'm not playing Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt there either. Now, looking at what we have with this next one from Mr. Pickle. Says, I'm 0-2 with the most points scored. I actually saw that with a team that we did a roster review for last night, where I was like, well, what the hell? How are you 0-2 with the most points scored? That does not seem like it is possible. No, the team that I saw last night, what it was is they were 0-2. They had the second most points scored, and they had the least points scored against them. They had the least points against, the second most points for, and then I think maybe they were 1-1. I don't exactly know what it was, but it was absolutely crazy. But anyway, we need a dub here for the flex. I think, dear God, you're screwed. You go Ramondre, and then if Jennings plays, I go Jennings, and if not, we go Hampton. And we send up a prayer that Hampton can get it done, where, again, if you are looking at him, he's been averaging over 70% of the snaps. It's a good offense. He's a good running back. I know he hasn't looked great in his first 2 games of his NFL career, but you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next group of questions. This is from Dignon. Here, I'm assuming you're asking, like, we got to start one of these names. And if we have to start one of these players, I probably would go ahead and I would just take Chuba Hubbard. I'd take the running back with the guaranteed touches. He's getting involved as a receiver as well. Now, Jared Huff says, can't decide on a receiver. Quarterback, give me Baker over Goff. Running back, Genty, Barkley. Wide receiver, Evans. Probably Tet. And then for the flex, I think you can go Adams over A.J. Brown here. I think we can throw in the towel and say, like, you know what, with A.J. Brown, if you have great options like you do, you're fine sitting here and you're fine waiting to actually see him produce before you get him in the lineup. Now, Steel Champs with our next one. We have quarterback Josh Allen, running back Bijan Jacobs, auto starts. Wide receiver Lad McConkey, Pickens, the easy plays here. Tight end, we're going to go with David Njoku. And then for the flex, if Jennings does not play, I'd pivot over to David Montgomery. But it looks like we just hit 1,600 likes on the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to qualify for those free questions is drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. I would honestly, if I were you, of course, I'd appreciate if you support the channel, but if I were you, I would not buy a question on this live stream because we're going to be sending out so many free questions. There's a good shot you get one if you just hang out with us through the morning. But create legacy here at wide receiver. I'm going to go with Brian Thomas over Igbuka Keenan. Actually, no, you already have him in that other lineup spot. So instead, we're having to look at a different name. I'm going to go with Metcalf. If we look at Metcalf, you have no Christian Gonzalez for New England, and this defense has been horrendous so far this year. Like, the Steelers are actually favored to win this game, and their implied team total is pretty good. But let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions. This one's going to be from Time in Aider. Time in 8. I cannot find you, my friend. Maybe I'm misspelling this. I was misspelling it. All right. We just found you and just sent you over that free start say question. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this fine Sunday morning. Let's send this one over to Skype. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. And let's send this one out to the notorious one. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us this Sunday morning. Okay. And let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be from Chief Reefer. Long time member of the flock. Has been with us for years, and I still can't say his name. Up tiering from Pickens and Pearsall to get to Lad McConkey. Leftover at receiver, we'd have Lamb, Brian Thomas, Ladd, Diggs, Keon. We have plenty of wide receiver depth, so yeah, we'll make this move. League where you can start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, kind of feels like a no-brainer. Now, Chance34 says, who should we start at quarterback in the flex? Quarterback, I'm going to go Mahomes over May. Tight end, give me McBride. And then down in the flex spot, we're just going to take the running back with a guaranteed volume. We'll take Travis Etienne. Now, Milan with our next one. Here at wide receiver, I'm going to go with DJ Moore. And then in the flex, we're going to take Javonte. Again, just simply, we want to be playing as many players as we can in that Dallas Cowboys and Chicago Bears game. That Dallas Cowboys defense is horrendous. Sportsbooks are projecting that to be one of the highest scoring games of the week. You just absolutely want to jam in your Bears and Cowboys. Now, B. Peters here for wide receiver. We're looking at Judy Hollywood. I'd probably actually go Hollywood now that Worthy's been listed as out. Again, much better offense, better matchup as well. And then going down to the flex spot, I think we probably play Jerry Jeudy over Alec and Trevion. Not super excited about it. Again, you got to go up against the toughest defense in the league, and you're arguably in the worst offense in the league, but it is what it is. Todd says, who to start, Pollard, JCM, or Nick Chubb? Tony Pollard easily. Like, again, I know some people want to say, like, oh, Mason, it's completely useless to look at these. It doesn't matter at all. You're wasting your time, blah, blah, blah. My thing is, if these are completely useless, then couldn't you just win a ridiculous amount of money if you're that much smarter than these projections? So I do value them to a certain extent. You have Tony Pollard here projected on Underdog, higher, lower 13.35 fantasy points. Higher, lower 87.5 total yards. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, on the other hand, we have higher, lower 10.05 fantasy points. And Nick Chubb, higher, lower 10.05. Not coming close to Pollard. Pollard's been getting the usage with no Spears. That makes him kind of a must-start name. So I would go ahead and I would jam in Tony Pollard. And of course, if anybody here wanted to check out those Underdog pick'ems, now is a great time to do so because they are doing massive promos this weekend. One, they have a 75% profit boost token that you can take advantage of. Two, they have a Russell Wilson free gimme pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And three, they have a Lamar Jackson free pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow night. And if you wanted to take advantage of those, if you use code FLOCK, you're also going to get a $50 bonus added to your account after you play your first 5. And you can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the description as well as the comment section. And using code FLOCK on Underdog is the number one way that you could support this channel. Okay. So let's move this over to our next one. This is S. Mendez. Says, having a tough time on this. I'm 0-2 and we need a win. Wide receiver, we're going to go Tet and A.J. Brown over T. Higgins with no Burrow. And then for the flexes, I'm going to go with Jordan Mason and Kyren Williams. But to be honest with you, my guy, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to play Tony Pollard over Kyren. Really tough matchup for Kyren. Now, Broth coming through says, hey, Mason, should we start Marv, Olave, or Hampton? I'm going to go with Marv gives you the ceiling, Olave gives you the floor. The projections are higher on Olave, but right now you do have the Saints projected out to be tied with the Browns as the lowest scoring offense in the league this week. So I probably just go ahead and we probably just take Marv. Now, Darren with our next one. Here for the flex, we're looking at Higgins, Hollywood, or Ramondre. I have T. Higgins in my starting lineup this week. I'm not excited about it given the scenario with no Burrow, but I still think you probably got to play Higgins here. Now, Torn Awareness trading Trey Benson, JSN, Amon-Ra for Derrick Henry, Mike Evans, Michael Pittman. Amon-Ra to Derrick Henry, lateral move up to you. JSN to Mike Evans, clear downgrade. Trey Benson to Michael Pittman. I would rather have the wide receivers here. I understand maybe you need a running back, but I think you're losing value if you make this deal. But it looks like we just hit 1,700 likes on this stream. So let's go ahead and let's send some free questions out there. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And then we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions. Now, C-Flock says, not sure who to put in the second flex spot. Second flex spot, I'm probably going to go Travis Hunter here. Like I guess Nick Chubb gives you a higher floor, but even in a full PPR format, like Nick Chubb's floor is incredibly low. So I think you're just kind of playing for the ceiling. Now let's go ahead and let's send out some of these free questions before we get to this question for Mason. Here, let's pick a couple people in the chat. We got OCAT12. Just sent that free start sit question over to you. I really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my guy. Send this one over to Cats Take Over. I cannot find you. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up to the site. If you didn't, it's not too late. You can add that to your account page if you haven't used a code before. Penguin DK or Decay. I can't read. I just found you. Just sent you over a start set. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. And let's send this other one over to Shandog. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Again, really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream as well. Okay, and can y'all let me know, have y'all experienced any lag or anything like that with this stream? Because OBS keeps telling me that the stream's overloading. I don't know if that's coming through on YouTube, so please let me know. And if so, I'll try to close some stuff out. But Mason O trading Dobbins and Worthy for A.J. Brown. Dynasty League, so it's closer, but I still probably make this deal. But it looks like the stream's good. Thanks for letting me know, guys. All right. Now, Sapooster with our next one. Here at wide receiver. Keenan gives you the floor. J-Mo gives you the ceiling. We're probably going to play J-Mo anyway down here in the flex spot. Not super compelled to play any of these, running backs in the flex. So we're going to go Jamison Williams. And then our other play in the flex, Pittman gives you the floor. Hunter gives you the ceiling. Probably go with Pittman. Like, I know some people may want to play Judkins. Some people may want to play Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt. But I think that you can wait to see it before you get him in. I'd be more excited to play Judkins if it wasn't for the fact that you got to go up against the Packers. Now, Slitty. Here, I'm going to go Bo Nix over Mac Jones and Geno. Wide receiver, give me the combo of Nico as well as Evans. And then in the flexes, not interested in any of these running backs, to be honest with you. I think you go ahead and you jam in Drake London. And Jacoby Sutton, going to be up to you. They are relatively close. It is really just down to that last call. Jacoby's been more consistent. He's had a ton of target volume, but I think Sutton probably has the higher ceiling based off the quarterback play in their respective offenses. Now, Ant Fry down here in the flex spots. We're going to go with Ricky Pearsall, and I'd probably take Terry McLaurin at this point over Igbuka, with Igbuka being limited this week. Again, in general, I would like to bench Igbuka if you could, if you have options that are comparable to him. Now, salty reasoning with our next question here. We have a bunch of wide receivers in the whatever range. I'm going to go Fannin over Ertz with no Daniels. When you're effectively starting two of these receivers, I'm probably going to go Keenan Allen and then DJ Moore. I know DJ Moore has been horrendous, but this matchup against the Cowboys is the best matchup you could possibly ask for. Now, Clint Knotts is debating between a few flex options. Just wanted some input. Currently 2-0 in the league. So tight end Tyler Warren is an auto start. Non-tight end premium format, so not considering Kelsey in the flex. We're going to easily start Breece in one flex spot. Easily start London in the other flex spot. And then we're going to go Rome in the last one over Marv. Again, we want to be starting as many players in that Dallas Cowboys and Chicago Bears game as possible. It's great that we have the Lamb Dak stack there as well. Average Joe, we're going to go with Ginty and Breece at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go with JSN. And then in the flex, I probably play London, even if we really wanted to get in Rome. I think London probably gives you a higher floor. Now, BG says, risk Igbuka or get let down by Pollard again. Wide receiver, I'm going to go Metcalf over Igbuka, and I would very easily play Tony Pollard over Igbuka this week. Pollard is a strong play. Pollard long-term, you should not be excited about. But Pollard short-term, like, realistically, you're looking at a running back that's averaging about 90% of his team snaps and 20 opportunities a game. For the love of God, get Tony Pollard in. Now, average Joe with our next question. Quarterback, Lamar, obvious start. Kyron, Connor will be our RBs. Wide receiver, we're going to go Marv. And then for the flex, we're going to go JMO. Nothing would make me excited to play Isaiah Pacheco. Now, Johnny Cash will be our next team. Kyler versus Drake May, quarterback, relatively close. And honestly, I think you could go in either direction here. For me, I have Kyler Murray ranked at 11 in our rankings this week. I have May ranked at 9. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers defense obviously has been shaky so far this year. And then it doesn't look like we had any other questions with the team. Now, W Deck says, Mason, hope things are all well. Just need help with the RB3 start / second flex. Quarterback, Dak versus Mahomes. Probably going to go Mahomes with the rushing upside we've seen from him so far. Running back / second flex, if that's what you're asking for. I mean, running back, I would go with Scat versus Trevion's tough. Trevion's a better player, better offense. I think Scat gives you the larger role. I have them ranked back-to-back at 33, 34. I think Scat gives you a higher floor. And then down in the flex, we have no Rice. We have no Godwin. It's really like Alec Manor or Trevion Henderson. Alex had the target volume. You assume Trevion eventually expands his role. You're going to play it safe. The safe play is Alec Manor. But it looks like we just hit 1,700 likes in the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions, we're giving away a ton of free questions in the live stream every day, but especially Sunday morning. Since Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us, really got to do everything we can to bribe y'all to go down there and hit that like button, because Sunday morning streams are one of the few times that YouTube will actually recommend us to new people. And that's incredibly important if we want to have any shot at hitting 300,000 subscribers this year. So if you haven't already, go down there, drop a like, subscribe, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions. The majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are free. And if you don't have an account on the site already, it's completely free to make one. Just use code FLOCK when you sign up. That way I can find you on my account page. Now here for the flex spot, even with the limited Igbuka, I'm going to go with Igbuka over Quentin Johnson. Now don't get me wrong, I really hope it's the big Q, but I think you play Igbuka here. Now Ryan with our next one, wide receiver, we're going to go ahead and play Olave over Igbuka. And then for the flex, I think you can go Igbuka over Hampton if you wanted. But let's send out some of these free questions. We got Fresh Naresh. Let's go ahead and send this over to you, my guy. Really appreciate you hanging out with us this beautiful Sunday morning. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start set. Really, really do appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. Okay. Yeah, thank you for sticking with us so long as well. Let's move this over to our next one. It's going to be from Bennett. This is Bennett Glass. Let me send you over a free start set. I cannot find you on the site. I don't know if you signed up with code FLOCK or not. But again, I can only find you on my users if you use code FLOCK. And it looks like we're already at 1.8 thousand likes. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to give away just a ridiculous amount of free questions right now. So keep dropping your usernames in the chat. Oak 10 just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Let's send this over to Lance Former. Just found you, just sent you over that free start sit as well. Send one over to I Just Want to Win. Just found you, just sent you over that free start sit. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in the stream. Let's send this other one out to Kurt. I'm not going to lie to you, Chief. I cannot find you. Actually, no, I just found you. Here we go. Perfect. Just sent you over that free start set. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in the stream. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's move back over and get to start answering some of these questions. So next one's going to be Mellow to the Chips. Is who to start at the flex, Pollard, Ricky, or Pacheco? Super easy. Pollard. Not even remotely close. Long term, Pollard's not exciting once Spears comes back and he's no longer a workhorse. But right now, he has the best utilization of any running back in the league if you're looking at a snap rate. I mean, I would like him to draw a few more targets out of the backfield, but beggars can't be choosers. Now, King was taken with our next one. Here at running back, we are going to go ahead and we'll probably take Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt over Trevion and Pacheco. And down in the flex, we'll take Egbuka, who, yes, may be limited, but all those other options are also potentially playing limited snaps as well. Here for BMS, between Drake May and Daniel Jones, they are close for me in my ranks. I currently have Daniel Jones at 8, Drake May at 9, so I have Daniel Jones being the play, but the expert average rankings have it being Drake May. And then down in the flex, I think we're probably easily going to be taking Devonta Smith over these other options. Now, Hawk fan with our next one, wide receiver, give me Ridley over Jennings, and down in the flex, give me Jennings if he plays, Diggs if he doesn't. Brazy, quarterback, we're going to go ahead. We'll play Daniel Jones here probably. Wide receiver, Mike Evans, auto starts. And then for the flexes, we're playing 3 receivers. You're going to go with London, you're going to go with Tet, and you're probably going to go with Rome given the matchup you have against Dallas. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is SWTX Packer. It says, worried JCM versus Harvey comparison. Like, I have JCM ranked ahead of Harvey rest of season. So you are downgrading there, but you are getting a massive upgrade at tight end and you are getting a massive upgrade at wide receiver. And Harvey very easily could still be the running back that you want in Denver in the long run. So yeah, I would love to make this trade. 100% we go for it. Now, I'm on a new level with our next one. Running back, we're going to go Kenneth Walker with those Sharps as an auto start. Wide receiver, give me Trey McBride over Tyler Warren. And then in the flex, we're going to play Travis Etienne. We should probably look to sell one of those tight ends. Now, Jace has started as number 1 in the league analyzer, and we're now falling apart. Here, I think I would go ahead and I'd play Judkins over Judy. I mean, obviously, Judkins, garbage offense, garbage matchup, but we can say the same exact thing here with Judy. And I wouldn't really consider anybody else. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This next question going to be out from P-Nice. This is Lamar versus Mahomes and Jordan Mason. You would have to be so desperate at running back to make this move, and you're not desperate enough at RB. So we're going to keep Lamar Jackson. I don't know if we continue to see the same type of rushing upside from Mahomes that we've had through the first few weeks. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be from Skittles Hell. Here at running back, we have Genty, Kyron as the plays. Wide receiver, A.J. Brown, Jamar Chase, flex, DK Metcalf. And then you're going to go J.K. Dobbins over the rookie running backs here at running back. Like, I don't necessarily know if I can trust Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt even with the Eckler injury until we actually see it. Now, Tricky Dick coming through. Here, running back, give me Chase Brown over Jalen Warren. Wide receiver, give me Lad McConkey. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead. We'll play Tet here with this being a full PPR format. Now, Heifer coming through. Quarterback, give me Caleb over Daniel Jones. Love the matchup against Dallas. Running back, Hampton versus Judkins. I'm going to go Hampton. I think comparable workloads and a better offense. Give me the combo of Rome Odunze and Drake London at receiver. If you wanted to play Brian Thomas over Rome, that would be the pivot you would make. Now, I've been live streaming for almost 3 hours here, so I know maybe some of y'all are just now joining us. Let me go pee, let me fill up a water, and let me grab a protein bar. It will take me a combined 60 seconds. We'll come back and we'll give away some more free questions in the chat for it in 1,900 likes. Again, really appreciate y'all. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. We absolutely got to crush these if we have any shot at hitting 300,000 subs this year. All right, we are back. Drop your usernames in the chat so we can go ahead and we can send some free questions out. And like I said, we're going to be sending out a ton of free questions today. We got PDA Ace winning this free question. PDA Ace. Or PD Ace, whatever it is. Regardless, found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Thank you for hanging out with us, my guy. Send this out to Jacoby. I cannot find you. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. If you have not used the code... Did I just spill water on the mic? Oh, dear God. Hopefully the microphone's okay. No, that would be bad. But you can add it to your account page. So let's send this over to Flockadoodle-Doo. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And let's send this last one out to Hoodie Sin. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. But let me know when we get 2,000 likes on the stream, then we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. This one from Isaac. We're going to go Javonte over Kyron this week, given matchups. And then here for wide receiver, Mike Evans is an auto start. Do not play Judkins over Kyron Williams. I would actually play Tet here in the flex in a full PPR format. And I actually got to refresh. So give me a second. And as I do this, I will stall by reminding y'all that we are on a path to 300,000 subscribers. We live stream every day, but Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. So just make sure you subscribe to the channel, and we'll try our absolute best to keep going at this rate and get to 300,000 subs. Okay. So let's move this back over. Okay. So Curb says, traded AJ for Rice last week. Don't know if we messed up. Should we start Smith or Keenan? I'd go Keenan over Smith. And then if you're 2-0, I'm fine with it. Like, you have plenty of options that you can start at the moment. So, yeah. I go Keenan Allen here at wide receiver. I play him over Igbuka as well. Then, yeah, Jordan Mason is an absolute auto lock for that flex spot. No, Isaac Wooden here with our next one. I think we actually, this is the one we just answered. We're going to go Javonte Evans, and then Tet in the flex. Now, Jimbotron, quarterback, give me Daniel Jones over Goff with the rushing upside. Give me Barkley, Chase Brown at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Mike Evans, Cortland Sutton. Tight end, give me Laporta. For the flex, Garrett Wilson. And I'm going to go Deebo Samuel over Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt. Again, with Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt, obviously projects out much better this week than he has in the past, because you are in a spot where you have no Austin Eckler, but still, I think we can see it before we have to get him in. Now, moving over to our next one. This is from Mixtape. We sent him out this free question earlier in the stream. Appreciate you, my guy. You auto start Kenneth Walker and Javonte Williams this week. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Jamar Chase. And then I'd probably go with DJ Moore, given how good the matchup is against Dallas. Trey McBride at tight end. And then in the flex, we'll go ahead and we'll play Ricky Pearsall over Igbuka, with Igbuka being limited. Drake May Lover here at tight end. We're going to go with Tucker Crafts. And for the flex, I think we're going to go with Chris Olave over Igbuka and just not have to worry about the headache. Now, just C-Mill. Here, running back, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Ramondre Stevenson over Amari Hampton. I'd still way rather have Hampton in the long run. Wide receiver, we're going to go with London, Terry McLaurin. Tight end, Bowers. The flex, you're going to have no option but to play Igbuka here. And in that last flex spot, we're going to go with Amari Hampton, where he still has been seeing 70+% of the snaps in Los Angeles. Now, Cole's here, running back. These are the two must-start names that you have to get in this week. Kenneth Walker and Jordan Mason. So I can already tell you we're probably going to put Jordan Mason down here in the flex. And then wide receiver, we're going to go with a combo of JSN and Nico. London, probably up to you, but I'll probably go with Nico. And then, yeah, I would take it as far as saying start Jordan Mason over Drake London this week. Like, you have to play Kenneth Walker and Jordan Mason if you have them. Now, it looks like we just hit 2,000 likes on the stream, so we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. All you got to do to get those free questions, again, is drop a like on this live stream. Drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And again, it's completely free to set up an account on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you use code FLOCK when you set it up. That way I can find you on my users page. Now, Tigga Blaze says, flip Kenneth Walker and Fannin for Brian Thomas Jr. and Amar, who's our running back 2 in a flex. I think it's a loss in the short term, win in the long term. Most people would tell you to play Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt over Amari and Hampton. However, I am a sick person, so I'd play Hampton here. And then for that flex spot, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Marv over Igbuka and not have to deal with the headache of him being limited. But let's go ahead and let's send out some of these free questions real quick. We'll send this one out for J King. Just found you on the site. Just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate hanging out with us. Next one will be sent out to Nathan He. I cannot find you, my guy. Don't know if you use code FLOCK when you set up your accounts. Let's go Red Sniper. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you. Let's send this last one out to Average Joe. Okay, I forgot we spelt average wrong here. And I want to reiterate that obviously you can buy a question on the site if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, but I would highly recommend, if I were y'all, to be honest, we are giving away so many free questions that if you're just hanging out with us until kickoff, you're probably going to get a free question. So I wouldn't even buy a question if I were y'all. I'll just wait until you get one for free. Let's move this over to Shiesty again for the flex. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take the combo of Igbuka. And I'd probably go with Mooney here in the other slot. Decent matchup. The only concern that you're going to have, of course, is the fact that you could see the Falcons just run the ball over and over again. Now, Netterain's coming through. Quarterback, give me Love over Young. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play DeAndre. I know we're going to go Pollard with the guaranteed volume. And then here in the flex, wide receiver, your best option would be Terry McLaurin. Running back, your best option would be DeAndre Swift. I'm going to go Swift over McLaurin with no Daniels. Jacob says, if we add code FLOCK after we signed up, does it still work? Yeah, go to your account page and use code FLOCK, and the next time I look you up, you will show up for me. Now, Josh says, I have Puka as well. Would you try to trade Adams? Is this really a Dynasty League? No, this looks like it's a redraft league. I don't think you need to sell Adams because you have Puka, but this is a fair price point if you wanted to sell him. Like, I'm fine having the concentrated bet on the Rams offense. Now, of course, if Stafford gets injured, you're screwed, but I'm fine with it. Fine taking that risk. Now, Taytone coming through here for the flex. Our best option to get the lineup would probably be Amari and Hampton, at least for me. And I'm not playing Hampton over Javonte Walker or Sutton, so we're leaving this as is. Now, Cena says, need a dub this week. How are we looking? For the flex, I would consider getting in Cortland Sutton. If you wanted to play Dobbins, I think Dobbins gives you a higher floor. But overall, I think the lineup's good. Obviously, we're just going to need A.J. Brown to actually do something. Now, Banner Tierden, quarterback, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to take Dak Prescott. And then here down in the flex, give me James Conner. Connor says, appreciate all your hard work, man. Appreciate you hanging out with us this fine Sunday morning, my guy. Here, wide receiver, it's really just between Myers and Sutton. And looking at the options in the flex, we're just going to play both wide receivers. Put one in the flex spot. And then tight end, I'm going to go Jake Ferg over Ertz for sure, given the game environment and the fact that you have no Daniels. Now, next one's going to be precise. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Igbuka. And down here, and ooh, it looks like we just got word Jawan Jennings may be out. Let me pull this up. If Jennings is out, Ricky Pearsall becomes very interesting. Let me confirm this real quick. The Underdog Twitter hasn't said anything about it. Let me see if Shefty has. Shefty hasn't. Let me see if Rappaport has. I do not see anything with Jennings being out. I'll let y'all know if something officially pops up, but yeah, looks like it's fake news. Looking at what we have here for the two flexes, Trevion and Troy Franklin are probably going to be the options. Obviously not excited about it. I mean, you do have Trevion only playing like 35% of the snaps in New England. Now, Meister says, need to decide between Troy, Fannin, and others. I'm going to go Scat over Harvey at running back. We're going to go Ibuka and Troy in the flexes. I would play Troy Franklin over Harold Fannin. I know Harold Fannin is getting slot wide receiver usage in Green Bay, but in general, Troy Franklin maybe gets a bump in targets with no Evan Ingram. And at the same time, if you're looking at Harold Fannin playing slot wide receiver for the Browns offense, I would rather have exposure to the Broncos offense than Cleveland. Okay. Now, K-Fly with our next one. Here for the flex. I think we just go ahead and we take, I know you have Dobbins. I mean, you can go with J.K. Dobbins. Smith maybe gives you a higher ceiling, but obviously the passing volume there isn't. I don't know. With the passing volume floor being so low, J.K. Dobbins playing like 60% of the snaps, we can go with him. Now, Ado Odd says, siding on wide receiver 2 in flex. We're going to go Ladd McConkey, and Sutton gives you the ceiling. Warren gives you the floor. I'd probably go Sutton here with this being a shallower format. I think that's probably going to be the thing that we do most seasons. But Jalen Warren does have a really good matchup against the Pats, and Sutton has a bad matchup against the Chargers. Now, Donald's dominance is lined up with Jaden Daniels injured, traded for Jacobs in London week 2. Yeah, I'd rather have Ladd over Tet. Again, the Carolina Panthers missing multiple offensive linemen. The Panthers project now to be like a bottom 5 offense in the league this week. I don't think you can be that excited to play Tet McMillan. Now, easy with our next one. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play JSN, who is sick. And then tight end, we're going to go Kraft over Johnson. And then in the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take A.J. Brown. Play your best players. Rob here for the flex. We're going to go and we're going to take the guys that have guaranteed volume, Tony Pollard and Travis Etienne. I'm doing the exact same thing with my team, and I think you should do it as well. Zachary Link, always happy to see you, my guy. Here, running back, and then you play Genty and James Conner. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Calvin. Actually, no, Ricky Pearsall with the banged up Jennings. And then in the flex, I know Calvin Ridley has been disappointing. Ramondre Stevenson's been much better. If this was my own team in a full PPR format, I'm going to be honest with you, Chief, I would play Calvin Ridley. Maybe it's due to my hatred of Ramondre Stevenson. Maybe it's unwarranted. Maybe you should go with Ramondre over Ridley, but it's going to be tough for me to do so. But it looks like we hit 2,100 likes, so let's go ahead and let's give away some more free questions in the chat. Again, all you got to do to get these free questions is drop a like on this stream, subscribe to the channel. I mean, we are live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering fantasy football questions. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and drop a like, I would highly recommend you doing it now, because it's one of the very few times that YouTube will actually recommend us to new people, and we could possibly get new subscribers to help us hit 300,000. But let's go ahead and let's look at this. Okay. Now let's pull this up. First free question we're going to send out is from Torto at the Door. Just sent you over that free start sit. Let's send it over to Always Winning in Philly. Just sent you over a free start sit as well. And Tommy got your mommy. Let's send you this over too. Just sent you over that free start sit. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us in the stream. And let me know when we hit 2,200 likes on the stream. We'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Now, CPF with our next one. Trading Javonte, Brian Thomas, Harold Fannin for Judkins, A.J. Brown, and Rashee Rice. Brian Thomas, A.J. Brown, lateral move. Javonte for Judkins, clear downgrade. Fannin for Rashee Rice, clear upgrade. If you're 2-0, I think you're good to go. You can go ahead and make this play. But Torto at the door. We need a couple flex plays. Best option at running back is probably Jeremy McNichols. Best option at wide receivers, either Dontavian Wicks or Cedric Tillman. Or I guess you can make an argument for Thielen. I'm going to go with Cedric Tillman and Dontavian Wicks with the injuries that we have in Green Bay. Let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. I'm assuming we do. Could be wrong. Alexandra with our next one. Here we need a couple tight ends. We're going to go with the combo of Harold Fannin and Tucker Kraft. For the flex spots, we are going to be going with Ricky Pearsall and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Love the long-term upside of Trevion and Harvey, but they just simply don't have the usage right now. But it looks like we already hit 2,200 likes on the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, if you want those free questions, all you got to do is drop a like, subscribe, drop your username in the chat. Now, Zachary coming out with another one. Here, I think we go with Pacheco. I mean, obviously it's disgusting, but he's been playing like 50% of the snaps in KC. And it's a much better matchup that we have now, right? Like much better matchup now for Pacheco than what we typically see. And then looking at what we have for the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Sutton if Jawan Jennings plays. If Jennings misses, you pivot over to Ricky Pearsall. We'll get this next one going for Zachary in a second, but let me send out some of these free questions real quick. And we have officially been live streaming for 3 hours. And we're going to be live all the way until kickoff, so we should have a bunch of time to send out those free questions. Ball so hard, I can't find you on the site. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you signed up. If you haven't used the code, you can add it to your account page. Send this over to Quikia. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Send this over to Pars Zavex. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Really appreciate you hanging out with us as well. And let's send this to Marked DJ. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Thank you so much for always hanging out with us in the stream, my guy. Okay. Now, here for Zach, we're going to go ahead. We'll play Jordan Mason over Javonte and Genty. Wide receiver, we're going to go with the combo of Ridley and Hunter. And then the flex, Genty and Javonte will be tough. Obviously, I'd way rather have Genty in the long term, but for right now, I think we go ahead and we take Javonte Williams. Okay, now our next question is going to be from Matt. Quarterback, give me Stroud. Running back, we're going to go with Derrick Henry. I played Pollard over James Conner, if I'm being honest with you. Wide receiver, Evans and Tet. Tight end, McBride. And then for the flex spots, we're going to go with T. Higgins. And honestly, full PPR format, give me James Conner. I'm sorry, give me Jalen Warren over James Conner. Okay. Now, here with our next question. For the flex, I'm going to play Pickens over Egbuka. Again, I just think that if you're looking at this range, they're in a similar tier where you don't have to take the risk. Here for Zachary Link, we're going to go, man, you got a lot of Ashton Genty. We're going to go Genty over Amari and Hampton. Wide receiver, give me Sutton. And then in the flex spots, we're going to go with the combo of Pearsall and Marvin Harrison. We don't have to roll the dice with Egbuka being limited if we have those other options. Jacob says Kenneth Walker or Jordan Mason in a non-PPR format. I'm going to go Kenneth Walker, but I would love to start both if we could. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Garrett Wilson. But yeah, if you had a flex spot, obviously it would be jamming in Jordan Mason. Now, Purgatory, Pufferfish. Here, tight end, we're going to go with Harold Fannin. Juwan Johnson's tough. I think I would rather have Harold Fannin long term, assuming the rookie continues to get better. In terms of what we're looking at right now, though, like you have a horrible matchup going up against the Green Bay Packers. But the Saints also project very similar to the Browns. They're both supposed to be the worst offenses in the league this week. I would go ahead. I'd probably play Juwan Johnson this week and rather have Harold Fannin in the long term. Now, Synthetic says, Yo Mason, second year dynasty team needs some help. Pretty shallow dynasty league in general. We're going to go Bo Nix over Lawrence here. And then in the flex, oh, dear God, brother. Running back, best option, Pacheco. Wide receiver, best option, Damari Douglas. Or Calvin Austin. Tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. Non-tight end premium format, I'll play Pacheco over a banged up tight end. And hope that all of a sudden he's better in a better matchup against the Giants. Now, Maddie Daddy with our next question. Here, we have Hopkins in the flex spot. I'd love to take Hopkins out. I'd take Hopkins out for Travis Hunter. I understand the thought process, but still. Like, I don't know if you could justify, at least in my opinion. And maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong here. But I don't know if I could justify having Hopkins in. And next question from JP. It's a start sit. It isn't loading. Did you put anything here? Will the other ones load? Yeah, it's not a side issue. Oh, no, here it is. Perfect. Running back, I'm going to go with Damari Hampton over Scat. It's close this week, though. And then in the flex spot, it's going to be Keenan Allen or Ricky Pearsall. I think you can go back and forth between these. I would not play Egbuka over either one. With Egbuka being limited, I don't think you need to take the risk. With Jennings banged up, I think I'd tell you Pearsall right now. But if it comes out that Jennings is just good to go, then at that point you could obviously pivot over if you wanted to. Now, the notorious one with our flex. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Keenan Allen over the running backs in a full PPR format. A little bit concerned that we get regression with Keenan to the point that he's not scoring touchdowns at the same clip that he has been. But full PPR format, like Judkins going up against the toughest defense in the league, I don't necessarily know if we can be excited about playing him. Now, MX 7015. Here, wide receiver, I'll still take Egbuka over Smith. It's going to be close. Juwan over Evan Ingram. Ingram's not going to play. And then for the flex, I will take Devonta Smith over the rookie running backs. Obviously, I wish we would have started Waddle, but it's too late for that. Now, FRK, quarterback, we got Michael Penix. Running back, we're going to go with Trevion over Scats. Flex spots, Travis Hunter and Igbuka. And it looks like that's a team that's probably struggling in the short term with so many rookies. Now, Timinator coming through right now. The best option that we have on the bench to get in our lineup would be Ashton Jeanty. I'm fine benching Jeanty for Walker, Gibbs, and Kamara. The best wide receiver you'd have on the bench to get in would be Marvin Harrison, who I'm fine benching for Tet and Metcalf. So we're going to leave this as is. I wish we could have started Dalton Kincaid over Kelsey, but I don't fault you at all for making that call. Now, Coffeeholic with our next one. This is Bo Nix, Jalen Warren, Ricky Pearsall versus Baker and Scary Terry. You're upgrading a quarterback. You're upgrading a wide receiver. We're paying the starting running back to get it done. I think that a lot of teams would probably opt to have the Bo Nix side right about now because Jalen Warren is such a commodity where running back production is hard to come by with none of these rookies producing. But if you are absolutely loaded at running back, you can make the move. Okay. But it looks like we just hit 2,300 likes on the stream, so we'll go ahead and we will send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do for those free questions is drop a like on this live stream, drop your username in the chat. You can see the vast majority of the questions that we are answering here are free ones, and most of these people won the free questions in this live stream. So we're going to keep on giving away a ridiculous amount of free questions all the way until kickoff. I would not recommend buying a question on the site today because, to be honest with you, we're going to be giving away so many free ones that if you just hang out with us until kickoff, you'll probably get your question answered for free anyway. Let's go ahead and let's send some of these out. We got Dean Wong. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. Send this over one to Pax Executioner. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit as well. Let's send this out to Toaster Clem. Just sent you that free start set. Thank you so much again for hanging out with us in the streams. And let me know when we hit 2,400 likes on the stream. We'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Now, Itachi here, quarterback between Dak and May. Relatively close. I really like the game environment for Dak this week. You can go either way, to be honest. Wide receiver, we're going to go Tet and Pickens. And then for the flex, we are going to go ahead and we're going to take Chase Brown. I believe Chase Brown's still the only running back in Cincinnati that's had a carry this year. Taco Lord says, do I start Hampton or Igbuka? I'll go Sutton. I don't think you need to risk it with either of the rookies here. I understand Cortland Sutton very disappointing this past week, but we've seen a large enough sample with Sutton that he should be a reliable play. Now, double tap here for the flex. I will play Ja'Cory Cross-Gammert over like Travis Hunter. Again, I'm not super excited to play Bill this week. I would rather see him have the role with no Austin Eckler before we have to jam him in, but we got to do what we got to do. Now, Shandog here at running back. We're going to go with the combo Jordan Mason and Bijan Robinson. Wide receiver, give me Puka, St. Brown. Tight end, give me Tucker Kraft. The flex, we're going to go with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Honestly, pretty easy starting line to submit. Now, brackets here at running back. Jordan Mason, Breece Hall will be the easy plays. And then down in the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take JSN. Sounds like JSN should be fine. Not worried about him really whatsoever. Now, just Pharrell here. Best option on the bench at the moment is either like Jawan Jennings or Johnston if he plays. But honestly, I'm not going to play either guy over Terry, Nico, Keenan, or Olave. So probably leaving this lineup as is. Okay. Now, Fresh Naresh, we just sent out this free question. Really appreciate you. And shout out to y'all. It looks like we are closing in on that 300K mark. We are knocking on the door. Or maybe we're pulling in the driveway. We're not knocking on the door yet, but we just hit 286,000 subscribers on the channel. So thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And again, we're going to keep on doing everything we can, live stream it as much as possible, answering as many free questions as possible. Today's live stream is going to be about 6 hours. So thank you for everybody hanging out with us. And again, like 300,000 subs is just absolutely crazy if we actually do hit that. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Now let's move this over. And Fresh Naresh here for the flex spots. It's Sutton and Pearsall pretty easily. I mean, if you have these plays, you don't need to take the risk with Ja'Cory Cross-Camara. You don't need to take the risk with Egbuka. You can just take the wide receivers that we know are going to be out there every play. Now, Fatster coming through here for the flex. It's Ricky Pearsall or Jordan Mason. To be honest, man, Jordan Mason is like not even close to being in the same tier. Jordan Mason is such an easy play here. Next question, I don't know fantasy. Here at running back, we're going to go with Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, give me Rome. And then for the flex, we're going to take Tet McMillan in a full PPR format. Bad offense, but guaranteed target volume. Okay. Let's refresh this. And it looks like we just hit 2,400 likes in the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. So all you got to do to get those free questions again is drop a like on this live stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Okay. Juzzle here at running back. We're going to go ahead. We will take Judkins over Henderson, Harvey, and Caleb. The only rookie running back here that's starting. Wide receiver, give me Hollywood. And then in the flex, I think you can take Troy Franklin if you want, but I'm not super excited about it. Well, let's send out some free questions real quick, and then we'll get right back to the questions on the site. Let's send this to C. Porter. Just sent that your way. Appreciate hanging out with us, my guy. Let's send one over to Phil. Phil, always happy to see you. Thank you for stopping by this beautiful Sunday morning. Just sent you over that free start sit. And let's send this out to flock member 10. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. Okay. Now let's move this over to Bekele 101. Tony Pollard, Mike Evans will be the easy plays here. You could consider going with the receiver over Pollard, but for me, I think Pollard is just such a smash flex spot in a double flex league because you can almost pencil in a guaranteed 15 plus opportunities. Penguin Decay coming through. I'm going to go Kyron over banged up Swift. Tight end, give me. I have these two tight ends, and I would love your help with it. Please, for the love of God, help me. I have the same exact question. This is the only start-sit decision that I feel like I've really had to think through this season. Like everything else, like my starting lineup-wise, has been easy for me. I haven't really had to think much about it with how my roster's set up. But who would you start, TJ Hawkinson or Dallas Goedert? Hawkinson, new quarterback, good matchup. Goddard going up against the Rams, fully removed off the injury report. Please spam the chat, Dallas Goedert or TJ Hawkinson. If you're looking at the underdog projections, they currently have Hawk as the play. They have TJ Hawkinson, higher, lower, 7.15 fantasy points. They have Goddard, higher, lower, 6.65. See what the chat says. Hawk, 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 Goddard, Hawk, Goddard, 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 Hawk. Hawk. Goddard. Goddard didn't have 8 targets week 1. I believe he had 7. Let me double check. Yeah, Goddard had 7 targets week 1. Yeah. Here's where I'm at. I would say, like, for me, I don't know. And this is like a good example of just like being honest with y'all, right? I don't know on a call. I'm defaulting to the underdog pick. I'm higher or lower. So for them to project out Hawkinson as the much better play, I will take Hawkinson. But so what I'm doing with my own team, and I'm worried about it. You play A.J. Brown in the flex, though, in a full PPR league. Now, Snipes with our next question. Here at wide receiver, you can't roll the dice on Igbokwe if you have these other solid options. I'm actually going to go DJ Moore, even though DJ Moore has been really bad so far this year. But I absolutely love the matchup that you have against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Jason with our next question. Here, running back, you just obviously play Bijan Robinson. For the flex, it's between like Pacheco and I guess Christian Kirk. And yeah, you're just going to go ahead. You're going to play Isaiah Pacheco. Pacheco's been really bad. He's looked bad. The Chiefs offense hasn't been great, but you have like 50+% of the snaps, and it's a much better matchup this week than what you've dealt with in the past. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be coming out from Carson. Quarterback, Daniel Jones versus Baker. Tough. I think I honestly, if it's a 4-point passing, no, Baker's offense just projects to score more points. We're going to go Baker Mayfield. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Devontae Adams. And then in the flex spots, full PPR format, give me Chris Olave and no, we're going to go Pearsall and Marv with the Jennings injury. Now, JSV says, need help with my 2 flex spots. Okay. I'm assuming actually we need to take this out. Yeah, I don't even think we can take Daniels out. Sorry about that. 2 flex spots here. Best running back would be Trevion. Best wide receiver would be Dontavian Wicks. Best tight end would be Harold Fannin. Obviously, if you had a time machine, it would be Kincaid. I think you play Harold Fannin and Trevion Henderson. Am I excited about it? No, not at all. Now, Pedro says 10-team non-PBR, flex Montgomery or Hampton. I'm going to be honest with you. If this was my team, I would go Hampton. Again, Hampton's looked horrendous. Completely understand. I know it's maybe embarrassing for me to admit that I would go Hampton. But the dude's been playing about 70% of the snaps here. So I think we go ahead and we run with him. Okay. Markov with our next question. Wide receiver, give me JSN over Roman Higgins. And the flex, give me Roman, a great matchup over Dallas. Now, Nobby Cheese with our next one. For the flex, it's like Judkins versus Travis Hunter. We've kind of gone back and forth with this all week. Full PBR format, I think you make an argument for Hunt. No, I'm going to go with Judkins. I think you go Judkins over Hunter. Now that we get Rappaport coming through and telling us that officially Quinshon Judkins is the starting running back, I think you go Judkins. Now, J-Rod Riggs says, also, should we trade Igbokwe Godwin news in week 4? I mean, I had Igbokwe as a sell high candidate after week 1. Just saying like, hey, y'all realize Godwin's going to come back and Igbokwe's not getting a ton of target volume. He's just been living off touchdowns. I think it's much, much tougher to sell Igbokwe because now I think everybody understands that, hey, Godwin's coming back week 4. So I think you possibly missed the boat. I mean, you can try, but here I would for sure make this trade for Trey McBride. That's a no-brainer trade. But yeah, I think Igbokwe is a much better sell candidate after week 1 than now. Now, It's Cuse is looking for a potential upgrade. Any position 2-0 as well. We're going to go Travis Etienne, Kyron Williams at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase Evans. Tight end, we're going to go with, I still go Kraft over Laporta. And then the flex, we're going to go with Sutton and J.K. Dobbins. And honestly, I think it's easy. You just leave it like that. Now, still rage here with the trade. It's a dynasty deal where we're sending Michael Penix, a future first and a second for Herbert. We're upgrading from Nico to JSN. We're upgrading from Tyreek to Olave. So, yeah, I'm easily going to take this side if you're a contending team. Now, Oak 10 with our next one. Give me Allen over Mahomes at quarterback, of course. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Sutton over Marv. Tight end, Kincaid. Flex, I think you're going to go ahead and you're going to play Marvin Harrison. Not in love with Marv. The volume hasn't been there. But it looks like we just hit 2,500 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions, where we're streaming every single day, giving out a bunch of free questions. Most of the ones that we answer are free. You can just see it here on the screen. Drop a like on the live stream. Be subscribed to the channel. And then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. But Lance Former, go Kyler over Mac Jones. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Tony Pollard here pretty easily. But let's go ahead and let's send out some of these questions. We got It's Mobro. Here, let me see if I can find you on the site. And if so, I'll send that over your way. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us as always, my guy. Let's go R. Rashid. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us as well. And let's send this over to Jugan. Appreciate you and just sent you over that free start sit too. Now, Soner Guy says, Myers at wide receiver 2 and Bill at the flex. No, I would not go Bill at the flex. I'd go Myers and Metcalf. I know Jacory Cross-Camara looks a lot more exciting with the injury to Austin Eckler, but we can see it before we believe it. We can see the usage before you get him in your lineup. Now, end of line here, quarterback, you have Allen. Running back, Barkley, Henderson. Tight ends, Tyler Warren over Kyle Pitts. And then who we have? No, actually, you're going to change this around. You put Tet into your lineup for sure. Put Tet in and take out either Downs or Wandale. Or Scat, to be honest. You can take out a ton of different these players. Happy BR format. If it was my team, I would take out Tet. I'm sorry, I'd take out Wandale and not put in Tet McMillan. Soggy here at running back. We're going to go with Breece Hall. Wide receiver, we're going to take a... Yeah, I'll go with Ibuka even if he's banged up. We're going to go with the banged up Kraft. And then down here in the flex, we're going to go with Kyron Williams. Now, B. Holt with our next one. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We will take Marv if Jennings plays, and if Jennings doesn't, we could pivot over to Ricky Pearsall. Alexander, if you send in a team review, it may not be done today. We have to get through all the start sit questions and stuff. Typically on Sunday mornings, we don't do those team reviews, and we do the team reviews throughout the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So if you send in a team review on a Sunday morning, typically it's going to get done on Monday. But obviously, any start set questions or anything like that will get done. Now, let's move this over to, so any of the quick questions will get done this morning. But honestly, team reviews, like if I were to give you a team review 30 minutes before kickoff and say like, hey, go make this trade, that advice may be irrelevant an hour into the games, right? So if anything, it'd be better for me to wait to do the team reviews until Monday for you anyway. But the start set questions just have to get done before the games. Now, John, always happy to see you, my guy. The dog's doing great. She is in bed sleeping with the fiance at the moment, or I'd bring her in. Let me send you over a couple other free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with, my guy. But here, quarterback, we're going to go Caleb in a great matchup against Dallas. Running back, we're going to go Kyron Williams. And then wide receivers flex, give me London, Wilson, and then I'm going to go with Sutton down in the flex spot, full PPR format. I think Deebo Samuel's also very interesting, but again, you have no Jaden Daniels this week. Okay, here coming through with our next one. For the flex, we're going to go George Pickens over Egbuka, given the game environment and given the fact that Egbuka is going to be limited. That guy with our next question, we have Ricky Pearsall's the best option on the bench. However, I'm not playing Ricky Pearsall over any of these names, so we leave this as is. Aiden with our next one, running back, we're going to be looking at Connor, Ja'Cory Cross-Garrett, Quinshon Judkins. Give me the old crusty vet for this week. And then down in the flex, Mike Evans, Brian Thomas, both compelling plays, but I think you go Evans with the injury that you have to Egbuka. Now, the Skags with our next one. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go with Tet and Ladd McConkey. And down in the flex, I think you're just going to go out. You're going to take T. Higgins in a full PPR format. I am concerned, of course, having no Burrow, though. Now, Dylan Matos, here, quarterback, Bo Nix, Daniel Jones. I'm going to go Daniel Jones. Don't like the matchup for Bo. Kenneth Walker's an auto start at running back. I would go with Genty over Kyron as well. Wide receiver, give me London. Tight end, give me Ferg. And then down in the flex spot, we are going to go with Kyron Williams. Okay, let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions to get through. And this next question is going to be coming out from Gojira. It says, pick 2, Olave, Pacheco, Wandale, or... So here I would definitely go with Olave with one of these spots. And then the other, I think I'm going to go with Pacheco. Of course, Pacheco's been horrendous. He's looked bad. The Chiefs have looked bad. But he's been playing 50% of the snaps. And you have a much better matchup this week against the Giants in comparison to what he's had over the previous few weeks. Now, Stott says, who should I flex after the Egbuka news? If you wanted to pivot to Dobbins, Dobbins would be your next best option. Full PBR format, though, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to still play Egbuka over Dobbins. It's going to come down to your tolerance for risk. And when Ian Rappaport says Egbuka is going to be limited, to what extent do you think he will be? Okay, let me make somebody a moderator real quick because I know we were going to have these like bot accounts spamming. So give me 1 second to make somebody a mod. It's a little bit difficult for me to do this. I have to close out that window, open up a different one, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to send mod status over to Iceberg Want a Bag. I see him out in the chat and I know he's been with us for years and years and years. Always appreciate hanging out with my guy. If you don't mind, if you see like any of the like spam sites doing anything, if you just hide them from the channel, that'd be great. And okay, let me move this back over. Okay, and we will get this back for J. Rodrigue. Here, running back, we're going to go with DeAndre Swift banged up's tough. You could actually play Jalen Warren over him if you wanted. It's going to be between those two guys. We're going to go J-Mo at wide receiver, and then we'll take the other running back in the other flex spot. Now, White Van Man. Here at running back, give me Jordan Mason over Genty. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We will take A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, and then in the flex, I'm going to go with Genty over Jacoby Myers still. I am maybe a little bit biased with Genty. I just like saying we're 3 weeks in. If your first round pick or your second round pick's not injured, you probably still want to start him. Now, looking at what we have here for Dynamic Wave, super easy. You just play Jackson Smith and Jigba. I know that he's dealing with the illness. I'm less worried about JSN than I am worried about Egbuka. Now, ZR is quarterback. We're going to go Caleb over Bo Nix pretty easily. Tight end, give me Zach Ertz over David Njoku. And then here for the flex, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Jacoby Myers over Higgins. Like, I have Higgins in the flock league, and honestly, I wish at this point I just had Myers. Nico coming through. Here, wide receiver, we are going to go with the combo of Ricky Pearsall and Keenan Allen. I don't think you have to risk Egbuka if you have those options. Like, why would you risk it? Okay. Now, Kookie Bob with our next one. Here for the flex, We're just going to take the running backs with the guaranteed opportunities. Take Javonte, take Pollard. I know Pollard's been really bad. I know this offense has been bad, but the offense is going to get better with Cam Ward under center. And Pollard's getting 20 opportunities a game. Now, Dean Wong gave him this free question in the live stream earlier. Is James Cook, Rome, Matthew Golden for Jordan Love, Trevion, Chase Brown, Marvin Harrison? Rome to Marv, lateral move. James Cook to Chase Brown, clear downgrade. Like, honestly, at this point, I have James Cook at 11 overall in my rankings. If we're to redraft today, I think James Cook goes to the 1-2 turn. So I would rather have James Cook here. Now, Creel with our next one. And it looks like we just hit 2,600 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. But I'm about to piss myself, so give me 1 second to go pee, and then we'll be back. All right, we are back. Let's give away some more free questions. All you got to do for the free questions again is drop a like and make sure you are subscribed to the channel and drop your username in the chat so I know who to send the questions out to. But real quick, for Creel, start Jonathan Taylor, start Amari and Hampton. Wide receiver, you start Rome, Lamb, London. Tight end, you start Tyler Warren. And in the flex spots, you go with Devontae Adams and Pickens. And we can watch the fireworks go off in that Dallas Bears game. Now, let's go ahead and pull this up, send out some more free questions. We got Maxon Visions. Just sent you over a free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream, my guy. Let's send one over to Jeff Jordan. Cannot find you. I can only find you on the site if you use code FLOCK when you sign up. If you haven't used a code on the site, you can add it to your account page. It's not too late. Send this over to Clay V. Just sent you over a free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. And let's send this over to Football 6 UI. Here's what I'm going to do real quick as well on the site. I'm going to make it where people cannot buy questions. They can only send it in if they have a free voucher, just so I can catch up on all the current ones, and then we'll turn them back on where you have the option to buy them again. But again, I really appreciate everybody hanging out with us here. I would rather me try to answer as many free questions as I possibly can. So I'm going to make that vouchers only for the time being. And let's run through and catch up on all these, and we'll keep on giving away a ton of free questions that you can submit on the site right now if you want. Like if you have one of those free questions, you can submit it for free. Okay. But Pilly with our next one, and that will allow us to give away more free questions as well than we have been. We're going to go Kyler over May. Running back, we're going to go with Brees over ETN. Wide receiver, give me Olave. Yeah, I'll go Olave over Higgins. That's close. Tight end, give me Dallas Goedert over Hunter Henry, and then we're going to go with Travis Etienne for the flex over the receivers. Now, Brett Adrian says, what do you think about this trade? Dylan Sampson's worthless. Kayshon Bouttie's worthless. We're trading Zach Ertz for Tucker Kraft, so I absolutely love it. Smoggy Curl says, need to figure out which 4 receivers to start. Well, we know we're starting Josh Allen at running back. We know we're starting CMC, Jordan Mason at running back. If you really needed a third running back, you're going with Trevion. Wide receiver, you have Neighbors, Ladd, and JMO inside your starting lineup. And then here at the tight end position, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Juwan Johnson. And then I would go with Calvin Ridley over Quentin Johnston. But, you know, I have a ridiculous amount of money invested into Quentin Johnson. So I really hope that I'm wrong here. And I hope you go with the big Q. I hope the big Q crushes Ridley, but I would start Ridley. Now, Cone Dog sent out this free question in the live stream earlier. Appreciate hanging out with us, my guy. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jameson Williams here for the big play upside in the game environment, which the Lions should have to throw the ball a bunch. Now, Pyro's returned here at running back. Bijan Kamara auto starts. Going over to receiver, we're going to be starting the combo of Flowers and A.J. Brown. Flowers is an auto start against the Lions. Go Brock Bowers at tight end. And then in the last flex spot, it's going to be Jalen Warren or Marvin Harrison. I think Harrison gives you the ceiling. Jalen Warren gives you the floor. Now, Master Yobi here at quarterback, give me Daniel Jones over Jared Goff with the rushing upside. And then down in the flex, I'm actually going to take DJ Moore, even though he's been horrendous. I really like the game environment against the Dallas Cowboys. Old boy coming through here. I'm going to go Caleb over Dak. I think both quarterbacks are going to be that very high scoring game. Caleb Williams going to run the ball though. I understand Caleb hasn't been good from a real life perspective, but with Caleb Williams, he's still averaging over 20 points per game. And he is averaging at this point like 40 rushing yards a game. Going over, looking at the running backs, Jordan Mason and Bucky Irving are to be must start plays. I'm going to be going with Rome over Tet McMillan, given the game environment. I would way rather have a different tight end than Loveland, though. I'll drop DJ Giddens for a different RB. And then you go Chase Brown in here in the flex. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Mickey says, I know you're a Wan'Dale hater, but I am not. You play Ricky Pearsall over Wan'Dale Robinson. Feel free to come and clown on me whenever we drop the recap video tonight after the games. But I would strongly plead for you to start Ricky Pearsall over Wan'Dale. Now, Rye Guy here, quarterback. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Baker over May. And then down in the flex, our best wide receiver options, probably Calvin Ridley. Our best running back is non-existent. So we're just going to take Calvin Ridley. And I hope I'm wrong. Like I said earlier, I'd way rather Quentin Johnston outscore him. But the fact of the matter is you probably do get some regression for Quentin Johnston with the touchdowns in that offense. Now, Taboy coming through here at running back. We're going to go with the combo of Kyron Williams as well as Amari Hampton over Montgomery. I know people are going to hate the Hampton call, but still he's playing like 70% of the snaps. Montgomery is a lesser running back in a committee that projects to score a similar amount of points. Wide receiver, Lamb, London will be the auto starts. Tight end, we're going to go Ferg. And then a wide receiver, we go Adams and Sutton, and you do not take the risk on Igbuka playing limited here when you have these great options. Now, Giovanni says, Kirk or Downs, and do you think Hopkins is a good stash? I would not stash Hopkins myself. And if I was looking at Kirk or Downs, are you talking about like on the bottom end of your bench? Like, I would rather have Josh Downs over Christian Kirk, but I think I'd play Ja'Cory Cross-Camara over both of them this week. Now, our Jaco here at quarterback, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Dak Prescott over Kyler Murray, given the game environment. And then Drake London, Mike Evans are both phenomenal starts. I would love to get both of them in. Maybe we add London ahead of Mike Evans in our rankings, but at this point with Igbuka being out, I think you just kind of have to play Evans. Igbuka's not out, but with him being limited. Now, Hakuna Kamara coming through. With our next question, I think we have to go ahead. We have to play Terry McLaurin over Devonta Smith. I am wanting to avoid Terry if we can, because again, if you look at Terry McLaurin, he's been disappointing so far, missed a ton of time at camp, while at the same time you have no Jaden Daniels. Tommy got your mommy, Jordan Mason, auto start here this week if you have them. If anybody is watching this and Jordan Mason is on your bench, turn this live stream off and put Jordan Mason into your starting lineup. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. I will take Romadunze over Tet, given the matchup. That's not as easy. And we're going to go Chase Brown here in the flex. I still believe he is the only running back that's had a carry in Cincinnati. Now, Jay King coming in. I'm assuming that we filled this out wrong. It does look like it's a super flex league. If I was looking at Kyler versus Dak, I would go Dak. And then looking at how I would rank these options for your flex, I'd go Mike Evans 1, ETN 2, Adams 3, and Keenan Allen 4. So I don't exactly know how many quarterbacks you need to start, but hopefully that helps you out. Let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. And again, if y'all want to get those free questions, all I ask is you go down there and drop a like on this live stream. I live stream every single day answering fantasy football questions, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us, because this is one of the very few days that we can get recommended new viewers on YouTube, and it can help us get new subscribers. And again, we are doing everything we can to try to hit that 300,000 mark, which is including answering a ridiculous amount of free questions, as you can see. Now, Jetta's with our next one says, should we pick up Calvin Austin off the waiver wire over Mooney? No, do not do that. I'd rather play Darnell Mooney over Calvin Austin. I'd rather play Darnell Mooney over these other flex options too. But it looks like I got to log out and log back in. So let's send over some more free questions to people in the chat. Looks like we're at 2,700 likes. All you got to do to get those free questions, again, is drop a like on this live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It is completely free for you to set up an account on flockfantasy.com. Like I said, we're giving away these free questions every single day on the live stream. All you got to do is use code FLOCK when you sign up to the site. That way I can find you on my users page. But let's go through and let's send out some more free questions real quick, and we'll get back to the questions on the site. We got a Press Gators fan. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Appreciate hanging out with us in this stream. Let's send this to Raider Gang Lex. Just found you, just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. And let's send this last one out to Troubled Lawmaker. Just sent you over that free start sit. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this stream. Okay. Let's get this going for Jetta. Says, should I pick up? Nope, do not pick up Calvin Austin, and you start Darnell Mooney. Now, DTS with our next one. Here at running back, we're going to go ahead. We are going to play Genty over Dobbins, but it's not far off. Tight end, give me Tucker Kraft. And then in the flex spot, I'm actually going to probably play Devontae Adams here. I understand wanting to go with Dobbins, though, where he's been incredible through the first 2 weeks. It's a tough matchup, though. Now, marked DJ here at the flex between Egbuka, and honestly, I understand that Egbuka is scary with the injury stuff, but you just have to play him. You don't really have any other options. Now, Annie Andrew, here you play JSN. I have zero hesitation with that. And then for the flex spot, I think you're going to go ahead and you're going to play Rome Odunze. I'm very aggressive on Rome with the rankings this week. Phenomenal matchup against the Cowboys. Now, looking at what we have with Billy D, here with our next one, we're going to go with Javonte and then Chuba Hubbard down there in the flex. I don't think you need to consider your next best, which would be Jacoby. I'm lagged with our next question. Wide receiver, you're going to play Brian Thomas. And then in the flex spots, Kenneth Walker's an auto start. And I'd probably also play Travis Etienne and just get the guaranteed volume. If we were going to swap anything here, actually, it could be Rome Odunze over Brian Thomas. I think that's going to be the toughest decision that you have. Now, just kickstart with our next one. Running back, we're going to go with the combo of Javonte Williams and CMC. For the flex, if you did not already play Tyreek Hill, you're going to go with Kyron Williams. If you already played Tyreek, then obviously you are done. Okay, let's move this over. Driscoll with our next one. For the flex, we're going to go ahead. We will take Chris Olave here. Olave, garbage offense, but you're getting the guaranteed target volume. Now, K9, quarterback, we're going to go with Kyler Murray over Michael Penix. For the flex, we're going to go ahead. We are going to take No, we'll go with Egbuka. I don't want to play Egbuka with the limited stuff, but I don't think you can play Hampton over him. Okay, now Julius Cook says, need to drop one for a defense. Who would you suggest? If I was dropping a guy for a defense here, it's going to be probably, we think, as a little bit of a cap ceiling in your format. I think you probably drop Tuden. I hate to tell you to say it. But I mean, how the hell am I going to tell you to drop Ricky Pearsall? And then the Notorious one says, thank you for all the advice, brother. I need help. Oh, well, appreciate you, my guy. I'm looking at what we have here for the flex. I think it's just easy. You play Keenan Allen. While I understand Quinshon Judkins is going to be the starter in Cleveland, and it does look exciting. For the long term, this week in particular, it's a really tough matchup going up against the Packers. But moving this over to Shimos, here for the flex, Jordan Mason is an auto start, and then we're going to go DJ Moore over Judkins as well. Again, tough matchup for Judkins against the Packers, and DJ Moore, best matchup possible going up against the Cowboys. Now, John Robles with our next one. Here for the flex spot, you have no Rice, you have no Worthy, you have no Godwin. So really, it's just, do we want to play Cam Scat over any of these names? No, I want it. I think Cam Scat is a worse running back than Judkins. I'd rather play Judkins. Now, Timothy Skia here at running back. You got to play Pacheco. I mean, with Pacheco, he's been playing 50% of the snaps. I really don't like the spot, but it's a better matchup against the Giants. And we're going to go Ricky Pearsall at the flex, but your running back room is disgusting. Now, Bitter Hornet trading London and Puka for Puka. I would do this, and it would not even be a hesitation for me. Puka Nacua, a completely different tier. Go get him. Riley, quarterback. I'm going to go Daniel Jones over Kyler, but it's not that far off. Running back, we're going to go with Hampton. No, you're going to go Ramondre this week. Hampton long term. Tight end, give me Juwan Johnson over Fannin. I'd rather have Fannin long term, but this week, tough matchup against the Packers. And then here for the flex spots, we're going to go with the combination of Devonta Smith as well as Jennings if he plays. If Jennings doesn't play, you pivot over to Amari and Hampton. Okay. Now, Damian, with our next question here at wide receiver, we are going to go ahead. We will take Jacoby Myers in the flex. Give me Chase Brown. And then in the last spot, probably going to go with Devontae Adams. I know J.K. Dobbins is very compelling, though. Himothy sends it a super message, doesn't attach anything with it. I'll send you over a free start sit if you want to get a start sit in, my guy. Let's send this over to Kikua. Gave this free start sit earlier in the stream. We're going to go with Daniel Jones over Bo Nix. And then wide receiver, I don't want to play Igbukah. I think you go with Devonta Smith and you send up a prayer that Jalen Hurts actually has to throw the ball. Now, BX globally coming through. This is CMC, Brian Thomas versus Gibbs and Jefferson. Obviously, CMC is higher than Jahmyr Gibbs in our weekly rankings, but in terms of rest of season, I still probably opt to go with Gibbs considering the CMC injury concerns, and I'd way rather have Jefferson than Brian Thomas, so very easily the Gibbs side of that. Now, John Robles with our next one, running back. I'm sorry, for the flex, we are going to go ahead and we will take George Pickens over Travis Hunter and the running backs because, again, that game environment against the Bears is great. D-Dot with our next one. Here for the flex, I'm going to go with Brian Thomas over Tet. Brian Thomas, while he's been horrendous, he's had the target volume, and I'm willing to believe that he is closer to the wide receiver he was last year than he's been the first 2 weeks. Here for the flex spots, we're going to go with Breece Hall, and then probably we're going to go with Jacoby. If he did not play Tyreek Hill, I think Marv gives you the higher ceiling, but Jacoby gives you a higher floor. Now, always winning in Philly with our next one. Here for the flex spots, we are going to take the combination of Terry McLaurin. Wish we would have started Jalen Waddle, but if we didn't start Waddle and we're looking at like Diggs as the best receiver, I would go with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I think I misspoke earlier in the stream and said I'd play Trevion. No, I said I'd play Trevion over Scat, not JCM. You play JCM for sure. Looking at what we have here for Teaser, we're going to go Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in one flex spot. And then between Pacheco and Diggs, it is so damn tough. Looking at Pacheco, he's been horrendous. But it looks like people saying, yeah, Jennings is out. And we got a lot of people saying it now. So it looks like it is legit. Let me triple check to make sure that it is legit, because if so, obviously I need to update my rankings with Ricky Pearsall, and Pearsall would be moving up. Yep, Juwan Jennings is officially out. So let's go ahead and ooh, this is an interesting report that we got as well. Cam Scat is going to be getting more snaps in week 3. So let me update these rankings real quick. These are redraft. Actually, I'm going to update the rest of season rankings. If the Jennings injury looks like it's this serious, I will move Ricky Pearsall up. Like rest of season, I'd probably rather have Pearsall than Smith. Actually, I'm going to move Smith below Olave and Godwin too, considering the Godwin news that we have. Hell, I'll probably move Pearsall ahead of Travis Hunter. And then I'm going to be moving Jawan Jennings behind Keenan, Golden, Diggs. Like, I don't know if I would even trade Diggs for. Yeah, I'll move Jennings behind Golden and Keenan. Those are our rest of season ranks. Let's move over to our weekly ranks. Actually, let me update the scat ranking. Where did we have him? We have him at 33. I'm going to move scat ahead of Sharbs with the Sharb injury. Where do we have Tracy? We had Tracy 43. Yeah, we can leave Tracy there. And then let's move this over to our weekly ranks. Weekly, we had Scat at 33. I don't know if we need to move him up. I think we leave Scat there. But obviously we need to update Ricky Pearsall and Jennings. Jennings gets nuked. Pearsall. I would rather start over Olave, Keenan, DJ Moore, Debo, Pickens, Sutton. Probably move Ricky Pearsall up to wide receiver 22 in our ranks this week. So put Pearsall there at 22. And let's submit those. Let me make sure that the submission went in. And we got to give away some more free questions real quick. So if you haven't already, if you want free questions, all you got to do is drop a like on this live stream. Be subscribed to the channel and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And let's see. Yeah, okay. It went through. I officially have Ricky Pearsall at wide receiver 22 if you look at my rankings on the site. And again, I want to remind y'all as well, if you're looking at the rankings on the site, the average is the expert average. If you wanted to include my rankings, hit the little gear icon, then click the little picture of me, and then it'll show you my rankings in tiers. And then also with the site, as you're looking at rankings, you can go through and you can look at all the relevant stats for all these players as well. But let's send out some more free questions. Let's send this one out to 504ers. Just sent that free start sit over to you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in this stream. Let's send this one over to Ryan Miller. Just sent that over to you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. And let's send one over to Bijan as well. Actually, cannot find you, Bijan. Actually, no, I'm an idiot. Found you and just sent you over that free start set. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in this stream. And then lastly, Pacheco, Diggs, it is up to you. I think Diggs gives you the ceiling. Pacheco gives you the floor, but honestly, flip a coin. I have no idea. Okay, so let's refresh this and keep it going. Now, oh my gosh. The fiance just sent me the cutest little picture of her and the doggy in bed. Anyway, K-free with this next one. Quarterback, Daniel Jones. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Mike Evans. And then in the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Travis Etienne, get the guaranteed touches. Don't need a risk. Igbuka being limited there. Vishkin with our next one. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We will take Devonta Smith over Jerry Jeudy and hope that the Eagles throw the ball. Squid, Henderson, or Golden could break out, but Alex safer. I'll be honest with you, Chief. if this was my team, I would start Trevion Henderson. Now, I'm also going to be honest with you that I'm an idiot. Clearly, Ellick's been better. You can see he's played over 70% of the snaps both games. This past week, he had the receiving touchdown. If it was my team, I would go Trevion Henderson. But again, I will be completely honest. I'm stupid. Now, Mike says, Igbuka, Troy Franklin, or Ridley at the flex. I would go ahead and I'd probably still play Igbuka. Ridley's the safer option, though. Now, not Versi coming through. Wide receiver, we are going to go with Ricky Pearsall. I'm sorry, in the flex, we're going to go Ricky Pearsall and DJ Moore now that you have no Jawan Jennings. Matt, here at running back, Jordan Mason is an auto start. Again, I want to reiterate to anybody watching this, if you're in this stream currently and you have Jordan Mason on your bench, turn the stream off so you can go put him in your lineup. And we'll go with Ladd McConkey. And then our last spot here at the flex is definitely going to be, I don't want to say definitely going to be down between the running backs, but probably going to be down between the running backs for me personally. Like Chuba, Kyron, ETN are all pretty damn close. Let me pull up where I currently have them ranked. Currently, I have Kyron at 18, ETN at 19, Warren at 20, Chuba at 21. So all these running backs are literally back to back to back to back to me. The only thing that I would say is for sure, do not start Corey Krosky-Merritt. But outside of that, you can do whatever you want at running back. You probably go Kyron Williams, but obviously super shaky given the matchup. Pesto says, feel like I won the draft. Who's okay to sell or hold? I'm sorry, my guy. This says start sit question. We got to run through this. A running back, we're going to go Pollard, Walker. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Lamb, Neighbors. This is an incredible team. Tight end, Jawan. Flex spots, you're going to go with Flowers and Sutton. And you can honestly maybe afford to trade for a better tight end. Now, let's move this over to our next one. Finley says, I'm 0-2, must win. Who do we start at quarterback? Daniel Jones, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, because you get the rushing upside. JT Bennett with our next one. Here, the best option on the bench currently is Amari and Hampton. I would not play Hampton over Metcalf. I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. If it was my team, I'd play Hampton over Pacheco. 70% of the snaps in a good offense. And I think he's a better running back than Pacheco. Now, K. Free says 0-2 in this one as well. Quarterback options are Staff, Lawrence, Penix, Russ, Browning, Geno, Wentz, Jones, Darnold. Or if that's Daniel Jones, you go Daniel Jones. If that's not Daniel Jones, then you're probably going to go ahead and play Michael Penix. But again, I hope that you can pick up Daniel Jones. Running back, Derrick Henry, Chase Brown, auto starts. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Marv over Igbuka. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Jalen Warren as well. Considering, I think, let me know, is it confirmed that Caleb Johnson's a healthy scratch? We should actually get actives, inactives any second now. So let me go ahead and pull that up and see the latest that we have here. So Tugger Craft is active, and we're still waiting for more actives, inactives at the moment. Okay, so K-Ron here at wide receiver. We're going to go with A.J. Brown. And then in the flex, I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall with no Jennings. Now, Crimsoner says, I'm also throwing in the Seattle DST in the trade. Do not care. You are clearly losing this. Jonathan Taylor is by far and away the best player in this deal. I don't care which side the Seattle defense is on. You want Jonathan Taylor. And James Conner is going to be on the decline here. From Cody, man, I would not start Hollywood Brown. I'd play Deebo Samuel over him. And then leave the rest of the lineup as is. But I wouldn't start Hollywood over Deebo. Now, Lady Ballin with our next one. Here at running back, we're going to go with DeAndre Swift here. Pretty easily, I think Swift, you get the guaranteed volume. And then for the flexes, full PBR format, I'm going to go Judy and Travis Hunter. Actually, no. We're going to go Hollywood over Judy. I think you'll get similar target volume in a much better offense with a much better quarterback and better matchup. Now, Mother Flocka here at running back, we're going to go with the combo of Hampton and Brees. A wide receiver, give me Jefferson, Adams. Tight end, give me Bowers. And in the flex, we're going to go with Deebo Samuel. Judkins, I'm excited about long-term, but cannot play him this week with how bad the matchup is. Toaster Clem, quarterback, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Daniel Jones. And then for the flex, Chase Brown is just going to be an auto start. Again, I believe he's the only running back to have carried the ball in Cincinnati this season. Now, Stuke with our next one. Here for the flex. Scat telling us he's going to expand his role. I would honestly rather, actually, if this is a non-PPR format, you go Montgomery. If it's a full PPR league, you go Igbuka. Non-PPR Montgomery, full PPR Igbuka. Now, Mother Flocka coming through. Running back, we're going to go with the combo of Bijan and Chase Brown. Wide receiver, Rome and Mike Evans. Tight end, Dallas Goedert. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead and I will take Marv over Deebo Samuel this week with no Jaden Daniels. T. Griff says, don't know who to start at the flex. It's between Igbuka, JCM, and Diggs. Full PPR format. I'm going to go with Igbuka. Yes, he's probably going to be limited this week, but Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera has been limited as well. I mean, Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera this past week was limited to 22% of the snaps. Week 1, he played 36%. Obviously, that number is going up with no Eckler, but still, I don't think he can be locked in. Now, Brandon says, Mariota, Geno, Russ. We got to pick one. I probably go Geno and hope that we can get back to what he did week 1. And at what price point do you think is good for buying Chase? Got an offer of him for JT. I declined. I 100% am in agreement with you. I have Jonathan Taylor ranked over Jamar Chase as well rest of season. I can go through and show you who I have Chase ranked alongside rest of year. Here's the tier I have Jamar Chase in. Pretty big tier of players. I have Jamar Chase at 12 overall in my rest of season ranks. I have James Cook, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, CMC, all ahead of him. And then obviously these top 5 names ahead of him as well. Okay. Now our next question is going to be coming out from Mother Flocka. Here at running back, we're going to go with the combo of Travis Etienne, Saquon Barkley. Not going to think twice about it either. Wide receiver, give me Tet McMillan. And I'm going to go T. Higgins with Igbuka banged up. Bowers at tight end. And then in the flex, you can go ahead and you can take Igbuka here with this being a PPR format and the Chiefs receivers obviously being out and Godwin being out. Now, flock number 10, always happy to see you, my guy. I know we sent you this earlier in the stream. We're going to go Barkley and Chuba running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Brian Thomas and Pickens over Igbuka. Tight end, give me Goddard. And then for the flex, I'm going to go Dobbins over Igbuka, where again, in general, if you have a decent option, I would rather avoid Igbuka being told that he's going to be on the limit. Now, Bobby Two Socks says 0-2, lost both by 0.1 points. That is brutal, my guy. I mean, if we're looking at who we're going to get in the starting lineup at the flex, I probably would opt to go with Jerry Jeudy in a full PPR format. I think he's had back-to-back weeks with 8 targets. It's a garbage offense, but at least you're going to get guaranteed volume. And in a PPR league, you get like a baseline floor. He's had bad performances through the first 2 weeks, and he's still been averaging 10 points per game. Now, bench warmers here at quarterback, we have Justin Herbert. Running back, Kenneth Walker, Saquon Barkley. Wide receiver, we're going to go with London, Myers, and DJ Moore over Debo and no Daniels in a great matchup against the Cowboys. And then down here in the flex, I'm going to be playing Travis Etienne for the guaranteed volume. Now, Skull Razor here in the flex spot. I think we are going to go ahead and we're probably going to be playing Nick Chubb over Wan'Dale. I understand that Wan'Dale Robinson has just absolutely blown up where he's averaging 20 points per game through the first 2 weeks. But again, I think the volume in this offense comes down dramatically and it's a tough matchup as well. Now, our next one's going to be from Nick Ah. Here for the flex, we need 2 names. We're going to go with the combo of Igbuka and Hampton. I'd go Hampton over Judkins given the matchups. T Quick here for the flex. We're going to go with the combo of Chris Olave as well as I'd probably go Jerry Jeudy. You could have talked me into Cup if you had no JSN, but JSN is going to be good to go. Now, G. Kuridikati. Here at tight end, we have Hawkinson and Juwan Johnson. I'm starting Hawk this week. Feel disgusting about it. I'd way rather start Juwan myself. And then here for the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Calvin Ridley. Now, High Drag says, do I roll the dice on Scat in the flex? I want it. I'd play J. Mo and Terry. Like, Scat's a perfect name to just have on your bench. let him, again, with the rookie running backs, you don't get extra, with any rookies, you don't get extra points for starting them the week that they break out, right? So in general, I'm always hesitant to just tell you to go through and jam in the rookies. I would rather see it before we believe it and have them on our bench, be excited about the long-term breakout, but you don't need to be playing them right now. Now, BW Peppers, running back, I'm going to go Judkins over Scat. Flex, Scat, I think you can start here over Downs and AO Manor if you wanted. Cousin Noah here for the flex. AJ Brown versus Breece Hall. I think we're going to go ahead and take Breece. I do expect to get a big AJ Brown bounce back, though. Now, Shane Dog, quarterback, we're going to go Jalen Hurts, even with Caleb being in a great matchup. And then down here in the flex spot, we're going to go Ricky Pearsall with no Jawan Jennings. Dude, it's Devin. Always happy to see a wide receiver. JSN will be an auto start. Then over here in the flex spot, I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall as well with no Jawan Jennings. I really want to get Pearsall in the lineup. Joel D says, drop one of Godwin, Allen, Worthy, Scat, Tootin for a DST. I would not drop Godwin. I'd probably drop Tootin, to be honest with you. Here at running back, you're going to play DeAndre Swift. And then down in the flex, you're going to be playing Garrett Wilson. But drop Tootin if you needed that, a DST. Now, B. Weiser, here at running back, we're going to go ahead. We will take Hampton over Judkins. Again, hate the matchup for Judkins, and Hampton's still playing the lion's share of the snaps in Los Angeles. And then looking at the flex, don't love it, but I think we go with a limited Igbuka over Judkins in Hollywood. Now, Carter Man here at quarterback, we're going to go with Lawrence over Browning. And then for the running back spot, I'm going to be going with Trevion over Harvey. And then, 14-team league, so wide receivers are insane there. Jay Berg, running back, Chase Brown, wide receiver, going to go with the combo of Mike Evans and A.J. Brown. And then for the flex, we're not considering the running backs. It's really between Marv and Sutton, going to be up to you. I think Sutton gives you higher floor in a full PPR format, where Marv, we haven't seen the consistent target volume at any point of his career. Now, Jay Garza here at the flex. We're going to go ahead and I wish we would have played Waddle, but at this point, I think you play Hampton. I know Hampton's super disappointing, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, you are looking at a spot in which he's played 70% of the snaps the past 2 weeks. It was his first 2 games of his NFL career. Still an extremely talented player. Now, Skull Vikes here at the flex spot. We are going to go ahead and I will play Igbuka over Hampton, even with him being limited. Beaton at running back. We're going to go with the combo of Breece and Javonte. Tight end, we're going to go with Harold Fannin over Ertz. It's up to you there. It's just very difficult to project out Ertz with no Jaden Daniels. Don't know what's going to look like. Now, Chubby for Judy here down in the flex. We have no Jawan Jennings at this point, so it's really Judkins or Hampton. And again, I'm going to go Hampton over Judkins. Judkins, horrible matchup, horrible offense. And I think they play a similar amount of snaps. Cam Joe, Bo Nix versus Drake May. It is going to be up to you. I've gone back and forth with these guys. I think Drake May has the better matchup. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Keenan Allen here. And at tight end, you go Laporta over Njoku. And then for the flex, Ramondre is the best running back that we could be looking at. And the wide receivers are gross. Actually, we're going to go Ramondre. I think you start Hampton here in the flex long-term, though. Now, Free Boulder says 10-team full PPR. What tight end and wide receivers do we start? Wide receiver, we're going to go with the combo of Brian Thomas and Garrett Wilson. For the flex, we are going to go with Tet McMillan and Jamison Williams. Full PPR format, you just start all the wide receivers we can. And then at tight ends, I'm going to go Hunter Henry because I can't deal with it. How bad is Mark Andrews? The Baltimore Ravens offense has gone nuclear over the past 2 weeks, scoring like 80 points, and Mark Andrews has 7 receiving yards. Now, Colin with our next one. Here for the flex, we're going to go with the combination of Marv and I will go with Ja'Cory Cross-Camara over Pacheco. And real quick, looks like we are closing in on 3,000 likes. When we hit 3,000 likes, we're going to go ahead and we're going to send away some more free questions in the chat. So if you haven't already, go down there, drop that like. We live stream every single day answering fantasy football questions. This morning's live stream is going to be 6 hours leading up to kickoff. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and drop a like, do it now because this is our very few shot that we have to get subscribers is Sunday morning. But let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Mediocre Disadvantage. Wide receiver, give me A.J. Brown, Marvin Harrison, and then honestly, I don't think there's much to discuss. You could go Pickens over Marv. You are really just looking for the spike week there. It's going to be difficult to know which one it's coming from. Now, Doe here, we're going to go with Ricky Pearsall, and I'll play Ibuka over Travion and Nick Chubb. Like, Ibuka may be a limited player, but so will the other guys, right? It's not like they're playing 70% of the snaps. C. Porter here at wide receiver. Ricky Pearsall, the easy play now with no Jawan Jennings. And then Kenneth Walker is an auto start for everybody here. Again, if you are watching this live stream and you have Kenneth Walker on your bench, you turn off this live stream and you go get Kenneth Walker in your lineup. Now, Beaton here, running back, Breece Hall, easy start. Flex spots. We're probably going to go with the combination of Jalen Warren looking like the full-blown starter in Pittsburgh. And then for the last flex, oh, easy. We have George Pickens. Thank God. I was getting a little bit nervous there. Now, Mark, this is Bucky and Tet versus Jonathan Taylor. Value side is on the Bucky end. Bucky could outscore Jonathan Taylor the rest of the way, to be honest. I understand if you wanted to do it, though, because you do have an incredible, incredible team. But, okay, never mind. It looks like we just got juked out because people are now saying that Rappaport's coming through and saying that Ibuka's not going to have limitations after he clearly said that Ibuka would have limitations earlier. Let's see this real quick. Oh, crap. I can't share my audio with y'all anymore. Where did Ian Rappaport say that? I do not see him saying Ibuka's not going to have limitations. I saw yesterday when he said that, but then earlier this morning, I saw a report that he would be operating with limitations. Let me see if, did Shefty say something? The only recent report that I can find is of this morning. Yeah, this is fake. The only report as of today is Buccaneers wide receiver Ibuka is expected to play today versus the Jets despite hip and groin injuries. Expected to have his snaps monitored and potentially limited based on if he fails during the games. So Ian Rappaport said last night that Ibuka will not have limitations. And then this morning, Adam Schefter said that he will. So I'm operating with the most recent report that he will be limited. Now, Jacob, with our next one. Here for the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I will play Devonta Smith over Hampton. Now, let's refresh this. See if we've got any more questions coming in. Okay, so yeah, we're catching up. Good. Now, Rice Patty Shaman. Here for the flex, Ricky Pearsall, clear play with no Jawan Jennings. Easy. Jugan coming through. Wide receiver, we're going to go Pickens in a phenomenal. Actually, you got to go Jacoby Myers. Jacoby, you just get such a guaranteed target floor. I would love to start Pickens, but yeah, Jordan Mason's an auto start as well with no Aaron Jones. Now, Sploot says, keep it simple. Etienne and Garrett or gamble on Judkins and the others. No, keep it simple. Again, you do not get style points. You do not get extra points for getting like the Quinshon Judkins breakout. So no, do not overthink this. But it looks like we just hit 3,000 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, you can tell that the majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are free. All you got to do to get those free questions is drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It's completely free to have an account on the site. Just sign up with code FLOCK. That way I know, that way I can find you on my users page. Let's go ahead and let's send some of these out. We got football 6 guy. Football. Just found you, my guy, and just sent you out a free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Send this over to Sacha. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us as well. Let's send one over to Soft Napkin. Cannot find you. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. If you haven't used a code, you can add it to your account page. Let's see if we can find Kobe Mart. You just found you, my guy, and just sent you over that free start set. Really appreciate you. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with us on the stream. And let me know when we hit 3,100 likes in the stream. We'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Now, flip flop here, quarterback. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Daniel Jones. Running back, Pollard with a guaranteed volume. Wide receiver, Tets. Tight end, Kraft. And then in the flex, we're going to go with Sutton, Higgins, and then probably Ramondre. Actually, it's a tight end premium format. Depending on the extent of the tight end premium aspect of this, you could consider Jawan Johnson. Okay. Now let's move this over. Giants, Mez with our next one. Running back, we're going to go with the combo of Swift as well as probably Montgomery. I mean, they're telling us Scat's going to expand his role. Tight end, I hope we started Kincaid. If we didn't, RIP. And then down in the flex, we're going to go Terry McLaurin. But it looks like we already hit 3,100 likes on the stream. So go down and drop your username again on the in the chat. All you got to do to qualify for these free questions is hit the like, subscribe, and drop your username in the chat. Kieran says, it made me pick up another quarterback instead of another flex. Deciding between Alec, Trey, and Smith. How's running back? Okay. So if you're looking at these options getting your starting lineup, it would be Devonta Smith. You're telling me like Smith goes in here. And then, yeah, I think you leave your running back as is. But I'm sorry for the issue. Now, Nakua Matata here. We're going to go Ferg over Ertz with no... Oh, and we're going to go Garrett Wilson here easily in the second flex spot. Now, Shaw with the next one says, what do you think about this? We're trading Dobbins, Montgomery, Nico for Taylor and Waddle. Nico to Taylor, massive upgrade. Montgomery to Waddle, lateral move. We're paying Dobbins to get it done. I like it. Go get Jonathan Taylor. Dayton with our next one. Here, tight end, give me Dallas Goedert. Go Harold Fandon over Goddard. I hate the matchup, though. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Breece Hall. But you have great options. It's a great team. Trade for a better tight end. Okay, let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions. I think we already maybe gave a free question to Broheem, so maybe we shouldn't have clicked on his name again. But it is what it is. I'm not going to fault somebody for hanging out with us in the stream too much. Appreciate you, my guy, and be happy to send you over that free start sit. Let's find some other people real quick. We got Johnny MD. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream, my guy. And let's send this last one out to jberg0124. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. And please, everyone, let me know when we hit 3,200 likes on the stream, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Now, let's move this over. Our next one's Bog Lord says, full BBR, have to start either Bill or Hampton. The projections say you start Bill. For me, I would go ahead. I would take Amari and Hampton. Amari and Hampton's played more this year. He's in a better offense this week. I think he's a better running back as well. But again, I'm an idiot. So completely fine if you wanted to ignore me and go with the projections. Now, Cam 1031. Here for the flex, we are going to go ahead. We will take between Sutton, Olave, Marv. I'm going to go Sutton. I know most people will go Marv, but Sutton, we've had a large track record, and I think he's going to be fine. I'm going to be willing to ignore the one bad week. Now, Matt with our next one. Here at running back, Give me Hampton over Judkins. Wide receiver, I'm going to go with Myers. And then down in the flex, I will go with Pickens. You could go DJ Moore over Pickens, but whatever you do not start Ibuka. There's no reason to risk the limitation there. Now, Drew Fantasy says, pick 2, Stafford or backups, and who should the QB be? I might go Stafford here over the Mac Jones and Mariota is interesting because he's going to run the ball if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. And then wide receiver 2, Garrett Wilson. If you look at projections right now, they're saying that the passing volume is not going to be any worse with Tyrod Taylor than what it would be with Fields. Now, 6-ring Cowboy. This is a league in which it's pretty deep. Got to start a couple different names. Running back, we're going to go with, dear God, I'll go Pacheco. Do not want to start him, of course. I would like to tell you to avoid it. But realistically, if you're sitting here with 50% of the snaps and a good offense, while at the same time, you have a better matchup against the Giants, you probably got to go in that direction. And then I would play Quentin Johnston at wide receiver. Generally just don't love what we have at running back. Now, Emmerich Bull here, quarterback. We're going to go Caleb. I'm going to go Caleb over Baker. Honestly, F it. So many injuries in Tampa, and Caleb is the best matchup you could possibly ask for. And then in the flex, we're going to go with Ibuka. We'll roll the dice, but it's mainly because you don't have any other solid options. Drake May lovers to start Kraft or waiver wire, Ertz, Pitts, or Fane. I'm going to start Kraft. Because realistically, I don't think Kraft should project out much worse than the other guys, and you're going to tell me that we're going to have to drop somebody on the bottom end of our bench so we can pick up one of those names. I'd rather just roll with Kraft. Now, Batu with our next one. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go with the combo of Olave, Marv, and then flex, we're going to go with T. Higgins. Just play all 3 wide receivers. It's a full PPR league. Trevor says, Bill or Pickens with the Abek news. I'm leaning Pickens. You for sure go George Pickens here in a full PPR format over Bill. No question about it. Now, Braden with our next one. We're going to go Tucker Kraft over Pitts. I understand Kraft's banged up, but he's still... You also have no Jaden Reed. I think they have to get him involved. We're going to go Jacoby Myers, and then we're going to go Keenan Allen in the other flex spot in a full PPR league. Now, Dom with our next one. Here, wide receiver. Or, I'm sorry, at the flex. We're going to go and look at the receivers. It's going to be between Hollywood and Quentin Johnston. The projections will say Hollywood. My heart says Quentin Johnston. But Hollywood, you have an offense that projects to score more points, and you have less competition in general. Now, Drewby with our next one. Jordan Mason, auto start, even over Chase Brown and Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, give me Ladd McConkey, and then running back, we'll go with Chase Brown. Dario says, Ibuka, Keenan, or more, and then Ertz or Ferg in a half PPR format. Give me Ferg over Ertz with no Jaden Daniels, and give me... I'll go DJ Moore, to be honest. Again, with DJ Moore, I understand that he's been really, really bad this year. But the Bears-Cowboys game projects to be one of the highest scoring games of the week. Now, at Legion, here running back, we're going to go with Barkley, Jacobs as the auto starts. Wide receiver, you play JSN, Amon-Ra, Ladd McConkey. Tight end, we're going to go with Jawan Johnson. And then for the flex, we will take Travis Etienne. Now, Daryl here. Quarterback, give me May. And probably Stroud. Yeah, like that's your only option. I was just like sitting there like going, what the hell is Derek Carr doing on our team? Running back, we have Genty. We have Pollard. Tight end, Dallas Goedert. And then in the flex, God damn, whatever they just cooked in the kitchen. I don't know who that was, but it smells god awful. Oh my gosh. I can smell it from here. We need 3 flex spots. Running backs are disgusting. Wide receiver, we have Brian Thomas, Ricky Pearsall, and then probably Quentin Johnston as our last name. Yeah, Quentin Johnston. I don't even think you could consider anybody else. Now, Jacoby with our next one here for the flex. I'm going to go with Trevion over Matthew Golden and Cedric Tillman. Let's refresh this. So we are catching up on these questions. Thank God. Okay, perfect. We're catching up, and we may be able to turn on questions in a bit where you can buy them, and it's not just the free questions that can get submitted. But as of now, it's just the free questions that can get submitted. But we'll send out a bunch more. Looks like we had 3,200 likes, so we'll send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to qualify for those free questions that we are sending out every single day on the live stream will be to drop a like, subscribe, and then drop your username in the chat. Now, football guy, between Bo Nix, Jared Goff, give me Bo Nix with more rushing upside. I'm going to go with Kyron over Jalen Warren. And then down in the flex, you can probably go Jalen Warren over DJ Moore, but DJ Moore looks very compelling considering the matchup. Now, K's with our next one. Here for the double flex spots, we're going to go Cortland Sutton and Calvin Ridley and not really consider anybody else. Hypnotic Goop at the flex. We will take, in general, I want to be benching Igbuka this week if we can, but I would play him over Hunter. I'd play him over Judkins. But let's send out some of these free questions. We got this one coming out from Holy Jumpin'. There are 2 accounts with this username, my friend. I'm going to send it to the one that was created on September 12th. Ball so hard. 209, just sent you over that free start sit. Let's send this over to Alpha. KTR. Okay, I cannot find you, my friend. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. If not, you can add it to your account page if you have not already used a code. Same thing for Kane the Sky. That way, next time I look you up on my users page, I can find you. See if I can find Gubba. Gubba just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us this fine Sunday morning. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be coming from Cooney. Wide receiver, we have Sutton versus Travis Hunter. Give me Cortland Sutton. And then for the flex spot, we're going to go with, we'll go Quinshawn over Travis Hunter at this point. Now, Marcus Freeman, here, tight ends. Give me Kraft over Fannin. And then for the flex, give me Pearsall with no Jennings. Now, Slade, running back, I'm going to go with, I'll go Ja'Cory Cross-Camara over Nick Chubb. And then, yeah, you, of course, don't consider any of those running backs for your flex. Now, depressed Gator fan, appreciate you, my guy. I know we sent you this question earlier in the stream. We're going to go with Jordan Mason easily. Again, Jordan Mason is an auto start. I do not care what your team looks like. You put Jordan Mason into your starting lineup. Now, Cam Joe, Chase Brown, Hampton, Jerry Jeudy versus Trevion Godwin in London. Chase Brown to London, lateral move. Hampton to Henderson, lateral move. Jeudy to Godwin, clear upgrade. Yes, I'll make this move if you don't need the running back production. Cambo, running back, give me Tony Pollard over Ja'Cory Cross-Camara. This week, give me Ja'Cory Cross-Camara long term, but this week specifically, you're in a spot in which when you have no Spears, Pollard's just going to continue to roll. Phil, always happy to see you, my guy. Wide receiver, Nico Collins, Amon-Ra St. Brown will be the easy plays here. And then for the flex, I think we're going to go with George Pickens and what should be a great game environment over Deebo Samuel now that you have no Jaden Daniels. Now, it's Mobro coming through for the flex. I'm going to go with Quinshawn Judkins. Like, I guess your next best option's Troy Franklin. Raider Gang Lex here for the flex spot. I'm going to go Judkins for you as well. Your next best option's what? Harold Fannin? So I think you got to run it. Now, Reed says it's actually a 16-team league. Okay. Well, you're going to go ahead. You're going to play Igbuka. And for a 16-teamer, this is a phenomenal team. That looks like an average 12-team league. That is great. Now, troubled lawmaker, quarterback, give me Hurts over Caleb. Wide receiver, we're going to go JSN, no hesitation. And then I'll go London, Chase Brown, Genty. They're all relatively close for us. I'm honestly going to be fine if you want to go any way here. Full PPR format, I'd probably go London. It says it's a half PPR league. If that's true, you probably go Chase Brown. But it's going to depend on, again, full PPR, half PPR. Bijan fan coming through. Here for the flex spot, Chase Brown, auto star, DK Metcalf. I'd still probably go Metcalf over Jennings. It's going to be close. As again, with Metcalf, phenomenal matchup against a crappy Patriots defense with no Christian Gonzalez. Now, 504ers here. Pollard, auto start, wide receiver, A.J. Brown, tight end. We're going to go Goddard over Andrews. And in the flex, we'll go Garrett Wilson. Actually, it's a half PPR league. You could consider Dobbins there in the flex as well if it's a half PPR. Now, Abel says 0-2 start. We need a win. So looking at the team, I'm assuming Hampton's a big reason why we are 0-2 at the moment. But we also have Rashee Rice. We also have Hunter. So we have a lot of these names that aren't short-term options, but they are long-term. I'm going to be honest with what I would do. If this was my own team, I would start Devonta Smith and I would start Amari and Hampton. Now, with that being said, the projections say you play Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera instead of Hampton. And at the same time, I would imagine the majority of the people in this live stream would say the same thing. So, just because I would do this doesn't mean you need to. I am very quick to admit that I'm an idiot. I get things wrong absolutely all the time. But I view Hampton in a better offense, a better running back. He's had a better workload. So he struggled through the first 2 weeks, but I'm fine running with him. Over JCM, that is. Just wins, we're going to go with May. Running back, we go Tracy over Gainwell, but it's disgusting. Wide receiver, you play Brian Thomas. Then in the two flex spots, we're going to go with the combo of Keenan Allen and Travis Hunter. And then actually, no, you go Bowers over Hunter. What the hell are we doing with both those tight ends? Go trade a tight end for a better running back. High drag, low speed. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We will take Jalen Warren here pretty easily. Wide receiver, St. Brown, JMO. And then for the flex, we'll take Terry McLaurin in a full PPR format. But I am somewhat concerned about Terry if you are looking at the fact that you have no Jaden Daniels, and also you've obviously had him starting slow. Now, Vinyl Sun. Here, running back, Kenneth Walker, auto start. Wide receiver, Tet. Flex spots, you're going to go RB. You take Javonte, you take Travis Etienne. You just simply start the running backs at the guaranteed volume. Now, Tristan Dak, here we have Herbert, Olave, Kraft, Lamar, Godwin, Ingram. Yeah, this is the Lamar side. Olave, Godwin, give me Godwin, but it's close. Would I rather have Herbert and Kraft or Lamar and a streaming tight end? I'd rather have Lamar and a streaming tight end. Let's move this over. Works, yes, the paid questions are turned off right now, but the paid questions will get turned back on, where you can buy a question if you want once we get through all of the free questions that we have right now. But we just need to, well, we're playing catch up here on all the questions that we have at the moment. We just fell pretty far behind. I'm trying the absolute best that I can. We have been live streaming for like almost 5 hours already. And I'll be live streaming all the way until kickoff. So we're answering as many as we can, I promise. Now, Kurgan says running backs are Achane, Chase Brown, J. Will, JT. Wide receivers, we have different J. Will, Sutton, Igbuka, and Pickens. So we don't need either position. If you don't need either position, I mean, I do have Rome Odunze ranked ahead of Javonte Williams. But, I mean, yeah, in general, if we're selling at running back, we want to be charging a premium. But, yeah, I think you can go out and get Rome if you want. Now, Thomas with our next one. Here for tight end, give me Kraft over Hawk. For the flexes, give me the combo of... Ooh, this is tough. If I look at Kamara and Javonte... I'd probably leave it like this, but Breece Hall is in strong consideration to get in there. This is a super shallow format, so it's a tough start. Now, Dolan with our next one. Here, wide receiver, give me DJ Moore over Egbuka if Egbuka is going to be limited this week. I'll take Egbuka anyway here in the flex over the running backs. Fantasy JP says, started Keon in the flex. Who do we play at wide receiver? So we need to, I'll say first off, absolute horrible mistake putting in a player that plays on Thursday into your flex spot. Like, it limits your flexibility later in the week. Looking at what we have with wide receiver, I think you have to go with Egbuka. I mean, Ridley would be your other pivot. Egbuka, obviously, low floor. We don't exactly know what to expect with the injury, but it's not like we can say that we've had a high floor with Ridley so far this season. So we'll go with Egbuka. Now, let's go ahead and refresh this. Okay, it looks like we are doing a great job of catching up. We're almost caught up. And again, we are going to keep on sending out free questions all the way until kickoff. So all you got to do to get those free questions is drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It is completely free to set up an account on flockfantasy.com. You can do a bunch of free stuff on the site as well. I would recommend using code FLOCK if you're wanting to win the free questions, though, because it's the only way I can look you up on my account page. Now, young Pete, wide receiver, we're going to go with DK Metcalf. Tight end, give me Harold Fannin. And then for the flex, just give me the guaranteed opportunities with Travis Etienne. Now, Giant Alex with our next one. Wide receiver, we will take Terry McLaurin even with no Jaden Daniels. X Food, here for the flex, it's James Conner versus like Egbuka. Close in a full BBR format. I'd probably go James Conner, but I'm not a big James Conner guy this year. Now, Driscoll, we're trading Breece, Olave, Keon, and Njoku for Jacobs, Tucker, Kraft. Breece to Jacobs, clear upgrade. Njoku to Kraft, clear upgrade. And we're paying a couple depth wide receivers to get it done. Hell yeah, let's make the move. K's here for the flex. We have like George Pickens is the best player we could get in. I'm not starting Pickens over any of these names, though. So I think we leave this as is. But it looks like we just hit our next like goal. So we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, all you got to do is drop a like on the stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And we'll go ahead and send out some more free questions. Now, Jackson Wave with our next one. We're going to go Jalen Hurts over Drake May at quarterback. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Tet. And then for the flex, we will go with Devonta Smith here pretty easily as well. Now, VPN for the flex, it's really like Trevion, Josh Downs, or Matthew Golden. I'm going to go Trevion Henderson, even with him only playing 35% of the snaps. We're going to hope that this is the week he expands his role. But let's send out some free questions. We got NRG Fantasy. Happy to see you, my guy. Hope that you are doing well. Let me send this out. I cannot find you on the site. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you signed up. If you haven't, you can add that to your account page. Let's send this over to Box Papa. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. Let's send this one over to Zindy. Just found you and just sent you over a free start sit question. Thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. And let's send this other one out for Pebble. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is Hernan James. We're selling Egbuka and Tyler Warren for Bucky Irving. Yeah, we need a running back here. I'm fine with you making this move. What do we have at tight end again? We have McBride. Yeah, if you have McBride, hell yes, go get Bucky Irving here. Now, Kobe with our next one. For the flexes, we are going to take the combo of Egbuka and JMO, and honestly, I'm not thinking much about it. Like your next best play would be Alec Manor. Now, Sacha with our next one. Quarterback, give me Bo Nix over Browning. Running back, give me the combo Chase Brown and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Tight end, give me Goddard. No, we're going to go Ertz over Goddard, but it's close. And then wide receiver / flex, we're going to go with Devonta Smith and David Montgomery. Now, Johnny MD, wide receiver, I'm going to go with Ricky Pearsall over DJ Moore now that you have no Jawan Jennings. Now, Steve with our next one, wide receiver, give me the combo of Marv Olave. And then we're going to go Keenan Allen in the flex. Actually, no, you have DJ Moore. Marv gives you the ceiling. Olave gives you the floor play. I think you have to play DJ Moore because it's a good matchup against the Cowboys. Those are really the only players you can consider, but honestly, I'd be fine with whoever you decided to bench out of those 4 names. Now, Bodie with our next one. Here for the flex. It's Travis Hunter here pretty easily. I don't think you can. Like, do not, whatever you do, do not play Hunter Renfrow over Travis Hunter. Now, Andrew with our next question for the flex. We're going to go with Ricky Pearsall over George Pickens now that you have no Jawan Jennings. But it looks like we got to sign in and sign out, sign back in. I think this will be our longest Sunday morning stream we've ever done. Usually we go for 5 hours, but this one's going to be 5.5, 6 hours. And I don't know, I can't promise that this is going to be a normal occurrence. We've probably answered, I have no idea, maybe 1,000 questions in this stream. And it is tough to keep the momentum like this. Okay. But we pulled this back up. Danix says, Mason, what's the longest stream you've ever done? 24 hours of drafting fantasy football teams. Andrew AD here. We're going to go with Ricky Pearsall, as we already mentioned. Yeah, but we streamed for 24 hours. Once, we never did it again because I lost my voice that football season from live streaming too much. And it's more important that I can do live streams every day answering questions than doing one big, 24-hour stream. I mean, I would do it if I could, but y'all remember how bad I lost my voice, and it was brutal. We're going to go with Ricky Pearsall over Higgins, Olave, Waddle. Easy. When you have no Jennings, Pearsall isn't must start. Ricky FFL. Here for the flex spot, you're playing Ricky Pearsall over Pickens, over A.O. Manor, over Harvey, GM. Now, Noman Shaw. Here, we're going to go with Judkins over Trevion. Wide receiver, Devonta Smith over Hunter and Judy. And then for the flexes, I'll go with Judy and Travis Hunter. Now, Gaba with our next one. Running back, we are going to go with, oh, dear God, I guess, Byshell Tootin. Tight end, give me Tyler Warren. And then for the flex, Zay Flowers easily. But go trade for a better running back. You have great tight ends. You have expendable tight ends. Now, Mike Bowe with our next one. Here, running back, we're going to go with... Smart person would tell you to go Chubb. If it was my team, I'd go Amari and Hampton. And then I'm going to play Tucker Kraft over Jatavion Sanders. Flock Dustin, here for the flex. Give me a Buka over Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt and Travis Hunter. It's just Kev. Here's what I'm going to do real quick. I'm about to piss myself if y'all can't tell. I'm going to turn on questions where you can buy them on the site for the next 5-10 minutes if you want. We're going to do something maybe a little bit different in this live stream than we normally do as well. I'm going to start answering questions in the chat as well, just in case you don't have an account on the site, and we can get to your questions in the chat too. So give me 1 second to go pee. We only have a couple more questions we got to get through on the site. We'll come back. We'll answer questions in the chat itself for free. And we'll, of course, keep on giving free site questions away too. All right, we are back. I'm sorry for that. Let me go ahead and send out some free questions in the chat. Again, to get those free questions, all you got to do is drop a like and drop your username in the chat. We'll send out some more. Looking at what we have with It's Just Kev, a running back, Jacobs, Swift, easy plays. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Ladd, Marv. Tight end, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jawan Johnson. And then for the flex, let's go with Nico Collins and Quinshawn Judkins. Zindy with this next one. Wide receiver, go A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers. And tight end, flex, we're going to go with Roman. Yeah, we're going to go Rom. I think you can bench Pollard here, even though I want to play Pollard the majority of spots. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's pull this around. H. Farmer. Just sent you over a free start sit. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the chat. C. Stanza. C. Stanka. Just sent you over a free start set. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. Let's send one over to Megan GM as well. Just sent you one over too. Thank you so much for hanging out in the stream. Okay. And let's go over to the next few questions. In the next giveaway, instead of giving away free questions to the site, we'll probably just give away or just answer the questions in the chat itself. But first, obviously, the questions asked on the site get guaranteed answers, so we got to get those done. R. Clark did not put in a quarterback for us to determine between here for the flex, full PPR format. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take DK Metcalf. Like, I know Jalen Warren looks like the full-blown starting running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I really do like the matchup that we have with Metcalf this week. Now, let's go over to our next one. This is going to be from NDC. It says, happy BR, need help with tight end in the flex. Flex, you go with Olave and Quentin Johnston. I think Scat can probably be your play starting next week. And then tight end, I'm going to go with Kate Otten. Not a big Pat Frymuth guy at this point, especially with Igbuka banged up. Going over to running back, give me Kamara, Bucky Irving. Wide receiver, Brian Thomas, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tight end, Harold Fannin over Hawk. And then down in the flex, we're going to go Ricky Pearsall over JMO now that you have no Juwan Jennings. Now, Dokta starts at running back. I'm going to go ahead. I will take J.K. Dobbins. Wide receiver, give me Tet. And the flex spots, we're going to go with the combo of Ricky Pearsall and T. Higgins. Aster Fantasy Master says 2-0, want to be 3-0. Any advice is awesome. Appreciate you, my guy. We're going to go Brees over Genty. And the flex spots, we're going to play Genty and Rome. Absolutely love the matchup that we have going up against the Dallas Cowboys for Rome Odunze. Okay. Now, this next one's coming out from a blank name. Here for the flex. Probably go Judkins. No, you go Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera. Better offense, better matchup. But Judkins, I would honestly maybe rather have Judkins rest of season. Now, Jason with our next one. Javonte versus Chase Brown. Give me Chase Brown. And then for the flex, I will take Javonte Williams in a really nice game environment with a guaranteed workload. Now, mediocre outset. Quarterback between Daniel Jones, Jared Goff. We'll go Daniel Jones. And then, yeah, I don't think we need to worry about anything else there. T-Mitts, here for the flex. Give me Travis Etienne, just guaranteed opportunities. Again, like if you can start like Etienne and Kenneth Walker in your flex spots, the floor that you get, maybe you're not going to be the highest scoring. You honestly may be the highest scoring team in your league with how good Kenneth Walker is going to be this week. Here, I would go with Olave over Igbuka for Deadly Starboard. I know it's maybe shaky starting 2 New Orleans Saints, But again, Igbuka is just such a tough play. Now, Quamio Fantasy, Kyler versus May, it is really going to be up to you there. I do really like the matchup for May, but you ask me 100 times, it's going to be 50 answers for both ways. We're going to go Tony Pollard here at running back easily with the guaranteed volume. And then we're going to go with Tet McMillan over Ricky Pearsall in the flex, even if Ricky Pearsall is a lot more exciting this week. Now, Chase Boy, wide receiver, I'm going to go with Marv over Igbuka and Terry, given the Igbuka injury and the Jaden Daniels injury. And then I'm going to go with Juwan Johnson over David Njoku. Bird with our next one here for the flex. Give me DJ Moore in a great matchup. And we're going to go Ricky Pearsall with no Juwan Jennings. Okay, let's go ahead and let's refresh this. But, okay, so we have some more questions we got to get through. Far Dad, happy to see you. I know you've been hanging out with us all stream. We're going to go Jordan Mason here over these other running backs. Wide receiver will take the combo of Tet and Lad McConkey. And then down there in the flex spot, you're going to take Chase Brown. Is this really a 14-team league? There is no way in hell it's a 14-team league. That is insane. Depressed Gator fan says, should I make this trade or should I keep the double? What do you mean by keep the double? Jordan Mason looks to be an RB1 easily over the next month, but JSN's just in a completely different tier than any other player. I would say the Jordan Mason side is going to look like it wins this in the short term, but the JSN side is going to win this in the long term. Now, Pebble, I know we gave this free question to you earlier in the stream. Appreciate you sticking with us. We're going to go Daniel Jones over Kyler. And then down in the flex, I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to take T. Higgins in a full PPR format. Now, DTA running back, we're going to go with the combo of Pollard, Chase Brown. Wide receiver, you go with Ladd, Nico. I'm going to go Igbuka still over Hunter. Tight end, go Ferg. And then in the flex, Hampton, Hunter, up to you. If it was my team, I'd go Hampton. I am very much in on buying the Hampton bounce back or breakout. Not necessarily by starting him this week, but I am still a believer in Hampton in the long term. Now, Max says here for wide receiver 2 and the flex. So wide receiver 2, Ricky Pearsall looks to be the play now that you have no Jennings. Maybe it would have been different earlier. Okay. Flex. I don't think you say this most weeks, but with the Igbuka injury, I mean, I think you just play DJ Moore in what should be a phenomenal game environment against the Cowboys. Lobo here at wide receiver, JSN. I'm going to go Marv over Igbuka with the injury. Tight end, give me Juwan Johnson over Fannin this week. Give me Fannin long term. But you're going to start Igbuka here in the flex spot anyway. You're missing a lot of players. Now, Wilson, he says, start Goff and who to flex. Goff first love. Yeah, I'd go Goff. And then Kelsey's versus Andrews. You for sure go Kelsey. Andrews has 7 receiving yards this year. And then running back, I'm going to take Tony Pollard in the flex spot. Just get the guaranteed volume. Suck for luck. Here, wide receiver. Give me DJ Moore. And then for the flex, full BBR format, I'll take Terry McLaurin over the backs here. I think all those players have low floors, though. Okay. Moving over to our next question. This is C. Stanza. Looking at Olave, Devonta Smith, Keenan Allen. Definitely not playing Smith. And yeah, we're going to play Olave and Keenan. Full PPR format. None of the running backs there are interesting. Now, Zellers sends in a super message, doesn't actually send in a message in the super message box. So I'll send you over a free start sit question if you wanted to follow up with that. Now, Autumn LV Heats. Here, wide receiver. It's Tet versus Brian Thomas is relatively close for us. Obviously, Tet's been much better so far this season, but Brian Thomas, you still have had the volume. He's just looked bad. Tet, now the Panthers are missing some offensive linemen, so naturally we should expect, at least I would expect, that the offense is even worse. Like right now, sportsbooks are putting the Carolina Panthers as the bottom 5 offense this week, so I think I'm going to go ahead and take Brian Thomas. Now, profit's profit. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go Mike Evans, tight end Tyler Warren, and then in the flex, Deebo Samuel, even with no Jaden Daniels. Now, Colabra says, not sure who to start at the flex. I'm 0-2 and need this win. I'm getting cooked. The floor plays Jalen Warren. The ceiling plays George Pickens. Jalen Warren's going to project out better than any of these other names. And maybe you could say that we are really strong as is on this team. So you don't need to swing for the fences. You can just take the guaranteed opportunities with Jalen Warren. To refresh, see if we have any more questions on the site before we get to the chat. And yes, we have a few more. Shaw says, I'm lost with my team this year. What's the play? We're going to go Daniel Jones over Bo. Running back, we're going to go Genty. Flex, I will go with Dobbins. I think you just take the running backs with the guaranteed touches. Agents, here running back, Achane, Javonte, wide receiver, Evans, Brian Thomas. Actually, no, you freaking have Jefferson in London. How the hell do you have this team? Tight end, give me, probably go Brees at the flex. You need a trade for an elite QB. For you to have like Brian Thomas and Tet and Travis Etienne on your bench, that's insane. Your team is loaded. Now, next question coming out from JC. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go JSN. And then for the flex, probably Terry, and just avoid the Igbuka headache. You're probably going to play Igbuka here anyway. Then you can go Igbuka and JCM down in the flex spots. I'm not telling you can't play Igbuka. Like if you don't really have another great option, sure, go for it. But it's just like anybody in a similar tier, I would pivot to, essentially. Now, Port 45, running back, give me Jordan Mason here easily. Flex, Brees, Tet. Last flex spot, I'm going to go with either Stephon Diggs or Josh Downs. Don't play the running backs. Don't play the tight end. Diggs, good matchup. I would assume that he expands his role as time goes on. Now, Beaver Crusher. Wide receiver. Flex, we're going to play Brees Hall easily. So here's the thing. A smart person would take Wan'Dale Robinson, with Wan'Dale scoring 40 points over the past 2 weeks, and Matthew Golden, I don't think, is combined for 5. But with all the injuries in Green Bay, with the Browns defense being one that's tough to run against, I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. What I would do if this was my team is I would probably start Matthew Golden. Now, also follow up with the honesty. I'm an idiot. You do not need to listen to me. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather start this week? Would you rather start Matthew Golden or would you rather start Wan'Dale Robinson? As this is the second time that we've had this question where like my gut reaction is let's go with Golden. But let me see. We got Golden, Wan'Dale, Golden, Wan'Dale, Franklin. Golden, Wandale, Franklin, Wandale, Golden. It looks like it's split. Again, Wandale gives you the floor. I think Matthew Golden gives you the ceiling. If you wanted to wait a week, you could. Now, KC Kryptonite coming through. I think we go with Ricky Pearsall over JMO now that you have no Juwan Jennings. Now, Jay Zuni, quarterback between Kyler and Daniel Jones. Give me Daniel Jones. Wide receiver, give me Marv over Hunter. And then for the flex, give me Tony Pollard just as the running back that's going to get all the guaranteed work in Tennessee. Now, agent with our next one. Tight end Goff over Bo Nix. Running back Chase Brown. Wide receiver Evans, JSN. This is a phenomenal team. You have freaking Puka. How the hell? You go trade for a better tight end. How is Rome and Tet both on our bench? Booty Madon says Sutton or Warren at the flex. Always happy to see my guy. I think Warren gives you the better floor. I think Sutton gives you the ceiling. Looking at your team, it's strong enough where I think you can just go with the floor play of Warren. Now, Contra 1, 0-2 on my biggest entry. Looking like I need to trade for some running back depth for the results. Should we go for QB instead? All right. So looking at this, here's my thing. If you're 0-2, we shouldn't really be valuing Kittle as somebody that's going to contribute. Obviously, Kittle gives you the long-term upside, but in terms of short-term viability, Brees versus Flowers, kind of up to you. Like, you could say Kittle's being valued at close to nothing here, but I do want to just kind of get the best pieces that we can with this team. So I would like to, if possible, like, if you wanted to get, I think the Kittle side is the valuable side in this deal. But if you were going for it, if you were 0-2, you would need to flip George Kittle. And you need to sell him just to get some points in your lineup right now. But again, I don't like the idea of trading for Kittle on an 0-2 team, but the value on this deal is the Kittle side for sure. Now, next question coming out from Thagman. Here, running back, we're going to go with Hampton over Tracy Sampson. Flex, Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is an auto start in this matchup against the Lions. This game projects to be the highest scoring game of the week. It's not close. Our Twins coming through. This is a league in which you start Brian Thomas, you start Tet, and you probably throw AJ Brown. What? Okay, yeah, no, never mind. Jordan Mason's in this. No, you put Jordan Mason in over Chuba Hubbard for sure. Again, Jordan Mason is I would way rather start Jordan Mason here. Now, Elisoim, here for running back, it's Swift, Henderson, JCM. Give me DeAndre Swift. And then best option for the flex would be like Devonta Smith. I'm not playing Smith over any of these names. Now, our Twins with another question. We are going to go with the combo of Ricky Pearsall and Metcalf. Love the Metcalf matchup with no Christian Gonzalez, and Ricky Pearsall, obviously, with no Jennings, just going to have a really nice target share. Now, Jersey here running back between Algier, Harvey, Bigsby, and Sampson. We're going to go with RJ Harvey. Set up a prayer that he takes more from Dobbins this week. And then you have to go with Buka in the flex. I'm worried about it, but you have no other option. Now, in Vargas with our next question. Running back, we have the combo of Javonte, Jordan Mason. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Marv. Tight end, we have Bowers. Flex, give me Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And I would play Matthew Golden over RJ Harvey. With all the injuries in Green Bay, hoping it expands the target share for Golden. I mean, he's out there playing a bunch. Now, Jack with our next question. Here at running back, Jacobs, Jordan Mason, auto starts. Tight end, Tyler Warren, auto start. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Tony Pollard. I know Pollard's looked bad. The offense isn't great, but he's the number one running back in the NFL with his snap rate at the moment. So until Spears comes back, you just have to jam him in. Okay. Looking over to our next one. Gavin says, happy Sunday. Opinion on starts and last flex. Thanks. Appreciate you, my guy. Excited to check this out. I know you're always out here with us. If I was looking at the best option for your flex, I think it's Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Second best option to get this lineup would be like Calvin Ridley, but I'm not wanting to start Ridley over Brian Thomas, Lamb, JCM, or Igbuka, so we probably leave this as is. Let's refresh, see if we're through all the questions. And okay, looks like we're caught up on all the questions here on the site. So here's what we're going to do. I will obviously continue to answer questions on the website as they come in. But I also want to answer some of the questions that we just have from y'all in the chat for free. So if you have any start sit questions, just let me hear them in the live chat and we'll pick out a couple and we'll answer those as well. And of course, we are answering free questions on this live stream every single day. Not going to miss a single day until Christmas live streaming. We've been live for over 5 hours already today answering questions. All I ask is, if you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to know when we are live, you can hit the bell next to the subscribe button. And again, if you wanted to support the live stream with us live streaming every single day, the number one way that you can do that is by going and taking advantage of some of the offers that you currently have on Underdog Fantasy, where over there on Underdog Fantasy, they've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years now. You're not going to hear any ads of a VPN. You're not going to hear anything like that. But here, Underdog Fantasy has sponsored us for a long time. I owe Underdog Fantasy so much. And they have a crazy promos for this week in particular, where this week you have a 75% profit boost token that has dropped for the game tonight. You have a Russell Wilson free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And tomorrow night, you have a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. You get all three of those promos plus $50 added to your account after you play your first 5 if you sign up with code FLOCK. And you can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat and the description. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every state. But let's move over and let's answer some of these questions. We got DJ or Marv. Most people will tell you Marv. Projections say DJ Moore, though, this week in a great matchup. Hawkinson or Kraft, as coming from somebody who's starting TJ Hawkinson this week, my friend, I would rather do anything else other than put TJ Hawkinson into our starting lineup. So if I were you, I'd probably go ahead and play Tucker Kraft. I'm a Flocker says Devonta Smith or Travis Etienne in a full PPR league. I would go ahead and I would take Travis Etienne with just the guaranteed touches. Now, Etienne or DK in a full PPR format, I am starting both of these guys in my own lineup this week, and I would start Etienne with the guaranteed opportunity. So here's my thing. If you look at my starting lineup, what I'm doing is I'm starting Barkley, Jacobs, Travis Etienne, and then Tony Pollard in my last 2 flex spots. And in general, in the Flock League, everybody always complains like, oh, your record's always better than your points for. It's like, oh, okay, well, if you go through and if you just start players that get guaranteed touches in your flex spots every single week, maybe you're never going to go out there and have the crazy wide receiver spikes that propel you to be the number 1 team in the league that week with total points, but you're always going to be out there scoring. You're always going to be in the middle of the league with points scored at the very minimum. So it gives you a really nice floor and it allows you to sneak some wins that maybe you otherwise wouldn't. So like, again, like for my own team, I'm starting Travis Etienne. I'm starting Tony Pollard in those 2 flex spots, as I know I'm going to get 15 to 25 opportunities from these running backs. And I would be shocked if I do not get 9 fantasy points from them. Now, to be fair, I'd be shocked if Tony Pollard drops 30, but I know he's at least given me 9. So if you have running backs like that, I think you put them in your lineup. Now, let's see. Miguel says Dylan Sampson, Kyle Monangai, or Jeremy McNichols. This is disgusting, and I could be 100% wrong here, and I'll be the first person to admit that. But I would probably go ahead and take Jeremy McNichols. Let's see. We got Dak Prescott or Daniel Jones. It's going to be up to you there. 6-point passing touchdown league, give me Dak. 4-point passing touchdown format, Daniel Jones gives you the rushing. And if JSN doesn't go, do we start JCM or Igbuka? Don't worry about that. JSN's going to play. It's already clear. JSN's 100% playing. Do not worry. Let's move this over and let's see what else we got. Goff or Kyler. Right now, sportsbooks are projecting both offenses to score a similar amount of points. Obviously, Goff's going to have absolutely no rushing upside whatsoever. So I would just go ahead and I'll play Kyler Murray. Axe says Ricky Pearsall, DJ Moore, or Hollywood Brown. I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be someone that you just absolutely have to start this week, considering what you have with no Jawan Jennings. Like, let me see what the Underdog Pick'ems have. They have Ricky Pearsall, higher or lower 62.5 receiving yards. They have DJ Moore, higher or lower 51.5. And they have Hollywood Brown, higher or lower 54.5. So yeah, they agree that Ricky Pearsall is the easy play there. Andy says JMO or Igbuka. Again, I am spooked off of, I know Rappaport saying that Igbuka is going to go, no limitations. Shefty's saying that Igbuka is going to have limitations. Here's the thing. All right. Here's a real data point to look at. I know everybody, half the people in the chat have been screaming at me saying, that, oh no, Ian Rappaport says Igbuka's good. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Igbuka's currently higher or lower, 39.5 receiving yards. If you think you shouldn't be worried about Igbuka, you better be going and putting everything on Igbuka to have 40 receiving yards this week. I would not do this though. I am hesitant with it. So if I'm looking at this, like Jamison Williams, on the other hand, higher, lower, 49.5. I think you just play if there's a wide receiver in a similar tier to Igbuka, you just play that wide receiver if they're healthy. Like there's no reason to roll the dice on Igbuka in that instance. But let me see if we have any more questions coming in on the site. Then we'll get back to the questions that we have in the chats. Yeah, we have a couple questions on the site. Here's C. Mako says, Igbuka or Ridley in a half PPR format. I'd probably go Igbuka here, but Ridley definitely gives you a higher floor. Like if you're a heavy favorite to win your league, you can go ahead and you can take Ridley. I think Igbuka gives you the ceiling, Ridley gives you the floor. Now, Resorth coming through. Running back, give me Kamara here easily over Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara. Wide receiver, give me Evans, Nico Collins. And then we're going to go London there in the flex. I would like to play Pickens, but your team's too good. Now, B. Wheeler here for the flex between Cam Scat and Travis Hunter. Full PBR format, I'm going to go Hunter. I hope I'm wrong. I have Cam Scataboo on my team, but I don't know if I want to be starting Cam Scat before we actually see what a starting role looks like for him in this Giants offense. Nathaniel says, who should I flex in PPR, Brees, Jacoby, or Terry? I would go ahead. I'd play Brees. Just play the running back with the guaranteed volume. Dillionaire coming through. We're going to go with Brian Thomas out wide receiver. And then for the flex, we're going to go Ted McMillan. Refresh this, see if we have any more. If not, we can get back over to the live chat. We got draft pilots. Wide receiver, give me Marv over Igbuka with the injury stuff. But I will take Igbuka over Pacheco and Judy in the flex. Okay, let's move this over. Kay Soliner, always happy to see you, my friend. Here for the double flex spots. Tony Pollard, 3-down workload. You play the dude. And then we're going to play Ricky Pearsall over T. Higgins. I hope T. Higgins outscores him. I'm playing T. Higgins on my own team, but you got to play Ricky Pearsall with no Jawan Jennings in the guaranteed target volume. Let's see if we had any more questions. If not, we'll pivot back over to the live chat. Flock and Cheesehead. So this will be our last question, then we can get your questions in the live chat. So just if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'll go JMO. No, we're going to go George Pickens at wide receiver. And then for tight end, we'll go David Njoku or Jatavion and Brendan Strange, but obviously not excited about him. But let me just refresh this one more time. Make sure. No, we got OG Console sneaking in a question here. Questions should be turned off on the site, but maybe we just got to get through these last little stragglers. We'll go Sutton, and then I'm going to go with Igbuka over Hunter and Ridley as well because they're part-time players regardless. J. Rude here for the flex spots. Give me the combo of Keenan Allen and T. Higgins. I hope Quentin Johnston outscores him this week, but I'd be surprised. Okay, and we refreshed. It looks like we're all through with that. So let's get back to the questions that we have in the chat. Again, just if you have any fantasy football questions, drop them in the chat. And as we wait for y'all to get those in, I will remind y'all, if y'all wanted to check out any of those picks over there on Underdog Fantasy, if you thought Mason, that's crazy, Igbuka's for sure going to have 40 receiving yards. I want to go take the higher. Underdog's available in almost every single state. You can find the link in the live chat. Find the link in the description. Use code FLOCK and you will get $50 out of your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, Underdog this weekend is doing 3 big picks. Or 3 big promos. We have a 75% profit boost token, a free Russell Wilson gimme pick for tonight's game, more than less than half total yard, and a free Lamar Jackson gimme pick for tomorrow night's game, more than less than half total yard as well. Use code FLOCK. You'll get all these promos. You'll get $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. And it'll be the #1 way that you can support this live stream and make it worth it for us to continue to go through, grind out 6-hour streams every day. But let's move this over to our next one. James says, Juwan or Laporta in a full PPR format. I know Laporta was really disappointing this past week with how good the Detroit Lions offense was, and Laporta didn't come through with much, but I would still play Laporta here, to be honest. Now, let's see. Dank says, Emeka, QJ, Shaheed, or Scat in the flex. I'm going to go with Igbuka here. I think all those players are shaky. Like, none of them give you relatively high floor. The chat is spazzing. This is probably the most messages we've ever had in the chat. Trevion or Hollywood in the flex. I'm going to go Hollywood Brown over Trevion Henderson. Kyron or Jordan Mason this week. Please play Jordan Mason. Ayo Manor or Pacheco. Go Pacheco, please. Romer Ladd. I would go Ladd, but they're close. Carl says 3,600 likes. Mason, my guy, we are answering all the free questions right now. Kraft or Ferg. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Kraft. Igbuka or Bill. Full PPR format. Give me Igbuka. Mac Jones or Jordan Love. Give me Jordan Love. Igbuka or T. Give me T. Igbuka or Diggs. Give me Igbuka. Higgins or Quentin Johnston or Debo. Probably go Debo there. Chubb or Judkins. Give me Judkins. Yes, JSN looks like he is going to be good to go. Pickens or Metcalf, they're super close. Flip a coin. I would say Metcalf, but maybe I'm biased because I'm starting DK Metcalf myself this week, so I really hope it's him. Let's move this over. Fan and Ertz or a banged up Kraft. Give me Kraft. Igbuka, Dobbins, or Wandale. Give me Dobbins. Igbuka or Cup. Give me Igbuka. Igbuka or Sutton. Give me Sutton. Sutton or Ridley. Give me Sutton. Diggs or Pittman. Give me Diggs. Super close. Honestly, flip a coin. I could be wrong. Brees or ETN. Give me Brees. Laporta or Ferg. Ooh, super tough. Both tight ends in great game environments. Flip a coin. You're just shooting for whoever scores a touchdown. Igbuka Downs or Franklin. Give me Igbuka. Alexander says Hampton, Igbuka, Hollywood, bench 1. And then Jones or Kyler. Probably Jones. And I'll probably bench Hollywood. You know what? Hollywood gives you a higher floor than Hampton. But here's the thing I want to leave y'all with for today, because I know a lot of people have Hampton. I really don't want to tell you to start Hampton this week, but he's played 70% of the snaps the past 2 weeks. He's still a good. We should still believe he's a good running back. We shouldn't change our minds on that 2 weeks into his NFL career. He's still in a good offense. I am here for the breakout of Amari Hampton. Do not start him this week. Don't be surprised if he breaks out, though. So I would not be trading him at the lowest point that he may cost all season. I would be holding on to Amari Hampton if I were y'all. But I think, let's answer this one. Brandon, I'm going to go Mike Evans over London and JMO with the Egbuka injury. But I need to go grab brunch with the missus. We got to drive over there quickly, so I know where we're going. We have some TV games on the walls. So we have some TV screens so I can watch the games. But if I don't leave right now, I'm going to miss a decent amount of action because it's going to take us 10 minutes to get there. So I'm going to leave now. I really appreciate y'all. As always, I'm going to be premiering a video tonight where I'll talk about every single game, every fantasy impact. I'll show you all my updated rankings. So I would love if you came out to that video premiere right after the Sunday night game. Maybe it takes me another 5-10 minutes. It's a very big video. It's a lot of work to get through. But anyway, that video will come out tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll be uploading my rest of season rankings as well with all the updates that we have from the games today. So make sure if you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be live streaming every single day answering fantasy football questions. So hit the bell next to the subscribe button if you want to get notified when we go live. I will not miss a single day of live streaming until Christmas for y'all. But I really appreciate you and really hope I get to see you out with the premiere tonight when inevitably everything will change.